Alrighty, I am using the laptop mic, or sorry, the webcam mic today, so please bear with any audio problems. You'll probably also hear the cars going on in my background. There's not much I can do about that because I left my microphone in Mexico, or in America. The plan for today is to watch some more Mr. Girl stuff. I tried to watch some of it off stream, but honestly, I'm not taking a gazillion notes about this or helping the guy with his rhetoric or any of that kind of stuff. So what I figure I'll do is I'll just watch it on stream, give my takes on it live. I'll experience it with you guys. Full disclosure, title's a little bit clickbait. I did watch almost the entirety of the trans conversation that they had that was posted to Steven's YouTube channel. So, I don't, trans issues, not exactly my cup of tea. So I didn't really feel one way or another about it. It was just more so to get an idea of how the dude processes thought and maybe why people are, happy with the way that he's engaging with Steven, which is the way that I word it is he plays Steven's game. So he's okay with, talking with Steven in the way that Steven likes to talk, which is this logical line by line, give concessions and bite bullets where you need to, walk through hypotheticals with me. He gives absolutely no resistance on pretty much anything. He's just firm in what he believes on some points, and I don't think it's like to a unreasonable extent necessarily. So I think that's why DGG appreciates him. So it's not an unironic pre-watch because that's all that I've seen. Today, the plan is that we're going to go through the pedophilia discussions because I understand that those are the ones that are perhaps more problematic for more people. Not to say that the trans takes aren't problematic. I'm sure that a lot of trans people would feel that they are. I feel like they're more or less in line with what some, average Joes believe. But hey, I think that applies to a lot of negative thought processes surrounding trans people. So that's, par for the course. But I suppose more interesting would be that pedophilia discussion and whatever. So we'll do that. And we'll spend the stream doing that. Perhaps at some point we'll talk to either Tumad or Destiny. I know that Tumad is live right now, and he's getting into a bit of a Twitter spat with Hassan and now Ethan from H3H3. And then I know that Steven is live, and of course you're covering Steven's stuff. If we have any questions, I'm sure he'd be down to answer them. So that may also be in the future of today. Again, I'm trying to bring more streamers on and talk with them and kind of build up my ability to do that, my skills doing that, and provide you guys more content in that way. Because in 2022, that's the direction I'd like to take the content more. Yeah, so that's the TLDR of what the plan is for today. Again, sorry about my mic. I'm using the webcam microphone. I'm going to play just one song and then we'll get into it because I'm more or less ready to go. Collecting streamers like Pokemon? Well, I think it's fun to talk to all these folks and to build relationships with all of them, right? That way, if I ever say anything that's critical of them or whatever, we have some kind of like relationship to fall back on, like they know I'm not an asshole. They know they're welcome to come on. They know that, I think it's good for building relationships and it's good for content, whatever else. So that's what we'll do. Audio is so much better than last time. I don't know if you're kidding. So I honestly think that the lav mic and the webcam mic are comparable in terms of being bad. So, I'm just working with what I got, guys. I'm really sorry I forgot that mic. I'm serious. Oh, okay. Mic sounds better than it did yesterday. Sounds good, actually. Oh, okay. Unironically then. All right, well, then I'm happy to hear that. So let's see here. Let me grab the music for you guys and then we'll jump into it. This is going to be Hell Yeah, Dude by Jacob Sampson. Enjoy.
Hell yeah, dude, we're breaking into it.
Oh, thank you. Wow. shame out.
Hi, hope you guys are doing good. I am in much better spirits today. I feel like I have a lot more energy, so I got a good bit of sleep. And then one thing that I'm doing regularly in Mexico, and it's starting to get a little bit easier, but I am still sore, is I've been working out basically like every morning and then before I go to bed every evening, because I want to get better at having sex. That's my honest to God reasoning behind it. So to get better at having sex and to have a little bit more endurance and not get cramps and stuff, I am working on myself and working out a little bit more. Plus, it would be nice to not feel like I'm wearing a fat suit all the time, which sometimes I do feel like, because I remember when I was skinnier and when I was more healthy, because in high school I used to do cross country and volleyball, which are two sports that kind of require, or at least in my opinion, are much easier with a bit of a thinner physique. So that's the way my body used to be. And so I remember like what it was like to do a lot of these exercises, stretches, and other things when I had a skinnier body. And it almost feels like I'm like on a weight training machine, or we've put like bags of weight on me. Exercises are much more difficult than they really ought to be. And that's because I'm just super duper heavy. So that's what I'm working on in the background. You may see me adjust to where I'm standing instead of sitting, because that's another thing that I'm doing, is trying to incorporate more of standing when I'm at the computer thing. Kind of a consequence of that, I don't know if it's chemicals in the brain or whatever, is I feel a lot better. So yeah, I feel like I have more energy and I'm a lot more positive. One place I'm not being positive, though, is on Twitter. So right now I am kind of monitoring a situation between Too Mad, Hassan, and Ethan. And then I guess Destiny is being involved, but he really ought not to. So if you didn't know, Too Mad is a YouTuber and streamer who is a bit of a memer. He makes like racist humor and things that like 14-year-olds and stuff would laugh at. He's kind of like one of those kinds of YouTubers. He's a personal friend, and he criticized Hassan about something he was saying on Twitter, and then tried to get in touch with Hassan to have a conversation on stream about it, and Hassan is basically dodging him. I think that Hassan and Ethan from H3H3 believe that these points are coming from Steven, and that somehow Too Mad is acting as some kind of proxy between Destiny and these people. Now, from my perspective, and remember, I have behind the scenes information, I could still be wrong, but my understanding from behind the scenes is that that's not really accurate. That's not really the case. I don't think this is some proxy war between the two of them. I, on Twitter, of course, am pushing for the idea of a 2v2 between those parties, because I think that would be personally interesting and fair. I really do think that having a political commentator like Hassan and a memer like H3H3 creates a team that kind of mirrors really well, with one comprised of the political commentator Destiny and the memer Too Mad, right? So I think that would be a lot more fair than double teaming Too Mad on Twitter and then not giving him the opportunity of a conversation, right? I feel like that's the worst of both worlds. So to have a more fair conversation where it's not a 2v1 and to be frankly more entertaining, I just thought that would be an interesting thing to see. So that's what I'm pushing for and memeing about on Twitter. But I think the reality of the situation is that it's not some, fancy proxy war or whatever. That's not my understanding of what's going on. So Yeah, that's like a whole separate shenanigan that I'm keeping track of. If any developments happen in that space as we're going through the Mr. Girl stuff, which is the plan for today, definitely let me know, because I'll go back and I'll check in on that and kind of poke the bear a little bit, like I've been doing. I rarely get to use Twitter for being fun. Somebody sent me a really mean DM on Twitter. I think it was like 2 days ago, where it was like, yo, your Twitter game's super fucking weak. I love your stuff, but you got to fucking step it up and blah, blah, blah. There you go. I'm stepping up. I'm going on Twitter. I'm saying shit. I'm retweeting. I'm quote tweeting. I'm using all the features of the website, dude. I'm not just liking all my, furry anime girl stuff. Now I'm actually getting involved on Twitter. So that's a new thing for me. Lots of new things for me in 2022. I think that rather than being like a pure React Andy person and following in the wake of other creators, I want to create some of the content that other creators are reacting to. Thank you.
Yo, I've been eating the book fix.
Well, I'm happy to provide it to you. I'm the best dealer in town. So yeah, I want to make the wakes and kind of have other people react to my stuff. And so I need to get better at inserting myself into these situations and becoming a bigger part of them. So that's what I'm going for. And that's what 2022 Booksmarts is. So if you enjoyed reviews and stuff, those are still happening like they are today. But I would like to insert myself more and be a part of the dialogue, because I think that my voice and perspective is something that's worth contributing. I think that I've been on the platform long enough to where you have an understanding of where I'm coming from, and I do know how the platform works. And frankly, I have enough viewers and enough of an audience and a core community that I feel comfortable going into these battles and not feeling like I'm going to come out of them with absolutely nobody caring about what I said because I said the wrong thing or had the wrong opinion or people disagreed with me. I think I also have two things that really work in my favor. Number one is I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. If something I said was incorrect, if something I said was off the mark, if I get convinced off of something, I have no pride about admitting that I was wrong about it and moving forward, unlike a lot of these other creators. Secondly, a lot of things that could be super duper conflict ridden and hardcore, I often turn into conversations and keep normal. I'm able to maintain friendships with people while my entire platform is about criticizing them and finding what's wrong with their performances, right? And I think that these two things combined means that maybe I could propel myself further, get into these conflicts, and still remain friends with most of the people that I engage with. And that's where I'm going with it. So that's the whole spiel about what's going on today. That's the whole spiel about what's going on Twitter. And feel free to keep up with both of these things in tandem. So the Twitch stream and the Twitter, I would appreciate engagement on both. So yeah. And if you have any suggestions about what in 2022 you would like to see me do that is along this vein of like the new book smarts, let me know. I'm going to go to the chat real quick, catch up with you guys, see what's going on. Is BGG ready yet? No. YouTube chat sucks. I feel you. We're still working on it. I honestly need to, the ball is in my court. I need to review the website and stuff. I've taken a long time off, and there's a lot of things I need to get caught up on. BGG is one of those. So just know, not the developer's fault or anything at all. It's all on me. You know, things have been in my inbox for a while that I haven't responded to about that. I just, how much do I want to talk about this? Here's another thing in 2022. I'm going to be less transparent with you guys about business stuff that's going on and about my emotions regarding business stuff. I'm going to have my confidants like Supreme and Luxifer. Thanks for the 20. I do appreciate that, Marshall. Let's hear what Marshall has to say. Marshall,
I'm glad you know your work team kissing hard. Your work has been helpful to me in my life when it comes to communicating. My friends and co-workers, keep up the good work.
Awesome. Happy it's helped you communicate. That's always helpful to hear when I have impacts in people's lives. So like I was saying, I'm going to kind of be less upfront with my emotions and my work and stuff like that, because it will be less stressful for me. And then I'm going to rely on my confidants a lot more. And should I tell you? Yeah, I'll tell you this. Moving forward in 2022, at least for the first quarter, I am going to just full on focus on this and work on this every day. And I'm going to let fall to the wayside, friends, family, whatever. I'm going to accept that most of my time is going to be spent on streaming. I want this to be successful. I want to be somebody like Ludwig. I want to be somebody like Mizkiff. I want to be somebody like Destiny. I want to have multiple thousands of people. I want to have enough money to where I don't have to worry about anything in life. I want to have teams of people around me to accomplish what I wouldn't be able to accomplish on my own. I know what I want. And I'm going to be a lot more serious about pursuing that, not just building a platform that I think is like purely good or whatever, or done in this like purely ethical in whatever way, but to just accept to do it the way that it has been done, and to do it the way it's been done, and to do it in a way that I think is going to be successful, which is going to involve talking to more people, like not being solo all the time, not reacting to stuff all the time, because there's ceilings to that, you know. Book, be sure to show more. Yeah. Hey, you want to support that endeavor? Super duper helpful, because unlike those people that are at the top, every little donation like that $20 one means a huge difference to me. It means that every time I go live, you guys are helping make all the off-stream time worth it, right? It's not about dollars divided by the number of hours I'm live. It's about dollars divided by the number of hours total that I work on stream, which, unlike other streamers, a ton of my time is off-stream time, right? So every dollar is appreciated. You would be surprised at how low that hourly amount is when I consider all the other work that I do. I would really appreciate it. It means that we can keep this message going, keep this channel going, keep my voice going, and to really propel that forward, because I think it would be helpful to have my voice up there with everybody else's. I think that would be positive for all sorts of people, you know. Yeah, you can sub, especially if you have Amazon Prime. You get a free one every single month. If you haven't used your Amazon Prime sub, I would really, really appreciate it. Alternatively, you can pay the just $5 and give me a sub. That would be great. And then there's donations. You can do !dono to get a link to my Streamlabs tip thing. Alternatively, on YouTube, you guys have Super Chat, which you can use at any point. That's super duper cool. Any and all of them. And then you get to hear Destiny's voice come through the TTS, and that's always fun. So that being said, there's my shill. I'm going to catch back up with my chat a little bit here. What's Mr. Girl? It's a content creator. Hi, Book. Looking handsome as always. I'm happy you think so. Lux for his base? Yeah, I like him. There's one. Thank you for that. I appreciate your sub. Let's see here. Hassan won't even debate 2Mad 1v1. He's smart enough to know he's kind of dumb. Sure. Yeah. I don't necessarily think a debate 1v1 with Hassan would go in 2Mad's favor necessarily either. 2Mad's a personal friend, but I don't know if that would go in 2Mad's favor, because there's optical and rhetorical things that 2Mad has to keep in mind. It's a lot more complicated than having the right position or having the right in or the right attack. You have to execute it perfectly, and I just have not seen 2Mad argue enough to know that, like, he could confidently do that, right? So that's the big question mark there, in my opinion, with a 1v1 between the two of them. Man, that is a heck of a green screen setup. It's not a green screen. That's all my that's all my stuff back there. Books, you sexy son of a bitch. I love you and I hope you're well. I am doing well, thank you. I am trying to plan improvements for the next year as well. I hope that everyone can meet their goals. I believe in all of you. Oh, that's good to hear. Super Chat doesn't work in my country. That's unfortunate. I think Streamlabs should though, so you can always do !dono and get the Streamlabs link. Mr. Girl gives me bad vibes. Well, we'll see today. We'll see. Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. Very, very nice of you. Is it why is how at internet online? I don't know what that means. Have you considered a big booby VTuber to farm Coomers? No, I haven't. I should. Maybe. Maybe I should invest in that. Do we have a hype train going on? Is that what's going on Twitch right now? Oh, we do. You'll have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes in this hype train. Yes, I'm doing the shilling and the chatting at the beginning of the stream today because we got to make this financially feasible. So, oh, a YouTube member. Look at that. There's another way you could support the channel.
Much
if
love
you
to
are on
everyone.
YouTube.
I hope that everyone is well. And Snowball says
What the fuck? Thanks. Wow, that's a lot of stuff going on. Gifted subs coming in. 5 of them from Aldermere, who had just subbed. Thank you, Aldermere, for supporting the channel. That's rad. Hey, 5 of you just caught a free sub. If you enjoy it, if you enjoy the emotes, if you enjoy this community, consider subbing again once that's up. Or bother Aldermere for another one. Sean, thank you for the $5 for the super chat. YouTube, you can always use super chat. Let's see what Sean has to say. Anything from Sean here? Let's see. Nope. Thanks, sub. Level 2 on that hype train. I'm going to be shilling for a little bit. We'll get into Mr. Girl after this. I just want to see this hype train through. I don't know how far we could go. Really don't. Now we're on level 3. Whoa! Winter Madness 7 gifting 5 tier 1 subs of the community. Congratulations to Mage, Tiny Batman, Lugia, Convo, Hey Bro. Congratulations to all of you catching those subs. And make sure to thank Winter Madness for that one. Good on you, dude. Bit of an investment in the community. I appreciate your investments. I really, really do. Let's hope to a very productive and fruitful 2022. I certainly have a lot of faith that it will be. I have faith that we'll grow this community a ton, and I'll grow as a person a ton. You guys will grow with me. It's always nice to hear back from you guys. Here's the other thing. If you can't afford to financially support the channel, which I'm sure is the situation for most of you, I do enjoy hearing how, like, this has helped you to some extent. I'm gonna turn those down a little bit. Thank you, Marshall, for that. Yeah, what is this? What are you saying in chat? Quick, low quality Destiny League meme I made while Hype Train continues. All right, let's check it out. I'll open this in another tab here. A low effort Destiny meme. Those are the best kinds. It would appear that this isn't loading. I can't load your streamable link. But like I was saying, if you can't financially support the channel, I do. Wow, he has really long hair in this. That's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Oh, let me make sure that is, oh, it's not working. Okay, cool. Good thing I checked. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that's good. Put this over here. Let's see.
Games. When I was in grade school, this is why I played video games. When I was in grade school and high school, when I started high school, my class was around 500 or 600 kids, I think. And by the time I was a senior, there were only fucking you're so then at this point they have my fucking blessing. This is why.
Oh my god. This is awful. This is low quality, but this is also awful in its own special way. Oh no, we're at 87% on that level 4, that hype train. If you want to be the one to push it over a little bit, again, subs, donos, any of that is greatly, greatly appreciated. That would be very, very cool of you. Very, very cool of you indeed. Let me go ahead and minimize this and bring you back up in front of me here. But yeah, I enjoy you guys sending me messages about how I positively impacted your life. So if any of my advice has rung true for you and there's been a situation in your life where you feel like you've been able to use it effectively, or something I mentioned on stream that stuck with you, email me, !email, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I would love to hear about it. I really do appreciate getting those emails. Go on Twitter, follow me. Send me a tweet. Say, hey, I appreciate that you said blah, blah, blah. That helps me. Leave a comment under the YouTube videos. Those are great. Tack appreciates them too. Tack is my editor. He loves it when you guys give comments under those videos, letting us know what you liked or what you appreciate, or the little editing details that you saw and you were like, I see you, Tack. Thanks for that one, right? So any and all of that, the words of affirmation are certainly part of my love language. I don't know about yours. So I appreciate all that. Just got here. When is he getting a new mic? Never. Probably much, much later, maybe 2 weeks from now or something, when I leave Mexico or when I go back across the border. You know what I could do? Technically, on another stream, I could probably set a sub goal for all the money that it costs to take all the trains and stuff back to California, and I could just take a train back to California, grab my mic, and come back. Maybe we'll do that if the audio is really that bad. If it's really, really that bad. What Mr. Girl video are we watching? We are going to watch his very first pedophile discussion with Steven. So I watched the trans one, kind of a snoozer, but off stream, and now I have not seen the pedophile one at all. Due in no small part to its absence on YouTube. Thank you, 100% on that hype train. Well done. Well done. Well done, Twitch chat. Well done. I have DT770 Pro white version too. Oh, cool, cool. I'm surprised at how long these velour pads have lasted. Because if I look at like, and I know this is a bad example, what is this? Because these fall apart, you know, fairly quickly in comparison to other headphones. The you know, the pads on my other headphones completely fell apart, and I actually had to like get replacements during the time that I had these, and they've already fallen apart again. Also, I have this problem with my Bose, and if you oh, there's a level 5 to the hype train. We're still going. 40% on that hype train. We're already more than almost halfway there. I'm not a math person.
Hi,
we could get a
you
level
look good
5.
today.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm feeling good, dude. Look at this hype train. I'm feeling hype. This is a good way to start the stream. I have this problem. Let me know if you know how to fix it. It's like the noise cancellation. I'm assuming one of the mics is plugged or something, and it makes this like it makes this like weird noise. So these are like $250 or $300 headphones. I think I have to throw them away because I cannot. It bothers me. I have to keep one of the earphones off basically, or I have to like tilt my head at just the right angle to where I don't hear that noise anymore. So unfortunate for these, but if you know a solution, definitely let me know, because that would save me from having to buy new wireless headphones, which is a huge expense, which you guys are helping me not have to worry about anymore with things like this hype train. Again, we have just a few more minutes left on this hype train. If you want to make this hype train go all the way, we have 3 minutes to get 60% more, and then we will be done with the whole thing. And there will be no more chill smarts for the rest of the stream. We'll be able to just chill out and watch everything. I may still ask for donos, but certainly not as dedicated as this hype train thing that we're doing at the beginning here. 300 plus, that's wacky. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. I mean, when you're traveling on airplanes and stuff, those small comforts, like having really good noise canceling headphones, are very much so worth it. Like when you think about how like the difference between premium economy and economy in terms of like buying ticket prices, the difference there can be literally the cost of the headphones for one single flight, right? And you're always doing 2 flights to go to and fro a place. So it made a lot of sense to buy these, quite honestly, because when you're working at the level of money of like plane tickets, it makes sense to get that. That's setting aside all the other uses in your everyday life, right? So I don't feel bad about having spent that money. If anything, headphones are one of the few things where I feel like I get my bang for my buck on it, right? Don't you like using wireless earbuds? No, I hate wireless earbuds. My ears clog up, and I have earwax that like poops them out. It's a lot like a butthole. Like it's squeezing on it a bunch, and then it just bloop, and it pops it out like an egg. So my ears don't really work well with earbuds, and they kind of fuck up my ears. So I can't use earbuds. Have I listened to Mr. Girl's album yet? No. I recently got the Sony WHXM0003. They're not very good at naming things over at Sony, are they? We are up to 57% on that hype train again. Level 5 would be nice. I'm a bit of a completionist. Would be nice if we hit the 100. We are now up to 60% on that. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits.
Mr. Girl's Wild Ride.
Mr. Girl's Wild Ride. That could be a name of a movie. But yeah, so we're at level 5. We've almost finished it. We just have 40% more. If you guys want to finish that up, you can feel free. I don't know. It seems like our choo-choo train is losing steam, but it would be nice to hit the final station. Not a necessity at all. Did Books just finish swimming? Nah, I took a shower because I worked out and then I took a shower. This song is an actual banger. Destiny listened to it a few times, so TOS safe. Well, just because Destiny listens to it doesn't make it TOS safe, but I suppose we could check it out. Mr. Girl's album is straight from 2004. It's an experience. Oh, this is one of his songs, huh? I Killed Pedophiles. Interesting. I will give him this. He's an interesting fellow. Whether you like him or dislike him, I'm sure that we could all agree on both sides of the aisle. An interesting fellow, an unusual fellow, maybe the people that dislike him would say. I'm fine with either verbiage. He's certainly an interesting or unusual fellow. So I think we can at least appreciate the kind of uniqueness of the guy, even if we disagree with what that uniqueness, you know, manifests as. So thank you for the level 4 hype train Twitch. I really do appreciate that. Everybody that did bits, that gave subs, that used their Amazon Prime or paid for their own. Very much appreciate all that. Very cool of you guys. That support does keep the channel going, so that's amazing. Books works out. I want to get better at sex, so I have to work out. So I have more endurance. I don't get cramps. Literally, the only reason I'm working out, all of the reasons I'm working out, all have to do with sex. So I'm just going to be completely honest about that. It's not necessarily a body image thing or anything. It's all really sex related. So yeah, I am working out more and more. So excited to see what you think, bestie book. Okay, well, hopefully I have the right opinion, or people will be very, very upset with me. I have a feeling. Oh, Pod, can't wait for workout podcast. I don't know. I don't know if I would do that. It's very embarrassing, me working out. It's very embarrassing when you see me working out because I struggle with it a lot. So it's just a lot of like grunts and
Damn.
it either sounds like I'm pooping or something else, I think. Very rarely is creatively talented as him without being completely bonkers. Sure, yeah. That do be how it goes. He's very blunt and honest. I wouldn't touch him with a 30-foot pole. Well, he may be on the show, depending on how today goes. So, you know, depending on the things that he says in here and how interested I am in having a conversation with him, I actually think, if I understand some of his points correctly, I think a lot of you and your content creators are misunderstanding some of the things that he's trying to communicate. That's not necessarily your fault either, because he does his own, you know, effort to make it difficult to relate with him or understand what he's saying. But I think that the way I've seen a lot of you respond, like the classification that of pedophile that you're assigning to him or some of the people that he's kind of describing, it would apply to like a lot of us, right? We'll get into this. I don't want to give too many spoilers, right? We'll watch the conversation fresh together, and then I'll talk about it as we kind of go on. But I think some of his points are salient, even if he's bad at delivering them. And in that way, he's similar to older Destiny, right? Where like, I get what you're saying, and it logically makes sense, but rhetorically and optically, you're a fucking nightmare, and you're not delivering it in a good way. And because of that, like, I understand why people dislike you, right? So that's kind of a similar thing here with at least a few of his points. Now, with the trans stuff, I don't really care about the trans stuff, so I didn't feel that way about that. With the pedophile stuff, I think the implications of calling tons of people pedophiles when we all hate pedophiles and stuff, it's dangerous. I think it has more of an impact. So, you know, and the majority of people are thinking that awful thing, right? I think at this point, especially online, I think we have more of a majority that are trans friendly and stuff. So I don't know if that argument and stuff is doing nearly as much harm realistically online as the pedophile stuff. So that's my personal opinion. I think that there's way bigger of a hate crowd for pedophiles, and if you start labeling everybody a pedophile, it gets very, very dangerous. Whereas with trans stuff, there's a ton of really good arguments for trans stuff. Tons of people already believe it. It is kind of the normal thing to believe in and support and whatever. So I don't feel it's as dangerous having him have those takes on trans stuff as it is you guys misunderstanding his pedophile points. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Booksmarts, you annoy me. Good to hear. But I always come back to hear what you have to say. Well, that says something good about me, I think. Book, will you talk to Anna? Unlikely. Toilet paper on the couch, Coomer Smarts. Is there toilet paper on the couch? Oh, there is. I'll move it just so you guys don't make memes. But that's because in the morning, I have like phlegm in my throat. So I cough it up a bunch. And when I'm like heaving and hoeing and I'm doing all my exercises here, I have to like spit up a bunch. So that's why this is here. I'll put it somewhere else. A likely story. Is there anything else naughty back here? I guess this stuff I should know. First time watching your stream? Well, I hope you have a good time. This is going to be an interesting one. The audience may be particularly divided today. Wait, you guys don't wipe on the couch? It's not for wiping, it's for spitting into. They don't have paper towels here, so when I have phlegm in my throat, I don't really have anywhere else to put it. Phlegm is code for cum in China. Well, Bing chilling.
Bing chilling.
Bing chilling.
Bing chilling.
Let's see here.
Hello, literature genius. Mr. Girl is my president. Please treat him with respect. Otherwise, I will make a very pointed rap album about your misdoings.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. You've got me shaking in my boots, dude. You got me shaking worse than Hassan when 2Mad challenged him to a debate, bruh. You've shaken me to my core. I'm very, very scared. Oh, poor Hassan. I'm going to check in on that drama just real quick. You'll have to pardon me for a moment while I take a look at this. The tweets are doing well. Some of these replies are kind of funny. All right. I like that. I like that. That's funny. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm distracted by Twitter stuff a little bit. All right. Here is something that I will ask of you guys. Could I get a link to the VOD where Steven talks to Mr. Girl? Timestamp, the very first pedophile discussion. If anybody wants to find that for me, we'll wait on that. We'll wait for somebody in the chat or in the Discord to at me and give me that thing. And in the meantime, I'll just catch up with you guys a little bit. Shill free, right? It's on his channel, no? It's not on Steven's channel. It might be on Mr. Girl's channel. I don't know. I could check that right now. I have Mr. Girl's channel in front of me. These appear to all be music related. So I only see music videos really on his channel here. Voshmish, yeah, surprisingly enough, I don't see the Destiny stuff. I see the Vosh versus Mr. Girl pedo debate on his YouTube channel, but I don't see anything about Steven on there. At Booksmarts, here you go. I think this is it. Okay, okay. People are giving me different links, so let me go ahead and field these real quick. Okay, you gave me this. It's not timestamps from the Destiny Vault. This looks good. Let's see what the other person sent me, just to be fair.
Oh, fuck that, you know. But at the end of the day, it's not super destroying our lives.
Nope, this is the gender and trans debate. I'm not interested in that. I think I already have the link in front of me. I'm just clicking the other ones.
Okay, I'm back. How are we doing?
Tiny.
Oh, okay. So this one's from the 23rd, and the other one's from the 27th. So we have some options here in front of us. Stardust just spent all day defending platforming him, so expect some shit thrown your way. Mr. Girl has proven. Here's the thing about platforming. I don't care if you guys hate me for this take. Here's my take as a content creator. If you want me to elaborate, if you ever want to debate me on this, let me know. Here's the thing. This platforming shit is almost always nonsense. The way the platforming stuff low-key works is if you don't like a person or you don't like what a person represents, you just don't want somebody to have them on their stream. That's how it is. It doesn't matter if it's pedophilia. It doesn't matter if it's anti-trans. It doesn't matter if it's conservative. It doesn't matter if it's Nazi. It doesn't matter if it's fascist. It doesn't matter any of that shit. It's just if you don't like the person and the things that they represent, you don't want to see them on your streams. Your streams are little bubbles that are safe. And you think that when that dirty thing comes inside of that bubble, it taints everything. And in your mind, you have this idea that it's going to infect people and you're giving your platform to this person to just sway people into these awful ideas. Like, no. That's not really fucking happening. So let's chill the fuck out. Maybe the arguments could be used by people. Maybe some people see it and they're like, oh, I low-key agree with that. That makes sense to me. Maybe some people have respect for positions they didn't respect before. So understanding maybe why some people engage in pedophilic behavior, or understanding why some people turn towards fascism, or why some people are anti-immigration, right? Like, I think the real harm or the real risk there is just understanding another person's perspective. I think that the risk of converting a radical audience to another radical idea is much more difficult to do, and that's often what this platforming thing is billed as. And beyond that, we're not even talking about audience sizes, and we're not talking about Destiny has platformed this person 3 fucking times, and we're all Destiny orbiters. We share such a huge audience, a huge chunk of our audience with Steven. If Steven already did it, made YouTube videos on it, and everything else, him doing that is far more impactful than any of us doing that. And it's really, you have to kind of look to him as the bigger person doing it and realize that is always going to be much more monumentally different than, once it's already done by him, it's different for us to, like, there's just so many routes to attack this platforming thing, so many different arguments that I think when you follow them through defeats it, that I just don't care about it anymore. Ultimately, you guys are just upset because somebody who has opinions or positions that you dislike, that you don't want to see represented in society, is a part of a platform that you enjoy, a person that you liked, and you're upset that they gave them the opportunity to be on their stream and to say those things. Tune out. Don't watch it. That's what I have to say to you. Tune out. Don't watch it. Oh, well. I think you guys need to get over that shit. I think we need to let go of this platforming thing because it's a very Pepega argument, and I'm kind of over hearing it repeated over and over again because it doesn't even do what you want. If saying this magically convinced streamers all over the place to not do it, I would be more understanding. Like, sure, you're saying that thing. It might not be a true thing, but it accomplishes what you're trying to accomplish. Like this, it does convince streamers not to do it. So I guess I understand you guys using that tool in your arsenal. It doesn't even do that. It makes them more staunchly defend their platforming of the person in the first place. Like we saw with Stardust. All you're doing is giving her free content to talk about this person more. The more and more shit that you send her that tells her not to do it, the more fodder she has on stream to talk about. And then we're talking about the person more and more because you decided to tell me that we can do it. It's the same thing with the Lauren Southern thing. I spent like a whole 2 or 3 days after the Lauren Southern talk addressing the people who were complete idiots about trying to convince me not to talk to her anymore. Nothing you're doing is effective, and if anything, all you're doing is giving me more footholds to spend longer talking about this person and platforming him. So you doing this doesn't even help your cause. It automatically almost guarantees that you're going to do more harm than if you would have shut the fuck up and not watched the video. Or if you just would have unsubbed to the person you dislike or whatever the hell, right? Like, you would have done much more by just not engaging than you did by leaving crude comments or adding people or leaving DMs that are awful. You're not doing what you think you're doing. So just any way we slice this cake of platforming, it just doesn't work out in your guys' favor. Hey, Booksmarts, you're out of focus. Oh, am I? Oops. Hey, I'm over here, camera. There we are. I'm sorry about that. It looks like it's still a little bit blurry. Oh, well, I'll push this back a little bit more. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, so the Lauren Southern thing is a great example. I remember even before you talked to her, you told everyone it was an interview, not a debate. Everyone was still like, you didn't push back. Was so dumb.
Mr. Boy gonna show up and start talking about how it's unnatural to be attracted to people over the age of 19.
So deplatforming people is actually platforming in its own way. You have your little platform and you chose to fill your mouth with the word of evil. You chose to talk about this person that you didn't like, right? Like, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, if I supported them, that's a different thing. Like Stardust, I think, supports Mr. Girl. Don't be mad at her for platforming him. And this is not to encourage you to harass Stardust or whatever either. Be mad at her and vocalize that you're upset that she agrees with him. Because that makes much more sense to me. If I brought on Lauren Southern and I was like, you know what, you have a point. All these brown people are kind of doing the wrong thing. Or like, you do have a point. I am sick of these people who are like coming from these fucked up countries and not going through the right system. They should go through the right system. That's not really fair to anybody. If I was like agreeing with her on a bunch of stuff, then that to me makes a ton more sense, because then we're at least talking about the ideas. But this idea that like the idea itself couldn't be on the platform, the person itself couldn't, like, that's fucking stupid. He is stun locked. I need to get this through because I know that we're gonna, I have to fill time on stream, and I know that this is gonna be a thing. Can't wait to watch the VOD, to be honest. At Booksmarts, do you think Mr. Girl is such a talented / calculated linguist that he tells stories to arouse sympathy and then uses that as like good boy points to do things like be a rape apologist? We'll see today, dude. I don't know. I didn't see that in the trans discussion, so not really sure. Okay. Be mad at Stardust. Got it, People G. Oh, another thing that I've added to the streams, both on YouTube and on Twitch, there is an extension called 7TV, and Bing Chilling.
Bing Chilling.
And you can use that 7TV app to get like emotes and stuff. So if you're on YouTube, it'll convert things to emotes and let you use emotes. If you are on whatchamacallit, if you are on Twitch, you also get a ton of emotes. So if we go to 7tv.app, you can set that up in your browser, and then it'll give you all these emotes. So it actually gives me like 100 or something emotes that I can add here. And so yeah, if you're interested at all, I've added a bunch of emotes, and how do I see? Oh, channel emotes only. There we are. So I have a bunch of emotes. I have 79 different emotes that you can use now. And if you're interested in having access to those emotes, having ooh on YouTube, for example, stuff like that, you can go ahead and go into 7TV and do that. It won't show on the stream because Restream doesn't work with 7TV. Restream is the platform I use to get YouTube and Twitch in the same chat. But yeah, you'll have all this on your client side end, so you can have fun with this. I just wanted to shout that out before we get into it today. Whoa, Booba. I don't know, it's a Twitch emote, dude. What can you do? Boobas is boobas. Why you gotta sexualize boobas? Boobas are a functional thing. Okie dokie. But yeah, so you have access to all that 7TV stuff. Now we have a decision to make here, party people. We have decisions to make. So we have conversation number 1, which it looks like occurred on the 23rd of December. Thank you, arigato datebayo. We have the love that background. Thanks, dude. That doesn't seem to work. It should work. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You have to like download and set it up. I'm not troubleshooting it with you. Did you see Too Mad and Hassan stuff? Yeah, I commented on it, dude. I'm poking the fires on Twitter. Do we want to start with this first one, the 23rd? And why does it say part 2? The first one's mainly the trans stuff. Ah, okay. So this is the one that made it into a YouTube video then, I would assume. So we don't want that one. We probably want, yeah, about pedophilia, shooting up schools, whatever. Part 2 of the VOD stream, probably? Ah, I see. Booksmarts, conversation 2 is just Destiny giving advice about Mr. Girl's career. It's cool, but it's probably not what you're looking for. I don't know. I think this is what we're looking for. This other one, they just talk about trans stuff, which is not really anything I'm interested in. I'm interested in the pedophilia one. That's part 3. That was Convo 3. Please link me the one where we talk about pedophilia. At Booksmarts, if you want the Twitch VOD. I want a YouTube VOD ideally, but I guess Twitch will do it. It's this one. Part 2 is the pedo one. Booksmarts, ignore me. I'm thinking of conversation. Yeah, you guys are confusing me. I definitely don't want the Twitch link. Part 2 happened right after Mr. Girl's talk with Vosh. Should we watch his talk with Vosh first? Should we watch his talk with Vosh first? It's only 12 minutes, apparently. No. Vosh Convo is a waste of time. It's awful. Why not? It's boring. Okay. I feel like we should, so we go chronologically. We should. Oh, there's a lot of no's. Okay. I haven't seen it, but I guess I'll take your I'll take your advice on that. We'll just go with the other one. I do the Vosh one on high speed, then after the Convo with Destiny. Well, it's 40-50 minutes. It was only 12 minutes on his YouTube, but whatever. We'll go with this one then. I don't think we need this anymore. So let's get that going. And I'm gonna check on Twitter just real quick. Real quick. I just want to see how my babies are doing. What is pathetic? Whatever. I'll like it. I don't know who he's talking about. Could be me, could be them. Just checking in on that. Okay. It's going along well. Those tweets are chugging along. Hey there, Booksmarts. Happy holidays. You do you. Trust your instincts, Book. All right, my instincts say that we're going to do this. The 12-minute vid is a response that Mr. Girl did after. I don't care about that then. Let's just go ahead and watch this. Vosh is always trending on Twitter, honestly.
Hello?
Hey. Hello.
I'm too lazy to put your camera on my video this time, okay? So you're just gonna have to do.
Should we do 1, or do you guys want to do like 1.2? Up to you. Should we do 1.2, chat? 1? Okay. I mean, we could do 1. 1.2, 1.5. I'm going to do 1.2. So the reason I can't do 1.5 and stuff is because when people watch in 2x, it's too much for them. And I have a lot of people that watch the VOD on YouTube. Hey, if that's you right now, I love you, VOD people. I timestamp all my VODs, so I make them fairly digestible to VOD people. So I have a lot of sympathy for them. I'm often a VOD person. So, all right, we'll do 1.2.
Deal with it.
Whoa!
You're gonna have to talk with your fucking words.
I don't know if I can do that. I think a lot of
my.
my communication is nonverbal.
Really?
Oh, maybe we should start with my notes on the trans discussion. I don't think we have to, because the trans one is kind of snoozer in my opinion. His stated thing at the very beginning was empathize with each other more and hate each other less. Let's see how well of a job he continues that theme in this conversation.
Yeah. Also, I'm wearing a cool shirt, but I don't think I can. Are you really refusing? Are you refusing me?
Okay, I can do it. It's just now
I'm a nuanced communicator. You saw what happened when I tried to talk to Vosh. He's playing Metroid. It's not. I feel like we need to talk.
Yeah, listen, just don't be so entitled to other people's screen real estate, okay? But there you go.
I'm not entitled. It's just standards.
Okay.
If you know, if you feel like this doesn't work for you, then I understand. I'll.
Okay, there you're
supposed to change the filter.
You got a cat?
I'm not happy. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a cat with a finger in its mouth.
Nice.
Thanks.
What's up?
That's a cool shirt. I like this cute emote you have of this like gorilla sitting in a chair. I don't know where that's from. Sorry, I won't be distracted by chat. I promise we'll try to do more video than talking.
You tell me, Destiny. Should I call you Destiny or Steven?
What's your name?
Max.
Okay, you can call me Steven. I'll call you Max, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
The real you.
The real me, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Dylan thinks Too Mad is being tweeted by Destiny. Okay, again, with what behind the scenes information I have, I don't think that Too Mad is tweeting things that Steven is giving him. As a matter of fact, I will say one thing, and this is a major leak, okay? At least one of Too Mad's tweets was plagiarized from me. So I'm pretty sure that this is not all coming from Steven. At least one of Too Mad's tweets was plagiarized from me. So I'm skeptical that he's getting it from Steven, but that's just my behind the scenes sneaky deaky opinion, okay?
I feel like there's so much that we have to catch up on already.
Yeah. It's been like over, what, 48 hours?
I know.
Like I said, 2022 Booksmarts. I'm gonna be the puppet master, dude. I'm gonna be like Mizkif, dude. I'm gonna navigate this drama. I'm gonna get me mine, dude. That's what I'm gonna do.
I missed you. So much has happened that yeah. So I guess there's like the meta conversation, the conversation about the conversation with Bosch.
The my arch nemesis. Yeah. You immediately went on right after talking to me. Do you understand how rude that is? You didn't even wait like a week. You just immediately hop dick right over to the other guy.
Yeah, I didn't know that when I did that, to be fair. But if I had, I probably still would have.
Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you've got quite the platform here. My channel's grown by 20% since our first little chat, so...
Okay, can I make one request?
Yeah.
Hey, I've debated a guy a long time ago about pedophilia. His name was Amoc, okay? Do you know this guy?
I was going to say, you know what I was thinking of saying to you right at the beginning? I was going to say that I have a Christmas present for you. And this Christmas present is...
Requires me to be in Singapore to view legally or something? How about we... Yeah.
No. The present is
Jesus.
That I will never get arrested for possession of CP.
Okay.
Or for rape or molestation or any other child sex crimes.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, okay?
I know. I felt like I should tell you that because...
That's good.
I know that it shouldn't be true, but to some extent you are taking somewhat of a risk having this conversation with me. I understand that.
I'm glad you can acknowledge that. It's a great risk, actually. I'm basically a fucking martyr / hero for even entertaining.
Well, I know you don't want people to feeling bad for you about it, but I do. I think it is real.
Sure, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So does that answer your Amos Yee line of questioning, or do?
Not really. It was kind of a joke. If you are going to get caught for it, you're not going to admit to it now. So I guess we'll find out in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find out in the next 5 years. I mean, at some point, like, people are like, oh, is he a Nazi or a pedophile or both? Or is he a school shooter? Or is he racist? Or is he a woman abuser? It's like, just the statistical likelihood of being all those things seems pretty low. So maybe it's just a communication style difference. Okay, so you want to talk about Vosh first?
Yeah, you had a conversation. So, yeah, do you want to have the meta conversation first? Or there were a couple of topics you brought up I was kind of interested, but yeah, we can do either one.
Yeah, let's have the meta conversation, and if you want to have a conversation about pedophilia, I'm always up for that.
What did you say? I love pedophilia. It's a good.
I love pedophilia.
It's a good conversation topic to explore. A lot of stuff. Yeah. Okay. So go for it. What do you want? How did you feel coming out of it? Did you feel like it was a life enriching experience?
No, it was horrible. I felt upset.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, he said that my fans deserve lead therapy, or they need lead therapy.
What does that mean?
To shoot them, lead like bullets.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that was like something I hadn't thought of, how I would feel somebody saying like that you should kill my fans. I felt very mama bear then. I don't think it's not. I mean, I don't think they're actually gonna get harassed or anything. I don't think it really matters. But that bothered me. It bothers me that he was evasive. Obviously, you could tell that in the conversation.
I know how the Vosh convo ends. It ends by Mr. Girl asking what color underwear some underage person has, and then Vosh hangs up. So I know it doesn't go well. I didn't know he threatened you know what? I'm going to use the word threatened. That threatened to kill his fans and stuff. That's fucked. Vosh gets away with some crazy fucking shit, dude. This guy gets in trouble for fucking saying that they have my blessing to fucking shoot people that are in the middle of committing a felony that could cause bodily harm to other people. But Vosh literally just threatens to like kill this person's fans, and he just, I don't know. You know, I guess drama smarts in 2022. I'm gonna say more stuff like that, but I think Vosh gets away with more shit than he ought to be able to get away with. Same with Hassan a lot of the time, but all right, that's how it goes.
Conversation. And then, like, I understand why he doesn't want to get clipped, as you were saying earlier.
For sure.
Nobody wants to get clipped.
Will the strip club hypothetical come up in this conversation, or do we need to look at that before? Because they'll talk about it, right?
Clipped. But I also think that capitulating to the fear of getting clipped is a bit cowardly, and I suspect Vosh does too. And so he's perpetuating it by capitulating, but he's also perpetuating it by saying, by trying to ride the line of saying, I'm going to have this conversation and I'm not going to get clipped.
Because you probably didn't watch, I went over the video today. One of my criticisms was, I actually think it is totally legitimate to never want to have that conversation. I think that's especially as a public figure. But
that's why I asked him. I emailed him in advance and said, here are the topics I want to talk about. Are you interested in any of these? And like, I was giving him a chance to say no in private.
So if you want to be like, I'm not talking about this type of thing, that's fair. But don't be like, well, I'm going to talk about it. But then when you talk about it, you just like morally grandstanding the entire time and then trying to escape when it gets too hairy. That's stupid. I think that makes you a loser.
Yeah, and I felt like I felt that he had decided the conversation was over a few minutes before.
Here's another thing I'm going to say.
And was waiting.
That's going to be maybe a little. By the way, I'm liking that he cut his hair. I find that he's much more handsome when all of his hair is groomed. Like when his beard looks good like this, when his hair looks good like this. I think Steven looks really handsome when all of his stuff is done, and I hope that we see more of that from him. And as far as this Vosh thing, I guess we'll keep watching through this as long as possible. This does seem a bit like one of those, you know how Destiny says that they have like the Destiny support group? I guess this is kind of like a Vosh support group in its own way. You know, the reason why people go to the support group, why Mr. Girl is here, is a little bit different, but it does seem like a bit of a Vosh support group moment, but we'll see how long it takes to get through it.
For a good exit, and I think I obviously gave him one, but I think that not intentionally, I didn't know he was going to hang up, but in retrospect it seems like he had decided he was done before that.
Probably, yeah.
If your answer is between 14 and 17 to the hypothetical strip club, what age is the average American male most attracted to?
Okay. We do need to know the strip club hypothetical. Does anybody have like a link to the strip club hypothetical? Do we want to look at that? I assume it's this, that if we had a strip club that had any age available to you as far as like the sex worker that you could pick, what is the average age that most Americans would go in there and select? Is that more or less the hypothetical? Like, he just said it? Okay, they'll explain it. All right.
Why wouldn't you say 15 and like, I guess, why wouldn't you just say 16 then? Or 17?
Well, I think it's because you
don't want-
rightfully pointed out that there's a huge chasm between 14 and 17. And
yes.
Vosh tries to ride this line. He tries to live, there's two Voshes inside of you. There's the logically correct Vosh that is argumentatively valid and sound. And then there's the optically and rhetorically effective Vosh that looks good in front of an audience. And he tries to have both of these Voshes at once. And in some conversations,
that was a compromise.
Well, the problem is these two things can't compromise sometimes. So like an answer to that question that is both intellectually honest and looks good publicly is they live in different worlds. There's no overlap there, probably. Because the answer is probably a bit younger than you really want to admit, truthfully. But optically, if you give the
Vosh answered 14 to 17, by the way, and refused to elaborate when Mr. Girl asked him to. Oh, okay. No, if there were a strip club for each age, which would be the most popular? Oh. Well, that's different. That's definitely different. I was thinking like you go to a strip club and they give you like a menu and then you get to like pick which age you want, right? But yeah, if it's like every single strip club is its own thing, I don't know. I guess that's different. But I'm thinking of like marketing and stuff. Maybe I'm taking the hypothetical a little too seriously. I think it would be easier if you told me it had a menu and to see which are people selecting more often. But even then, I don't know if that's the same as attractiveness, right? What you would have sex with to pay for it is different than what you're attracted to normally on the day-to-day. So I'm not even sure if that hypothetical necessarily gets or conveys what we're trying to convey. So there's my logical critique of that hypothetical is I'm not sure that's giving us information that's helpful for these arguments or for understanding the topics we're trying to understand. Because I think what people find attractive is going to be different than what people would pay to have sex with at a brothel or something like that. So what's your answer to the hypothetical? I'm going to go outside of the hypothetical for a little bit and say, I think that if we're talking about people psychologically being tripped up on a very particular age, I think more people are psychologically tripped up on something that's like going to be either at the end of development for women and stuff, like when they're done developing and they're at like peak. And I think that's going to be something like your 20s or the late teens. And then I think we're probably going to also have a subset of people that have this kind of Oedipus complex, and they're going to be thinking about moms and stuff, because I study psych, so that's where I'm getting that from. And those people are probably going to want older women. And I think that these two categories are probably going to be larger than the category of people that are going to pick anything under the age of 17. That would be my guess. I don't think there would be as many people as we're thinking that would go for things under the age of 17. However, I also think that if we had a strip club with, I don't know, because strip club's another thing. Brothel and strip club are two different things. I think women with fully developed assets and a fully done growing body are going to be much more attractive stripping than underdeveloped women. Because I think that most of us are attracted to these sexual features of women, which are done developing later in life. So if we're talking about strip clubs showing off assets, I really think we're going to pick older than the answers are here. I'm not sure if we'd be interested in young teeny boppers doing this as much as we would older women that are more sexy. But then again, I'm attracted to that more. So maybe that's getting in the way of my answer here. But I also think that some people would go for the novelty of being able to, in an example where we have a brothel of androids that could look like they're any particular age and it's on a menu, I think I could see a lot of people picking underage women as a sort of like, ooh, it's okay because it's an android. I guess I'll try it out, whatever. I think that in a society where that's able to happen, I think we would see an uptick in people that are going to fuck the underage android. But I still think it would be less in comparison with of age androids. I think still people would pick the more developed body types, but that's because I think that's how that sexual attraction stuff works, honestly.
Better answer. It's just everybody knows.
Mr. Girl's answer was it would probably start at 14 and move up to 15, 16 as the novelty wore off. Okay. I guess that's one way of looking at it. I'm just not convinced that as many people as he seems to think are like closeted pedophile people who are going to be happy with like a younger person. I don't really find younger bodies as that attractive. If I'm able to select older bodies, I don't know.
It's probably not the right answer, and it just looks bad.
So what I don't get, if you're at the point where you're about to snap, boot me off the call, and say that my fans should all die, wouldn't you just switch to optics mode and say, either just say,
are you going to go off of the other video? I'm not going to watch it because people said they don't want to watch it, and I'm here to entertain. Sorry, guys.
You know, honestly, I have no idea. What do you think? If
well, but he did. He tried to get you on the like. Are you?
This is the exact hypothetical timestamped. You're a godsend. All right, we'll check it out.
Please work your way around that crap.
Here's a thought experiment. I'm gonna open a string of strip clubs in Las Vegas. And it's gonna be called Mr. Girls, whatever you want Emporium. Okay. And in one strip club, the strippers are 25, 24, 23, 22, all the way down to infants. But each strip club, and this is a sovereign state, so there's no laws. In each club, everyone is the same age. Okay, so if you want to watch babies crawl around, or you want to watch 100-year-olds, we'll start at 100. So basically, everybody and everybody all the women on the planet have to work here. My question is, in America now, which club do you think would be the most popular if this were to open tomorrow?
In a sovereign state adjacent to America.
Yeah, and it's you know, there's identities are there's no issues of social ostracization. Nobody knows. Everybody's wearing whatever disguises.
The closest argument you could make there, I think, is from European literature from ye olden days, and it seems like predation against girls spiked up around like 14 to 16. So if you could, if all the degenerate sex tourists,
yeah, looking around you at America now. I want you to base this just on your sense. You know a lot of people. You talk to a lot of people about this. And we all.
You know, I haven't talked to a lot of people about this specifically. I'm going to.
Okay, well, we run in different circles, but
no,
based
please
on
don't
your
say
observations
that.
of American humans, which club is the most popular? Straight men are going, and they're women.
Culturally, I don't think that we've done anything to appropriately discourage that kind of predatory behavior towards girls. So my guess is that it would be somewhere between 14 to 17.
Jesus.
I think that culturally we've done
one-way mirror. The girls
little.
don't know. The girls don't know that you're. Is it even predatory to go look at them? They don't know that you're looking at them.
I would say that it's predatory.
It's a website where you can log in and look at locker rooms. Just forget the slavery aspect.
I would continue to believe that's predatory.
Yeah, for sure. But much harder type of predatory behavior to discourage if no one will ever know that camera was there.
If you put a camera in an underage girl's locker room and the police found it, I assure you that they would be able to very quickly, succinctly, and with great confidence explain to you what you did wrong.
All right, then I have to go take care of something. No, I'm just kidding. All right, what if, okay, motherfucker, you're adding all this shit in.
These memes get him in trouble. He needs to not do this. I like, you guys will say it's funny and whatever, but this is probably what's contributing to Vosh eventually kicking him off. I think, especially when pedophilia is something that is really, really awful to most people, the more jokes like that you make along with these hypotheticals and arguments, you're kind of building a negative, like a deficit in optics that's going to lead to something bad happening.
I want you to...
I'm not. If you're trying to catch me in a hot take, it's not. I've argued raising the age of consent.
I'm not trying to. Do you think I'm trying to trap you after what I said to you? After I told you I was a Care Bear, and you think I'm trying to? You think this is a sting? Listen, androids, fucking perfect replicas. The strip thing again. No one is getting hurt. They just look exactly like humans. My question is, which club is the most popular? My question is, where do you think we're at? And I'm asking it in kind of a exciting way because we're in public. But where do you think we're at? What is?
I genuinely don't think that much has been.
Somebody in my chat says, Mr. Girl says the dumbest things. He makes it hard to be good faith. I completely disagree. I actually think it doesn't take much fucking effort on your part to still interpret his arguments in good faith. These are clearly like jokes and one-liners he's doing because he has this dry sense of humor. I see that immediately. I'm immediately able to recognize that in the dude. So I know it's humor. I think most of you should be able to do that too. Now, not all of us are neurotypical, especially on this website. God knows, right? So that's going to make it more difficult. If you're not neurotypical and you don't pick up on that, I sympathize with you. I really, really do. But I think to most average people, you're going to see what he's doing. And I don't think it's that hard to continue to take him seriously or to be good faith with them. That's my personal opinion. I think a lot of the time you're making the choice to like think very negatively about him when these are clearly going to be jokes. Now, not all of what he says is jokes. A lot of the hypotheticals, the answers he gives, and the arguments he gives, those are all very, very real. But when he says certain things, certain one-liners like that, I feel the line between joke and normal is pretty much there. Now, I do see people making the mistake of hearing some of his conclusions and thinking they're jokes, which they're not, right? And we'll get into that with the Destiny conversation, but it's easy to tell when he's joking, I think.
Done to culturally disbar the average modern guy from the attitudes that we had back in antiquity towards women and attractiveness towards women.
What number?
I think it would be somewhere from 14. No, I think it'd be somewhere from 14 to 17. I don't think
those are big. That's a big difference.
I have no idea, and I couldn't even begin to think by which categories I would separate them.
What?
You know, I had a.
You literally just have to pick one number. That's all he's asking. You said 14 and 17. It would have been nice if he would have just said, okay, which one, 14, 15, 16, or 17 do you think is the most, right?
Someone I knew.
Mm-hmm.
Who...
Just, you know, if you're going to admit to any crimes, I would really rather not be listed in whatever federal reports are filed, so I would prefer it be done to video on your stream, unrelated to my own.
No, there's no crime. Huh. No crimes.
Hopefully not, because it was kept in a sovereign state, as opposed to the United States of America.
Yeah, this takes place in the United States. It actually takes place in Beverly Hills. Wait, are you? Can I ask you some biographical questions?
Sure.
He doesn't want to get clipped? Then don't be a fucking debater. Don't just say that you won't engage with it then. I don't know. Like what Steven said at the beginning, then you just don't engage, right? Like, you're already giving a fucking pretty yikesy answer with 14 to 17. That tells me something about what Vosh thinks about the average American. That wasn't my answer, right? Like, I don't really think it's that much further to just pick one of those ages. I really don't. And it doesn't necessarily say anything about Vosh besides the way he interprets his fellow countrymen.
Are you from Beverly Hills? I've heard this, but I don't know.
I was born there.
Okay, but you don't live there?
No.
Okay. Because I worked in Beverly Hills for many years as person.
But it also doesn't need to be so specific. You don't get to decide that. How do you know what Mr. Gro's trying to do with this? I don't think there's a problem with asking for specificity. I don't think we should be shitting on Mr. Gro for asking for one age answer when he asked for one age answer. That's part of what makes it difficult. I think if I had to pick one age answer for any of the time frames I gave, it would be difficult, but I would preface it with that. I'd go, well, it's difficult to pick one of these. I think I'm closer to the truth by giving a range, but if I had to pick one age in there, it's a bit more random. So I would guess maybe like 21, 22 would be where I would put the highest at, but like realistically, I think it could be anywhere from like 18 to like 20, 22 or 24 maybe. And then a whole other patch we would see closer to like mommy ages. So maybe like mid 30s to like late 40s or something like that. Or mid 30s to like mid 40s maybe would be another big jump, I think. Yeah.
Personal trainer. And so in the gym, you get to know people from different countries with different norms, and man, the shit they would say about high school.
So I think we're done with this one. Let's go back to this conversation.
Fishing for a certain answer. Is there something you want me to say? He tried to do that a couple times. Yeah.
But that's different from just kicking it back to me. As soon as he said, well, do you have an answer? I said, sure, we'll just go with my answer. That's fine. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. What I can't stand is you telling me that you did answer when you didn't.
Sure.
You got to admit that you don't want to answer. And I'm not trying to...
I don't know if that's fair. So now what he's saying that he didn't give an answer, he gave you an answer. He gave you a range. You're just unhappy with the range. This comes back to a problem that Steven has where he's not happy with an answer. He thinks it's a non-answer. He thinks he didn't get an answer. You did get an answer. You're just not happy with it, right? So like, be careful with this, because if you say that and then I go back and watch and he gives you that age range answer, I'm going to think you're a lying sack of shit, because he did give you an answer multiple times. You just didn't like that answer. It wasn't specific enough for you or whatever. Just say it's not specific enough. Just say he wouldn't end up landing on a single age. I think this idea of like not answering the question is annoying as fuck, and it's a pet peeve, and I hate hearing it from these people.
Like, catch you on that. I think evasiveness is like poison in any kind of honest discussion of anything. And so if you're going to be evasive, you have to say, oh, I'm evading this. Or just lie. Just like, if you want to just say 20 or 18, just say that.
Yeah.
I don't understand. But I think that the conversation actually was kind of dead right from the beginning when I was like, I don't want us to attack each other, and I don't think that's like productive really. And he was like, I want to cut the heads off slave owners and fuck their neckles.
Do you agree Vosh is being evasive? Sure, but not unreasonably so.
So like,
I think in the beginning, at least for the first 10 minutes, I thought it was actually a fairly good faith attempt to engage with what you're saying. But I think it went off the rails at some point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that if we can't come to an understanding about our different approaches to these topics, talking about pedophilia then is going to inevitably lead to an immediate train wreck.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, that would frustrate me when you guys were, you moved on from the topic, but you clearly hadn't reached any type of a mutual agreement. Not even like you both agree with each other's understanding, yeah. And it's like, okay, well, I don't know how the fuck you're about to advance the conversation if you couldn't agree on this or understand this, but okay. So yeah, but
yeah, I was kind of just like, I feel like we're gonna go in circles forever, so I'll just show you in real time what I meant, and we'll see how this falls apart, and then we did. Why does it matter?
Is that unreasonable given the Vosh chose the topic? From a debate perspective, yes. From a human perspective, no. I get why he would be uncomfortable, but I do think as a debate person, there are debate expectations, and he's not matching them.
If I'm a pedophile for the
Why is it such a big deal that Vosh gave a range? I don't think it's a big deal that Vosh gave a range. I think it's a big deal that Vosh refused to give one number. That's all I think they're making it a big deal of. It shouldn't be that big of a difference to go from a range to a single age. So not being willing to do that is like, okay, you're being a little bit of an asshole, right? It'd be like if I asked you, like, go brush your teeth and do your mouthwash and whatever, and you brushed all of your teeth except for like this quadrant here. And I'm like, well, brush all of your teeth. And you're like, I did brush my teeth. Like, okay, well, brush these. Well, I don't want to. Like, you're being Pepega with me. Just you've already brushed 3/4 of your mouth. Brush the last quadrant of your teeth. Why are you being this way with me? Right? It's like, you've already gone all this way. Just do the rest of it. It's frustrating because it seems like we shouldn't have this barrier here.
Is it that conversation? That's another question. I wish I had said that.
Especially when all three are underage. Exactly. Especially when they're all underage already. It's like you've already bitten the bullet. It's not like he said, well, it would be between 16 and 20. Like, okay, which of those numbers, right? And that's where we can shit on Mr. Girl as well. Does it really matter in that age range? Like, I get it, but like, you know, I can understand that as well. But when we're between these two things of like ask for a specific number and give a specific number, I think giving a specific number is easy. Just do it. You're already below the age of consent in at least where I live. So like, you know, just give the fucking one number. Who cares?
But the way that people think of these
14 is so different from 17, then it's important. Then he's not stupid for asking for a specific thing, right? So if you believe that 14 is very different from 17, then you can sympathize with Mr. Girl for expecting one number in that range, right? So regardless of which way you dice this, I think it falls on Vosh. I feel like the problem is it seems like not giving age doesn't really do anything. You don't know where he's going with it. Why are you like... Whatever. I'm going to move past this because you guys are being really Pepega with me. Oh, why does it matter if I just don't wash the fucking bottom quarter of my mouth? Like, I already washed it. Like, bro, why are you fighting this so much? It doesn't take you a lot to just do it. I am stun locked. I'm ignoring you guys. You know what? We're doing shenanigans. We're doing shenanigans on picking on this fucking age range shit.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Next person to mention this fucking age range thing, you're going to get timed out for like, I don't know, 10,000 seconds or something.
Topics is, I think people are more keen to draw an association and then discredit that way rather than engage with an actual idea. That's why so much of political discourse is centered around labeling people, right? This guy is saying that the crime rates between X, Y, and Z group are actually, even when we count for this, blah, 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 it's like, okay, well, he's a racist. Oh shit, well, I don't have to think about it now. He's a racist. Thank God. I don't even need to worry about it.
Right. And so I wish I had just headed that off and said, even if I'm a pedophile, does that mean that we can't talk about this? I guess I wish I had just said that. Okay, so if I'm a pedophile, does that mean you won't talk to me about this? And if he says yes, then I can say, okay, if by pedophile do you mean somebody who's attracted to girls primarily between the ages of 14 and 17? Because you just said that's normal. So does that mean you won't talk to anybody about this because you're surrounded by pedophiles and you're the only normal person surrounded by horrible
Jesus.
monsters?
Yeah.
But I didn't
that
think
would
of
have been one way it could have gone.
Would have got you kicked from the call even faster, but that would have been one way to do it,
Yeah. But no, I didn't know that. I heard about your falling out like 30 minutes before I went on.
Well, nice. Yeah, wow. Well, was it do you have a lot of conversations with people like politically or like online figures or no?
No.
Because when you say like this is the goal of my channel, just what I hear usually, that's like something that like an established content creator that's been working in this space for a long period of time might say. That's how you talk. Not that you're like trying to misrepresent, but that's kind of what I hear. But then I see obviously
I've been working for a long time, but I'm not established.
Yeah, sure. So,
it took me a year to get my first 80 subscribers.
Okay.
I think partly because that is my goal. Like people don't want to hear like, non-partisan political commentary nearly as much as they want to hear more dug in arguments that are like very group friendly.
Sure, the reinforcing of their own kind of political beliefs.
Yeah. But yeah, I started my channel 4 years ago.
Nice, good job.
I also had a newsletter in high school, and I had a newsletter in college that I talked about political stuffs, and was very controversial, and had some media attention and got me in trouble. And then in college, I got arrested for talking about the Virginia Tech shooting. And then I had like a blog, and so like I'm not established at all, but I have been sort of dealing with like PR nightmares related to how I communicate for a long time, and in my personal life, the same thing. So
not good. I'm gonna move my camera a little bit because I think it's at a bit of a weird spot there. Let's move you way over there, buddy. Oops.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to say about that, or did you actually get arrested, or was it just an interrogation?
I got arrested.
Was it from? Were you charged with anything?
Yeah.
What were you charged with?
Interference of students, faculty, or staff of an educational institution, and then there's a subcategory that is a felony not a felony. There's a class A misdemeanor and a class B misdemeanor. There's like a more serious one that is because you threatened to kill somebody. That's how you interfered. I got charged with that one.
Gotcha. And did you end up going to court over any of these, or did they drop these, or?
I got deferred prosecution. I was barred from campus for 2 months. The ACLU represented me.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah, they had police stationed at my classroom door just in case I came back to kill everybody for I think for like a week or something.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, the ACLU represented me for free, and then I got offered deferred prosecution as like a deal, which I took. So
what was it? I don't know if I allowed to say, but did you take that under the advice of the ACLU representation, or did you just want to do it because you wanted to be done with it? Yeah.
No, I wanted to go to trial, but they were like.
So they thought their feeling was that you could have actually got a conviction for some of this.
No. They were like, you're not going to get convicted, but what's going to happen at trial is not going to be psychologically good for you. And like, I know you want to fight these people, but don't. Like, it's not a criminal trial. Even if you're acquitted, is a horrific process. And basically, like, you're like a smart kid. We like you. You're too. It was very personal conversation. Why didn't he tell a story
like that? Because it's funny to tell it that way. I don't know if that's his intention, but it's funnier to deliver it that way, right? This is why Vosh opens up with the Republicans are fascists. And then he goes, well, I actually think that Bush during this election and his involvement with his brother is getting us closer to fascism. And I actually think the Republican Party and some of the points that it puts, and then like completely goes off of like, goes into more specifics and it's far from the initial statement that he gave, right? That hammer strategy that he and I talked about in our conversation. I think he has a similar thing, but it works better for comedy. That you're going to start with the crazy thing, right? This is like how stand-up works. You're like, anybody here have a felony? Felony? I got a felony. Yeah. Yeah. I said I was going to shoot up a school. Like, you start with the crazy things or whatever, and then you go. And I know it's not felony, it's class A misdemeanor or whatever, but like, it's you deliver it and you hook them in and then you walk them through it, right? That's why I'm saying the comedy aspect, sometimes people are mixing up with his arguments, but like, he delivers things comedically in a fun way, right? So I don't know.
You know, I really like you. I care about you. I don't want to see this happen to you. And like, we really, really, really have to strongly push you to take this. It's a mistake. And I got invited on Dr. Phil, and they said the same thing. They were like, I know that you think you can like outsmart Dr. Phil or whatever, but it doesn't matter. The audience is there to watch a freak show, and you're the freak. Don't. And kind of a very similar feeling to Vosh, right? Like, from the moment I walked in.
Audio is scuffed. Well, I'm looking at it and I don't see it as being scuffed. Is my audio scuffed, party people? Is it scuffed now? I don't know what to do because the audio is not going to sound good. Sorry, guys.
There was no warmth at all. And no matter, even the panties joke was...
Audio is fine? Okay, I'm timing out, William. Congrats. And I'm timing out Apparatus.
An attempt on my part to extend an olive branch to him to be like, okay, I can make fun of like, if you're gonna call me a creep or a pedophile, I'll make fun of myself. Like, it was a bit aggressive, but it was also an attempt to be like,
just tell me it's good.
Like, I don't want to be cornered by you, but I get it. The way I talk about this is creepy. That's fine, whatever. But there's no warmth, and I think that's what they were warning me about. That I have this kind of like naive perception, and so I feel like with you do offer more good faith than the average streamer that I've had experience with.
Yeah, I think I said this exact same thing when I was watching your thing. I think I said you seem incredibly naive and that you assume a lot out of people, and I don't think that they're ever going to live up to your expectations.
Right.
Right. That's a meaner way of saying it, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, my life is sad and disappointing for that reason, and so they saw that in me, and they were like, the Dr. Phil you would be if you had a show where you did what Dr. Phil does is not who Dr. Phil is.
Yeah,
and
sure.
you have to understand that. These people are not here to help you. They're not even here to talk to you. So just don't. Like, write a book or, you know, write your newsletter, make a rap album, whatever. Do your own thing, but the jury doesn't, nobody cares. Or a very small, and like, obviously.
Wow, 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Sorry to interrupt the content from Whiffer Nubbin. Thank you very much for those 5 gifted tier 1s. If you caught one of those, enjoy. If you have an Amazon Prime account and you would like to use that to get a Prime subscription on the channel and get access to all of my wonderful emotes, feel free. We have sub badges, so you can get those over time, and it'll show who's the real book fan. Alternatively, you can donate, you can super chat on YouTube. You can also become a YouTube member, which gives you access to YouTube exclusive emotes and lets you use those in the chat. You can also go to 7TV and download that extension. It'll give you even more emotes. So I'm just gonna do my shilling while all the noises are going. I think that's a good strategy.
Obviously, I don't like cynicism, so that was very tough for me. But they were right, because I couldn't have handled this back then. Yeah, so I spent the night in jail for comments in a class discussion about the Virginia Tech shooting.
What were you want to say the comments?
Yeah. It was the day after the shooting, and everybody was saying, you know what people say after a mass shooting? They say, how could anybody do such a thing? Why is this oh my gosh, thoughts and prayers, I'm so hurt, I'm so blah blah. And after so the teacher, or the class was contemporary and historical issues of black women. And the teacher said, and the class was like 20 white girls. This is at the University of Colorado.
Thank you, Demo.
2 black girls, 1 black guy, and me. And I'd known them. It was the end of the semester, so we'd known each other for like 4 months already. And I was known for having controversial pushbacks and takes and arguments in the class. And I had my newsletter that people also thought was controversial. And so this is not like completely out of context, is what I'm saying. And the teacher said, it's impossible to talk about our normal blah blah. So I want you to write down. We're going to read a poem about humanity today, and I want you to write down, your thoughts about humanity as it relates to this, and then we're going to talk about it. So after an hour of I'm not a mass shooter virtue signaling that I don't have a lot of patience for, I said, anybody who says they've never thought about shooting 32 people is lying.
Okay, yeah.
I said, every popular media that we have is filled with violence. We play video games where we shoot people. We watch sports where people give each other concussions and break each other's bones.
Okay.
Do you guys know what the call of the void is? It's a psychological thing. It's when your brain tells you to do something awful, like, you look off the side of a bridge and you're like, what if I just threw myself off right now? Right? I think that if I were to kind of give a TLDR on Mr. Girl's style, he is always pointing us towards this call of the void thing in our head. Thank you for that, Critical Canadian. He's always pointing us towards this kind of voice in our head. Because it's fun and it makes money and it's entertaining. All the above. So he points to these like unwanted parts of the human experience and the human brain, and we don't really like confronting it. Like, have I ever thought about killing a classmate? Yes. Yeah. I've even had dreams about it. I've had dreams of killing my family before. I have a recurring thing about my dreams is that I have dreams that I commit a crime and then I have to like run away from it for like the rest of the dream. I think it's like pretty normal to think about things like torture or things like killing or things like this. I think they happen at some point for tons and tons of people. I don't think it's like a super uncommon thing. The way you sell that to people, the way you deliver it to people, the way he's delivering it here, you have kind of 2 options. You can either choose to be good faith about it and interpret him in that way, that like, sure, everybody experiences something similar to that, whatever. We all think about awful fucking things we would do, especially when we're upset or this or that, or we feel alienated, whatever. And you can understand it that way, or you can choose to meme on him. And I think, unfortunately, in the Twitch space, with a lot of the positions he's taking, it is much easier to just meme on him. Same with like the cuties thing. Could you develop a documentary or a movie or something that sexualizes young women enough to make them sexually attractive to men who otherwise would never find young women attractive in like 99% of scenarios? Yeah, you could. You could put them in all the sexually suggestive ways that adults are, and you're going to hit some large percentage of the male population that's going to feel something or another. They may feel disgusted by those thoughts or by those feelings or whatever, and they're going to be disgusted when you bring that up to them. But I think the point that it is possible to do that, and that is what's being done in the Cuties documentary, is a salient one. Where you go from there, I'm not sure. But it's a salient one. And same with Vosh when he was talking about, well, Vosh, you're saying that historically you think that men have eyes for these 14 to 17-year-olds and we haven't done a good enough job in American society to curb that and curb that objectification. So you think that most Americans would still choose something in the age range of 14 to 17 if it was in my hypothetical. I think he's trying to point you towards that and to then build off of that. Like, okay, well, if you think that and you see most people have this propensity to go that direction, why do we demonize that in this way? Or like, we can do more with that argument once we get that point across. I think most of us could concede this point if I was in the room with you. If I was in the room with you and it was my job to advocate for this position to get your buy-in on it, I'm 99% sure that most of my audience within 30 minutes, I could get to accept and concede on this point such that we could move forward. It's not hard. He makes it hard for himself. And that's where the rhetoric advice comes in, right? I'm not going to give him necessarily like a ton of rhetoric advice on how to deliver that point because I'm not sure how responsible that is, right? Same with like Lauren Southern or other people. If you ask me in private, I would be happy to help you with things in wording and whatever, as I help plenty of people in private. But I don't know about how on my platform, how smart that would be. But so, you know, I just think he's pointing at these like parts of the human psyche that people don't want to really vocalize or pay much attention to, and then build arguments off of that. And that's just hard because it's a very shaky foundation where people are uncomfortable with even admitting it, right? So it's going to be difficult. Why are you wearing a towel? It's a blanket and I'm cold. Use common sense. Why else would I be wearing a blanket around me?
We watch people fight. Like, everything is about violence and guns in American culture. And so the idea that you are saying you don't understand why someone would shoot their classmates is not true. You do understand. And I don't.
And there's the part 2 to the argument. Like, come on, don't tell me you can't understand how a travesty like this could happen, how somebody could be pushed to that point, whatever. Because we've all been to the point of ideation. Therefore, it shouldn't be too far of a stretch to imagine somebody in the phase of ideation who has the things in front of them to make it happen and is pushed to the point of doing it. And we could be more specific and we could talk about how there is a range, right? Ideation, like dreams. Dreams I have no control over. That's way over here on the spectrum of these thoughts. Then there is like, oh, I had like a thought pop up in my mind when I was with the person and I was like, oh, what was that? It was I was conscious, but it happened. Then there's like, that person said something that pissed me off and the thought came up, but I pushed it down because obviously it's fucking crazy. Then there is the like, well, I've actually thought about this multiple times and I really dislike this person. If anything bad happened to them, I would be pretty okay with that. As a matter of fact, if I was in a hypothetical world and I was able to do whatever I wanted to them, I would probably do some horrible things to them and not think twice about it. And then there is the like, you know what? If I ever caught that motherfucker in an alley, I would fuck, you know, like, and then we get crazier, right? And then there is the like, I'm going to go buy a gun tomorrow and I'm going to load it with like, you know, 6 different clips and I'm going to come into the school. And then there is the planning of like, okay, I bought the gun. I'm going to plan my route through the school. I know what day it is, yada, yada. And then there is the execution, right? We have a whole kind of range here. Now, understanding that last part is difficult. I don't understand how somebody could keep going with that idea for a long, long time, buy the gun, plan it, whatever. Theoretically, I could understand how you get there because I understand the part before. That's his argument, but they're very different ends of the spectrum. I think, you know, this far end happens less and less than the other end. And though we all have had the ideation, not a ton of people make it to the other side, and that's what makes it unusual, right? So there it is.
I don't think that we're going to be able to stop it if we pretend we don't understand. And I think that rather than demonizing or dehumanizing the person who shot these people, if you want to save more people, what we have to do is empathize with him and figure out why he did that, and then stop doing whatever it is that's, or find another way to.
And this gets back to Booksmarts' point. That's why, to some extent, I like Mr. Girl. I think that this is a good message, that if you really want to stop something, understanding it is going to be one of the first steps, because you have to know what's causing that. You have to know the root of it. You have to know where it's going, whatever. If you choose not to empathize, choose not to understand why these people do the things that they're doing, you're missing out on a huge dimension that's going to provide you answers to how to combat it or how to stop it or anything else, right? Understanding the problem is going to be a huge part of dealing with it. Understanding why people go into radical groups or why those radical groups think the way they do or what they think. You know, like, empathy is going to be a key component in understanding and problem solving, and I don't see enough creators advocate for that when it's not expedient for them. It's not expedient for me to say we should use empathy to understand pedophiles or school shooters. I'm still going to advocate for it because it's when it's not socially like I'm getting brownie points for it that I think it's the most applicable, because that's when we actually have to exercise some, you know, we have to put extra energy into it to be able to do it. You know, I don't think we should only do it when it's easy, because when it's easy, it doesn't require much empathy or much thought to connect with why the person did it, right? It's when it's difficult that I think we really need to push ourselves to make that extra step to try to understand people.
Or prevent it or whatever, but like, school is horrible. Like, we treat students horribly, and students treat each other horribly. And so it's not, when I see a mass shooting, I don't think like, oh my gosh, I'm so puzzled. I think like, it's horrible, but I understand why it's happening. It's not puzzling to me.
Might be a little bit jumping the gun, but I understand what you're saying. This ties back into a lot of what you talked to Vosh about, in that we really want to otherize people that do horrific things. And I think one of the reasons why is because if we feel like they're like of a fundamentally different like material than us, then we could never be them and they could never be us. Like they're like a Nazi they're not human, they're monsters. It's totally different.
That's the nice reading of it.
Okay.
Another is that we're playing a game of Among Us. And when Vosh says that's pretty sussy or he self-reported, he is literally alluding to this conversation is actually not an academic conversation at all. We're playing a game of Among Us, and one or two of us is a pedophile. And we're doing our tasks, right? We're going around the ship and we're doing our tasks. So that's in this case, that's you make an observation, I make an observation. But that's just what we're pretending to do. Really what we're doing is we're making deductions, and we're trying to throw the scent off of ourselves so that we can hit the report button and get somebody else ejected so that we can live one more day.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I meant like in general, like this is the...
And to kind of build on this hypothetical, I would say that it almost feels to me like Mr. Girl assumes everybody in the Among Us ship secretly, like, let's say we're playing Among Us and we think only 1 or 2 people are going to be the imposters, right? And then let's say we spawn and we have the imposter thing, but low key, everybody is the imposter. Everybody has the kill button, and everybody is trying to like pretend like they're not the imposter. Whether they kill people or not, they're all worried because the button is there and they spawned in with the button, right? So I think he thinks that a lot more people have these problems or have these problematic ideas and just are not chill with admitting it. And until we all get together and go, hey, I have the kill button on my screen, and everybody has the kill button on their screen, then, you know, whatever. I don't know. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? I think he thinks more people have these problems and whatever than just the one person on the ship. And to play the game that way is problematic. So...
problem with like otherizing people is that we lose the ability to see potential pitfalls in our own behavior, and we lose the ability to understand why people act.
Very Freudian. Everyone is just like me. Yeah.
Bible thumb 500, but cool topic.
Thanks, dude. Thanks for the 500 bits. Yeah, But can you blame him, though? I'm sure he's had tons of conversations where he dives down deep with honest people and figures out that we're not all different, right? Like I could do with you guys. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty confident I could nail you down and we could find that you've thought negative thoughts at some point, or about killing somebody or doing something awful. You know, like I think we all have these kinds of call of the void thoughts, and I think we're all susceptible to a lot more stuff than we think we're susceptible to.
The way they do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I understand. I wasn't specifically talking about the Vosh. I just mean the more broad statement of like the harm and otherizing people. Yeah.
I thought you were saying that's the motivation for otherizing people, that we otherize them because it's too upsetting for us to believe that we could be like that. But I see what you're saying. You're saying it creates a blind spot.
Yeah. Why we do it is a whole other thing, but that blind spot is really bad. I have a lot of problems with the way that he speaks, and I hate everything he says about basically politics, philosophy, anything outside of psychology. But Jordan Peterson has a really interesting take on, or he said something that I thought was really smart, where he mentioned something about when he hears a story about like a horrific action, I think most people's response is generally like, that was horrible, I can't believe any human could do that. And Jordan Peterson says the way he views it is like, he's like, I wonder what it would take to push me to do that. And I think that's a better, as strange as it sounds, I think that's a more healthy way of framing the mind, because everybody's human and a lot of people have done some crazy shit throughout human history, and it's probably good to view it as like, well, what would it take to push a person towards this, rather than to view people as being of a fundamentally different material that makes them not like us, which means we miss basically everything. We don't know why things are happening. It's a bad thing.
Yeah. It's more productive of it.
Chat says Mr. Grohl is a fucking troll, and if I never see him again, that would be great. Click off the fucking channel, or I'm gonna call you a word that's banned on Twitch. Go off the channel then. What the fuck are you doing here? Even if I assume you're right, even if I assume he's a troll, you're a fucking idiot, because you're sitting here and watching and listening to something that you just explicitly told me you wish never would happen again. Hey, conscious moment, dumbass. Then go click away. Marty, I've seen you in the chat before, so, you know, I like you and all, but, like, don't chat stupid shit like that, because I'm going to read it. It's going to trigger the fuck out of me. Just go do something else then. Go call your mom. Go fucking play a video game. Don't listen to this then, dumb fuck.
Obviously, like, I agree with you that it's internally more healthy to the individual.
I love
but
you,
also,
so just
like,
go do something
from a
else.
problem-solving perspective, like, yeah, if every time something awful happens, we're all required to express puzzlement, then we can't solve problems.
No. And it reminds, there's even like, I think Bill Burr even has like skits on this, where there are certain platitudes that we'll say. Like one I think is like one skit that he has is like, you should never hit a woman or something, and he's got like never. I think he says it's trying, and obviously you shouldn't hit people or whatever, but like it's like a platitude. It's like, well, hold on, we really, and it's just funny ways of questioning these things we kind of take for granted. But okay, go for it.
I made a video called "How I Learned to Stop Hitting Women."
What was the answer?
Boundaries, but
okay, that'll do it.
Short. But yeah, my ex and I used to hit each other, and
it was a good skit.
Took me a long time to figure out why, and to learn to stop.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good that you learned to stop. I was in my ex-wife and my kid's mom. We were in a very physically abusive relationship, so I can empathize a little bit. Unless you go.
Notice that they both have the same experience. Their delivery of that experience is very different. My girlfriend and I used to hit each other a lot. So versus like, oh yeah, I can empathize with that. I used to be in an abusive relationship with a mutually abusive or whatever relationship with my girlfriend and blah 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 blah. Like delivered just very, very differently. It's this comedic deadpan thing is triggering people, I think. You
guys were just like play fighting or something, but yeah.
No, it wasn't play fighting. We were hitting each other. It wasn't super physically abusive. It was just like it was too much, but not like black eyes or anything. Like, no, we weren't damaging each other. It was just like, basically, what I came to is that if someone isn't empathizing with you, and then you grab them or hit them or slap them or push them or whatever, and then they do what you say, they're doing it out of self-preservation or because they care about themselves. Basically, it's a way to like connect the circuit that is not actually connected, to make it seem like they're listening to you when really they're like, okay, stop fucking touching me.
Sure.
I'm behind, but have a Happy New Year book.
Thanks. I hope I have a Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to all you folks at home as well.
And then also the fallout of like the crying and the comforting and the apologizing, and then like you can unite with each other against the bad thing that happened, even though you or the other person just did it. It's like a weird bonding cycle. Yeah,
there's a definite when you're in an abusive relationship, the comeback after the abusive moment is an incredible high. Yes.
Yeah, because you're like, I thought you hated me. I thought you wanted to kill me, but actually
you love me, and we love each other, and we're doing this. We're fixing this. Yeah. It's like a beautiful moment that you created by like doing something awful like 20 minutes earlier. It's very weird. And it's why people get stuck in abusive and really unhealthy relationships for a long time.
Yeah, because there's a great part of it that people don't talk about.
Yeah.
And he always wants to talk about things that people don't want to talk about. You'll notice that some people have this interest in talking about things people don't want to talk about. And when they see people reflexively kind of take themselves back, they go, oh, I like that. I'm going to use that again. And matter of fact, next time I say that, I'm going to deliver it this way. And I'm going to really lean into that, right? Lauren Southern started this way. If you don't know Lauren Southern's history, Lauren Southern started this way. She noticed that when she would say certain things when she was younger, it would trigger the fuck out of people and they would have a really negative response. And she just got off of this high of always doing that shit. And that's developed the woman that we see today, right? I know tons of people like this from school that were like that. They would constantly be trying and throwing things into the stream to see how people are going to react. And once they find stuff that gets a reaction, they feed off of that, right? And we can see adults that end up that way. And I think we all know somebody like that. And this is just one of those people growing up, right? He has a fascination with things that take people aback.
Yeah. So you can add woman batterer to the list. Yeah. So then the teacher said, are you saying you've thought of... So the teacher did to me what Vosh did to me, right? Like if I made the panties joke and Vosh just laughed and said, I don't think androids really wear panties, but okay, whatever. What's your point, Max? Where are you going with this? You sick fuck. Or are you trying to make an argument, or are you just saying weird shit? And then I would say, okay, here's my argument. Like he didn't have to tell his audience like,
you're a pedophile.
Man is a predator. He's a pedophile, and he's gonna. Oh yeah. Also, I heard you say, predator and pedophile are not necessarily the same thing. Like you can be a predator without being a pedophile, and you can be a pedophile without being a predator. But and so like if we're talking about the average age of attraction, that what does that have to do with me messaging his fans? They're not related at all.
Maybe he thinks his average fan is 12 years old. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that was another thing that dawned on me after the conversation. I was like, oh, were we just talking in front of a bunch of kids?
Yeah.
Because then I don't take responsibility for that because it's his show. But I'm like, maybe you should have said you don't want to talk about it because your audience is young and it's weird to talk about that in front of them.
Sure, I don't think that's the case though. Genuine question here: do you feel like society is obligated to talk about issues that personally upset or socially harm them? Society is made up of a bunch of individuals. If we're talking about any one individual, no. I don't think any one individual is obligated to talk about issues that personally upset or socially harm them. Because I'm not a debate bro. I don't really think you have to confront that stuff. If you are on this platform and you do this stuff, I would say there's more of an expectation of that. I don't know if you're obligated, but there's more of an expectation of that socially because of the way that Twitch politics works and stuff. Do I think it's good that we confront those things and confront and talk about things that upset or socially harm us? Yeah. It's helpful to do because it's good that we sort those things out, but I don't think anybody's obligated to do that. It's more of a supererogatory thing.
I don't know. But yeah, basically she did the same thing. Instead of saying like, you know, Max, what are you getting at intellectually?
I'm gonna flip this inside out so you guys know it's
almost
a
the exact
blanket.
same question. She said, are you saying that you've thought about shooting 32 people?
And you said yes.
I said thought about it or considered it. And she said both. And I said, well, I'm saying everybody's thought about it. So like, yeah, I've thought about shooting people. I've never considered it. No.
Okay.
And she said, because now you have a room full of people who are worried that you're going to come to class and kill them all on Thursday.
And you said not on Thursday.
I said, I'm not going to come to class and kill everyone on Thursday.
Yeah.
And she said, or any other day. And I said, or any other day. And then we talked more about the like theoretical part. People were saying like, well, people were like, why do you keep blaming this kid's parents? How do you know his parents did anything wrong? And I was like, dude, like, if my child comes to school and like shoots a bunch of people, like if you shoot your classmates, it means your parents fucked you up. Like there's no way around that. He did not have good parents. They screwed up. This is like a fact. Like obviously.
I don't know if that's the case. I think he's making a huge jump here. I could see situations where the internet influences the kid, the friends influence the kid. I could see things being outside of or not really attributable to the parents. So I'm just going to say I don't agree with this, but I get what he's trying to say. I can respect him having this opinion, but I disagree with it.
No matter how shitty school is, if you kill your classmates, then you have super deep personal problems at home. But I said we can't control that. We can't go back in time and like fix his family. So what we can do is try to think, how can we make school a better place for kids so that they don't want to kill each other?
Sure. To amend your statement a little bit, as a parent, I think I would largely agree, but I can conceive of some examples where a kid gets fucked up by other stuff that's kind of the parents just can't reasonably catch it. So I think like the best example is like you could fall in what?
Mass shooter fucked up?
Potentially, yeah. Like you fall in with a shitty crowd in school and, you know, either the parents don't realize it or especially if you're in a circumstance where you've got like one working parent and, you know, there's like not that much attention in the household over your day-to-day child's life where like, yeah, you know, a better parenting situation could have prevented this, but it's a little bit hard. It's like, well, that's the parent's fault. But there's obviously some lapse in parenting going on, but like it's a crazy world. Like, there's a lot of things influencing your kid at once. But yeah,
I think it's their fault. I don't want to get too personal about your own feelings about your own parenting. So, but I think if your kid shoots 32 people, you have made a terrible mistake.
Most likely, I think it's reasonable to assume that. But
I like how he's at least looking for where can we agree so we just move on past this. You know what, Mr. Girl? Not in all cases, but if I can get you to shut the fuck up by saying most likely, that's a concession I'm willing to make. Most likely you fucked up as a parent if your kid is shut up. But like that's easier to agree with, but that's not saying every case, right? I don't want to say every case. That's rough. Remember, always, only, whatever, these kind of very, very specific or all-inclusive things, you want to watch out for those. So not every, but we can say most likely or probably or whatever. That's easier to give on, right? Because we don't even need percentages or anything else. So let's see if that shuts them up.
The only reason
I'm going to say definitionally. I would even say that in the job description of parent, your kid not coming to school and shooting my kid is part of your job.
Yeah, I would say probably true. The only reason why I don't like to and this might be my inner liberal coming out.
And think what you will of him. He's an intelligent fella, and he's not bad at this debate thing. Like with that definitionally thing, I didn't expect that we were going to go there. You could ask me a gazillion times to give guesses as to what he was going to come up with and how he was going to handle this. I didn't think he would have this like quadrupled down with this definitional thing out of nowhere. So I have a slight appreciation for his approach to these conversations, and I'm sure DGG shares that sentiment. That's why we see them supportive of more conversations with him. It's not that they agree with his ideas, it's he's an interesting conversational partner, and I appreciate that about him. I don't agree with a lot of this stuff that he says. I don't even agree with the point that he's making here, but I can have a separate appreciation for how he navigates the conversation, and I think that's well placed.
The only reason why I wouldn't 100% ascribe like this is on the parents is because I think to some extent we're going to
Why does one of your eyes blink more frequently? Because your brain is split into two hemispheres, and they're two different people living two different lives. And the half of my brain that has to talk to and perceive all of this is working overtime and blinks a ton. And the other half is just like chilling out, waiting till like we eat food or masturbate or do something else that's like reasonably fun. So maybe that's what it is. One half of my brain is working overtime. No idea.
Have to accept that once your kid is like 7 years old, there are going to be things that start to influence him that's outside of your direct purview. And depending on how fucked up those things you can get, like you can only reasonably exert so much influence over a child's day-to-day life. So a really good example of this is when I was growing up, when you were growing up, when we were growing up, you used to hear things from parents, or you used to hear things about like, well, you know, always monitor your child's internet use. And when we were growing up, that was possible. You had generally, well, in my experience, you have one family computer. There was no fucking incognito mode, okay? It was pretty hard to hide fucked up shit that you were looking at from your parent, okay? You're in the room at fucking 12 a.m. masturbating to some crazy shit. You don't know where mom and dad is. You gotta download weird shit on your computer. But these days, you've got like tablets, phones, other people's internet devices. Like there's so much shit that maybe it's better as a society that we have a conversation like, okay, well, what is reasonable to show to kids? Or maybe we should have some societal responsibility for it because it's impossible for a parent to monitor at every single stage, every single thing their kid is watching. I think that's reasonable, but go ahead.
How bad do you think it is for us to have grown up masturbating in common areas?
In common areas?
Like, isn't that weird? That there's like a from like 1995 to like 2001, every teenager had to look at porn in the computer room.
Well, I mean, a lot of people. Some people printed stuff out. Other people had the what was it, like the Target magazines with the model.
Yeah, self-report here. I don't think I ever masturbated in the computer room. I don't think I ever did that. I would be scared to death of that. No fucking way, dude. As much as I love beating my meat, and I really liked it when I was young, I'm not beating my meat in the fucking computer room. I'm sorry. There's a gazillion other places I could do that with way less risk, so I never did. I remember I used to like download images when I was on Wi-Fi, like onto my like Sidekick, my phone, or onto like my PSP, but like, and then view them in a safe place. But I would never ever do it in the common room. That would scare me too much. I'm not a risk taker in that way. Coward? Hey, bro. I don't know. I believe in a society, bro. I don't want my mom having this weird moment of walking in on me either, bro. I worry about that. I don't know.
Roles in the underwear section, or way back before then, there were like the Playboy and the Hustler magazines and shit. But
sure, but like if you wanted to jack off looking at the
any kind of public gratification, like a restroom or your car. Oh, Booksmarts, do you want to answer this question honestly, or do you want to? Just where's my?
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
At the computer, you had to be.
You do at the family computer, and you just had to be ready to, like, you know, quickly conceal. Yeah.
Well, it made a lot of guys. You know what? Here's the most common sexual complaint. If you want to be ahead of the curve, it made a lot of guys really quiet comers. Apparently, that's really unattractive. Yeah. A lot of women like to hear noise, and a lot of guys when they're jerking off, like.
Yes.
And you're done.
I really don't like that.
Yeah.
I find it very unappealing in porn when men are just like. It's not good.
Because you're still looking over your shoulder for mom and dad. You don't know. And they're gonna walk around the corner and get busted. But sorry,
when you're
okay. You're
so.
Most likely a failure in parenting around the kid.
If you're no, I'm gonna go ahead.
Wait, chat, really? Who the fuck moans while coming? Oh God, are we really gonna get into the? I guess I have to now that I'm like a streamer and you guys want to hear about this kind of stuff. you could choose not to as a dude. I think a lot of dudes choose not to. I think it feels better when you really breathing is a huge part of orgasms and stuff, like at a physiological level. So the more air and stuff you're able to get in and the deeper you're breathing, it's gonna help you in that regard. So big tip. Beyond that, I think the step between like super deep breaths and like concentrated breathing and like noises is like very small. So I don't know, if you're not ever moaning or anything or making any kind of noise when you cum, I would go as far as to say you're probably not having the best experience with your orgasms, at least compared to the version of you that does choose to be a little more breathy or airy or loud or moany or whatever. So that's what I would say. If you haven't ever done that and you live alone and you can do that without weirding anybody out, just try it. Breathe very deeply and make some noises and go slow with it and kind of appreciate the experience a little more. Like if you have your own space, just remember you're not hurrying up to hide from somebody or trying to like keep it down so that nobody hears you. So just there's my advice to you. If you're of age and you can do that, and there's nobody around, do that and see if that's different, because in my opinion it is.
And say if your kid can be talked into shooting 32 people, that's still your fault. I have a hard line on this. I understand.
Okay,
we don't have to agree.
No, we don't. That's fine. But okay, go for it.
So people were like, why are you attacking his parents? Like, there might have been good parents. So I'm like, fuck you. And then they said, somebody said, well, what about school makes you angry, Max? It's the same conversation I've been having it my whole life. It's funny how similar it is. I said, well, the fluorescent lights, there's a shitty hole in the wall right here because they stuck us in like a crappy classroom because they don't like the women's studies department. We're like in a basement here, and like, you know, like the science whatever rooms are much nicer. Just the mindless droves of stupid people walking around not thinking about what they're doing. Just that to the school you become a number. You become your student number instead of like a person. Nobody knows who you are. It's all just anonymous and depressing. So in the newspaper the next day, Max Carson says he's angry enough to kill. He has every reason to kill his classmates because of the fluorescent lights and other colorful quotes like that.
Okay.
My teacher told the head of the women's studies department, who hated me already because of my newsletter, and the director of the department, who was not there, called the police on me, told them I threatened to kill all my classmates, and they arrested me that day.
Here's a question. Do you think that was fair of them or no?
No. Well, what do you mean by fair? From a practical standpoint, if you think I'm considering killing you, and you think that throwing me in jail overnight and then letting me out the next day, and then in the discovery process giving me a list of everyone's home addresses and names is going to protect you, then you're an idiot. That doesn't make any sense.
Here would be my on the other end of this. So to be clear, I think challenging conversations should happen in school. I like that. I appreciate, well, they don't anymore, or it seems like it's harder to do them, but I think they should. But this would be my concern is, I'll do it from the parent point of view so I can guilt trip you. If my kid was going to school and somebody made comments in class that were similar to yours, and then you do come to school and you shoot it up, and I start hearing all the students saying, oh yeah, remember yesterday when, when Mrs. Jane Thompson was...
I like that he mentions this because this is where my brain went to. If we did nothing and you said that stuff and then you did something, we would all feel real fucking stupid. But this gets to the point of like, preventing it, I think, is more complicated than we make it out to be a lot of the time. Like he said, if you give me all the addresses, you only put me in jail for a day and whatever. If anything, you could have pushed him over the edge at that point, and it could have made sense for him to kill everybody because he could think his life is over. He's arrested, his image is ruined. Like, if he was on the brink, you just fucking pushed him over with that shit, right? And he's free and he's able to do it, and you absolutely stop nothing with that, right? But it's tough. I think it's complicated, right? There's the kind of two sides to this for sure.
Listening to the students say that the fluorescent lights pissed them off so much he considered killing classmates. If I heard that the teacher heard that, and I was like, wait a second, you heard this motherfucker saying this shit and you didn't do anything about it? Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, so
I could see people being like, yeah, go for it.
Imagine your kid's going to school and your kid gets shot, and then you hear blah blah blah, the same story. But the story is that there was an academic debate about this shooting, and this kid who ended up being a shooter was asked by the teacher repeated probing provocative questions about his own predilections and rage, and then they threw him in jail overnight. there was no wellness check. No psychologist or therapist made any kind of assessment to determine whether he should be put in a psychiatric ward or institution.
Oh, and then they let him out?
All they did was charge him with a crime. And actually, at the end of that, they gave him your home address because you're local, so your kid lives at home. They gave him your address, and they put one cop outside the door of the classroom, for show. But he blew the cop's brains out on his way in, and then shot your kid. Would you be happy with how they handled that?
Probably not. That's why I laughed when you said you were banned from class or campus for, was it 2 months or 4 months?
2 months. I was not allowed to go within 30 feet of any of my.
That seemed like a kind of a funny punishment if they actually thought the crime was real. I had have you ever heard of a game called League of Legends?
Yes.
It's a horrible game.
Yeah.
I was playing with a friend, and when we were talking, I mentioned about like if we fucked something up, I was going to kill his whole family, and I was joking. I was obviously joking.
Right.
But when I made that joke, I was banned for 7 days.
It's okay. He won't show up to school. He's banned.
Threatening somebody's family, and I just thought that was kind of funny because it was like, well, if you really thought.
But like, as a security guard, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be the same thing for campus security, whether they're police or whatever. It's important because you get a posted alert to look out for that student. If he wasn't banned, they wouldn't have pictures of him or briefings to the campus officers and whatever. So to give you a peek behind the scenes, that's why it's important, is to put other people on alert to look out for this individual. It doesn't mean that by banning him, he goes, oh, shucks, there goes my plan. I can't even come on a campus to kill everybody. It's that it puts everybody else on alert. And it means that if you do show up, then they're justified in taking action to get you off of the campus or to act on reasonable suspicion that you're there for a bad reason. So like, yeah, I don't know, to give you guys a better idea.
That I was threatening his family. That's really just a 7-day ban? Wait, shouldn't I be permabanned? Why would you make me? So like if you're really like a terrorist.
So I think that's different. They don't think you're they don't think it's a real threat. And so I said to the vice chancellor brought me into his office. Who also already hated me and was gleeful at the opportunity to bar me from campus. And he said, you made threats, blah, blah. And I said, are you afraid of me? Like, seriously, we're alone in your office right now. Are you physically afraid of me? And he said, no. And I said, are you afraid I'm going to come to campus and attack people? And he said, no, not really. And I was like, okay, then what the fuck are you suspending me for? Like, I understand in League of Legends, if you're saying we have community guidelines and you can make jokes and you can say stuff, but at a certain point we draw the line because we're a private company and we don't want that kind of talk in our community. That's one thing. But the government can't do that. It's a state school. The state cannot say, hey, that's too much. We don't like that. They can't do that. It has to be a crime.
Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, to be clear, I wasn't banned on League, also I was banned on Twitch. But I understand what you're saying, yeah. It's a little bit
I see.
Yeah, that's why. No, if I had typed it in a League chat, I could understand more. But I said it on Twitch where I was clearly joking. Everybody knew I was joking, but I still.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying. This is like a legal thing because you're a state school, government, public institution. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, but yeah, even if we take the legal aspect out of it, just from a practical standpoint, if I were the teacher, and I thought one of the kids was saying, oh, you know what? I thought, is it weird? I think about shooting people. Not saying we all have weird thoughts, but saying we all have normal thoughts and it's normal to shoot your classmates, right? I thought that was normal. Okay. I would immediately redirect the conversation, and then I would say, hey, can I talk to you for a bit after class? I kind of want to check in with you. And I wouldn't say, you're not allowed to say that. I would say, I want to hear more about exactly what you mean. In a non-confrontational way. I want you to spell out exactly for me what you mean.
And there's his empathy thing.
I will alert the relevant authorities based on what you say. And I think ideally they can be interviewed by somebody who's trained to conduct kind of these, to do a psych evaluation and find out how much of a risk you are to yourself and others. Like there's no interference with the class. As soon as you told me to stop talking, I stopped talking. It's not like I was shouting and saying like it was a back and forth discussion. So I don't think it was handled well, either from a practical standpoint or a moral standpoint or a legal standpoint or a philosophical standpoint.
Okay.
But it's
the problem is he doesn't consider shit from an optical standpoint. From an optical standpoint, it was handled fine. It was handled good. Because optically, society would have expected that the school had some kind of repercussion against them, or that legally there were some repercussions against them. I think the average person would have expected the school to have done something in lieu of nothing. So that's where I think he misses it. Like, sure, when you really, really drill down and think about it, this stuff is just like not really going to prevent what they hope it's going to prevent. But it's an optical thing, and he misses that, I think.
It's me being naive. It's the same thing, thinking that like the day after a mass shooting, you can have a real conversation about it, or with challenging, disturbing ideas about empathizing with people in order to stop these things from happening.
You had a Bill Maher moment. Are you familiar with why he got fired from mainstream TV?
No.
After the he had a conversation on, he had a mainstream like media show. He was on one of the big channels, and it was like a week after 9/11. And people were talking about like how brave the firefighters were or some shit, and how cowardly the terrorists were or something. And he said something along the lines of, well, I don't know, I think getting in a plane and flying into a building is actually really brave.
Yes.
Like, yeah, and he got fucked for it, yeah.
That's true, but I don't think that's naive of him to say that. I think that he knew he was saying it because it was a funny, because it's inappropriate.
Yeah, well, yeah, he is
Yeah, and we get to the core problem with him. He likes that kind of stuff, but it's just going to get you in trouble, right? We're going to see. I have a feeling already 45 minutes in, that's going to be what repeats on into infinity. It's just this core problem here of the optics missing.
He is a provocative kind of person. I think you are provocative as well, somewhat, right? Or do you
yes, but my problem runs a little deeper, where I genuinely didn't know that Vash was going to kick me for saying that.
Oh, sure.
And I genuinely didn't know that I was going to get arrested, or I thought people would say, "Oh, here Max is running his mouth again." I didn't think they were going to say, "Oh, Max is threatening to kill us." Like I did not know that. And I think Bill Maher.
But that's not an everybody else problem. That's a you problem. You need to work on being able to interpret how yours, or to kind of think about how your statements are going to be interpreted and reacted to by other people, right? Like that is a deficiency on your part. You can't point at society and go, well, you guys are doing stupid shit and that's not a fair response and blah, blah. That's not going to really get you anywhere. I think taking a stoic approach to this and looking at what is within your ability to change and realizing that you need to be better at seeing how optically people are going to take some of the things that you're saying and to read the room a little bit. I think that is something you have to work on. That is a personal failing on your part, Mr. Girl. But, you know, that's where I am with it.
Has a better antenna for how things are going to be received.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to recognize his naivety because his arguments align with the naivety thing, because it's not even naivety. He honestly just thinks that those aren't good responses to like his behavior, and he argues against that. He's giving absolutely no sway to like, well, that's a reasonable way to respond to what I had said, right? He just thinks that they're dumb ways of responding to things. So it's tough because his argument is about how your responses to these things are not good. So triggering those responses and then pointing out why they're bad is a part of his shtick. So that's why, like, I can't give him optics advice, because I think part of his delivery and part of what he's trying to do is to trigger people, is to get them to fall in line with like doing stupid shit so that he can criticize them and make arguments about that. And they become one of his talking points, right? So that's the difficult thing, is I think that this is on purpose. And if it's not on purpose, it's out of pure negligence to try and think about how your actions will be interpreted by other people. And I just lean on the idea that it's purposeful, and he knows that it's going to trigger people, and he continues to say it regardless.
Wait. Sorry, I just heard something really weird in chat. Destiny, by the way, one of his guests was on the plane that got hijacked on 9/11. I'm pretty sure everybody on all four of those planes is dead. I don't understand what that comment means in chat. I think that as time has gone on, it's probably been more difficult because if you maintain the same level of kind of like satirical engagement with the world, the windows have moved over what's acceptable. Like the types of
except I'm not being satirical.
No, but your delivery is pretty dry.
Yes. And anybody says they never thought about shooting 32 people is dry, for sure. It's not satirical.
Yeah.
I literally believe that.
And this is where Destiny starts to fuck up. Don't say it's satirical. I think in both cases, I'm not sure that they're being satirical or joking. I'm pretty sure if you put them in a room with God, they would both like, yeah, I guess the true statement is that it's brave to have been on the planes that happened with 9/11. Like, to be one of those hijackers was a very brave thing to do, right? It's not something that we would encourage. It's not heroic. It's not whatever from our perspective, but it was a brave thing to do. And the truth of his statements exists, and you can't take away from the truth of them. You can't say that he's joking, really. Like, you could say that he is like telling a joke, but what he is saying is not untruthful. He's saying the truth. So you want to be very careful about this.
It's true, but like the way that you engage with a statement sometimes could be the same way that somebody that's considering doing it would engage with the statements. Does that make sense? There are social norms. This is going to sound really strange, okay? Follow me for a second. There are social norms, and sometimes violating the social norm, even if the norm in and of itself is meaningless, could be cause for concern, right?
Yes. The fact that I think it's fine to talk about a strip club full of 9-year-olds, even if the norm that we don't make jokes like that is stupid, the fact that I
would
do
break
that
the norm
is a data point.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm stating that because descriptively,
and here's another thing that I like about him. He's not a fucking idiot. He knows what you're saying. He can follow this, right?
The world is, that's true. That doesn't mean I agree with it. And I do think that people take that too far sometimes. But not to talk down or give you advice, but that's, if I'm talking to an audience, I think it's important for me, and probably for you, you have to be really mindful that people will draw very quick conclusions.
Good to finally get the follow from you, Bo Blacks. Now be a real man and hit me with a sub so you show up on the screen. Good to have you as a part of the community, dude.
About who you are, what you stand for, based on the types of social norms you're willing to break.
I'm intentionally unmindful of that.
You can be intentionally unmindful.
Yes, we know that you're being intentionally unmindful. Now I'm taking notes because I think that this is part of our like central problem here. Intentionally unmindful. I think he's more than capable. Like, here's the thing. Sometimes with neuroatypical people, and this is something I've had to work on as a person. This is a Booksmarts fuck up. I tend to forget that a lot of the people online are neuroatypical. In particular, that they have Asperger's or autism or whatever, right? So not everybody has the capacity to pick up on these sorts of things. I think based on all of his statements, he does. He just ignores them on purpose. So he's being negligent about that. He has all of the faculties necessary and the brain stuff necessary to understand how his stuff is being interpreted and to predict that. He's just choosing not to care about that. And that, I think, is a place where you could criticize him quite fairly and quite justly, right? And punish him for it even, like Vosh did. I think being irresponsible in that way is something that you could attack him for. I wish more people would just word it that way, but they don't, right?
Mindful. That is a thing.
Some of it is just naive.
On purpose is a harsh way to put it. I don't think so. He just said he's intentionally unmindful. Intentional and on purpose are going to be very much the same thing to me. And I don't think on purpose even carries any negative weight to it that intentional wouldn't. So I actually don't think it's a harsh way to say on purpose as opposed to intentional. He said he's intentionally unmindful. I think saying he's doing it on purpose is the exact same. And I don't think there's any extra rhetorical or optical negativity to that. And even if there was, we're talking about a guy who wouldn't really care about that. So I think you're splitting hairs, Thor.
And like, I am wired to not be mindful of it, but I kind of lean into it. There is a little alarm bell, a very distant, faint thing that's like, you know, if you start talking about strip clubs.
Saying I had no idea people would get upset is hilarious to me. I don't think he's said that at any point. I don't think that he has that belief that he's surprised that people got upset or whatever. I think sometimes he's surprised that the responses that people take are not in line with the concerns that they have, sure, but I don't think he's like has no idea that people would get upset. I don't think that's a fair way to word that.
The strip club and call it Mac. You know,
he was surprised Vosh got upset for different reasons. He was surprised that Vosh cut the call with him because of what he said. It's not that he was surprised Vosh got upset. That's predictable. He's surprised that Vosh cut the call with him over that comment. I know it's like super duper like this way, that way, being very persnickety about it. He's not surprised that Vosh got upset. He's surprised that he got kicked for that comment. He didn't think that that comment would be the straw that gets him kicked. That's what he said earlier when he mentioned that. So he said he was surprised because Vosh has said worse things than he has. Sure, but Okay, we're gonna like. I actually don't even think this is important to argue with you guys about, so I'm just gonna drop it. I think I've said my piece on it. Let's just go ahead and like continue watching this.
Mr. Girls, whatever.
Because I just don't care to argue about this one point. I don't think it really matters.
You want Emporium. This could go south, Max. And I think it's a much quieter alarm, but I intentionally, I think part of the point that I'm making is that I don't want that to restrict how we talk about things.
Sure.
So I have to just break those norms.
Okay. There are...
And I'm just mildly like autistic enough that I'm going to do it anyway. So it's all I have to do is just kind of let myself say whatever I feel like saying.
Is that a joke, or is he actually mildly autistic? That is going to handle how I interpret him moving forward. Today we are drinking, of course, because we have a little bit of a shenanigans. Yeah, shenanigans.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Today we are drinking Dos Equis Ultra. Dos Equis Ultra. That's what we're rocking today. It's only got 94 calories, and since your boy is trying to become a sex fiend, or sex fiend is a bad thing, right? Actually, I think sex fiend's a bad thing. Or sex pest is a bad thing. Is sex fiend a bad thing, or is that a positive thing? I don't know. Anywho, I'm trying to lose a little bit of weight and whatever, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had autism. That's kind of a rude thing to say, but okay. I wouldn't say that, because that's rude as fuck. I've never heard him talk about any diagnoses. I've seen quite a few vids of his at this point. Okay, so these Mr. Girl Converts are going to stun lock you? I don't care, dude.
And then it just
happens. Content.
Yeah, this is kind of the way that I... this is the way that I phrase this. Have you ever heard somebody say like, "Oh, I'm just an asshole in real life"?
Been a minute since I caught a stream.
Yeah. That's how I am. I am an asshole. I can be very blunt. I can be very cold. I can be very dry. However, sometimes people are willing to state that part, but they're not willing to accept the consequences of it. And that's something that has to be considered. So like, I'm an asshole, I'm very blunt, I'm very dry, I know that. But I also recognize there's a lot of people that will never be my friend or never want to tolerate me because of my personality. But I'm willing to accept that trade-off. That's all I'm saying. So when you talk to people, like 99% of people that do politics on the internet, I'm a huge outsider here, and you're going to find this out if you keep talking to more and more people, okay? Because Vosh is better than most.
So I'm going to share a private story. Similar to this guy, I would be afraid to go out to dinner sometimes with Steven because of this. I could be friends with the dude for sure. But like when we were in Georgia, I remember he said the N-word with the hard R multiple times, like kind of loudly when we were at the table. And there's a part of me that's always used to like correcting and listening for like racist stuff or like bad stuff or like from like leaking from, you know, that hits the wrong ears and then causes problems and whatever. We're in a place that I don't really know. There are far more black people in this place than in any other place that I've ever lived, right? So like, it scared me a little bit that he was so openly saying that word, being who he was and having the voice that he has. But like, that's kind of the extent of the discomfort with stuff like that. It's just that people are willing to say some shit that could get you in trouble in public. I think that's when it can become difficult. But it's not some personal thing like about talking with him in private or anything like that, or he's difficult to deal with. It's mostly being worried that like other people, you'll get in trouble with other people. All the people that used to follow Ice Poseidon were like that too. Remember how if you know what I'm talking about, cool. If you don't, you don't. That CX gang. Remember when they were at like an IHOP or something, and they were saying racist shit at the table, and then like all of the people in that IHOP basically were like fitting to kick their ass, and they had to like run away super duper quick. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you can look up like Ice Poseidon RV restaurant or something like that. You could find it, but like that. It's kind of like that. I worry about situations like that, awkward, weird situations with people, and I avoid them like the plague. But I'm a wuss. So
Hunter Avalone invited me to talk to him.
Hunter might be okay because he tried. I don't mean to sound really full of myself, but he tries to model, I think, a little bit off of some of what I do. So some of these people will be okay, maybe. But a lot of people are going to be very quick if you're willing to break social norms to associate you very negatively very quickly and then write you off and then move on. And that's going to be something that you have to like. That's just it. You have to accept that. So you have
I think I may need to explicitly. I agree at the outset then with them that like this is kind of how I communicate. This is how we're going to go into murky waters. So if you don't want to go into murky waters, then just say that. And we don't.
It's not just murky waters though. It's your demeanor. It feels very scary to a lot of people. Do you understand that, or do you not understand that?
Yes, people are terrified of me and always have been. I understand that.
Yeah, you say that half jokingly, but like you come across as somewhat different. Do you must understand this? Yeah. I do sometimes as well.
I'm not joking.
Yeah,
people
okay.
literally are. When I go to the grocery store and I buy whatever I buy chicken. If the cashier is paying attention, they will become often terrified of me.
Okay, gotcha, yeah.
Just through a 3-second interaction.
Okay, so then you're aware that you just have to be mindful of how people are going to interpret what you say, and that this is going to actually preclude you from certain conversations. Now, the only reason I say this, and I'm speaking from personal experience for a lot of this, because a lot of our ideas are the same internally, but I've had to externally remodel some of these, because I used to believe like I want to be able to talk about anything how I want to, and the only thing that should matter at the end of the day is the strength of my argument. Literally nothing else should matter. I should be able to murder in a video game 20 people, and it shouldn't affect anything I say. I should be the biggest hypocrite or whatever. None of that should have anything to do with the veracity of any of the arguments I make. But realistically, it does. Everybody views you in a holistic manner, and sometimes the strength of your arguments are literally resting on the validity of your character or your past actions in terms of what you can get away with or can't get away with, or how people view your arguments. It's not fair.
That's why I got you your Christmas present.
What was that again?
Not raping kids.
Oh yeah, thank you. True. So that your character isn't that damaged, hopefully.
I know. To proceed down the road I'm going down, I have to be either a Boy Scout or very transparent. I think just saying like, yeah, I used to hit my ex, is also kind of a way to say like.
I think it's a two-part thing. It's not just letting people know you're going to be going down this road of like weirdness. You also have to guarantee them that the thing they're going to think is not true. So I need you to tell me at the outset, hey, we're going to be talking about like pedophilia, and it's going to get weird, and it's going to get into territory where like we're going to have like these instinctual kind of like aversions to parts of the conversation. And given that fact, and given that I'm going to be saying some things that's going to make you think things about my character and have some questions about me, I want to let you know I'm not a pedophile. I'm not this. I'm not that. I don't feel this way. You really have to like create some like positive like debt with the person that you're going to like ask back for during the conversation. I think that's really the most you could do. That's the only part I'm not hearing that he has to do. If we're talking about clocking people as imposters, you really need to sell me on the idea that you're not an imposter before you start telling me about all these imposter-esque things that you're going to be talking about. So I think that's where we want to do it. He does the exact opposite, right? Like when he opens up with the school shooter thing, he talks about how I actually got arrested for like blah, 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 blah. It almost sounds like he's already selling us on the idea that the thing is true. And then he needs to work us through why it's not true. That's a very hard way of doing it if the chances are that somebody's going to stop listening between point A and point Z. I think you just really want to make clear from the get-go that it's not the thing. It's going to kill your comedic value, but I think it's going to make for better conversations where you hold on to the audience and the other creator for longer, which I think is the problem he's running into and what he needs to fix.
I'm not going to lie to you. The trade-off is I get to say whatever I want and communicate in a way that's terrifying. But the trade-off is I have to tell you the truth.
Sure. You can do it, but I'm just always warning you that like people...
Are you mentoring me?
No. Well, because you're entering this foray, and I don't know how long until you get canceled or fired or give up. Because I think you're very good at having conversations. A lot of people aren't capable of hearing something and reworking it in a way that makes sense, and then you both understand it, and then you kind of move on from there in the conversation.
Talking.
Yeah, I say that, but the more you talk to people, you realize the bar is, well, you already should know.
It is, because it's not just talking, it's listening. You have to be a good listener. You have to be a good talker. You have to be good at like formulating the ideas in your brain. There's like multiple steps to this, and very few people are good at all of them. For instance, the Serps can appear like a completely normal person. He's a handsome young man with a nice voice who can make complete sentences and whatever, but he's not like all there because he can't listen. So when you talk to him, it's almost like you're watching a computer screen just like give you feedback, but when you type on the keys, it doesn't do anything. There's no way to like get inside of the computer or like to give any inputs because he can't listen. And that's the difficult thing about him. And then there are other people who are super good at listening, but they're not good at like logicking out what you're telling them. I think Lauren Southern is like this a lot of the time. She can choose to be obtuse or difficult with you in a conversation intentionally for her own benefit. And that makes it difficult to talk to her because she's fucking up what you're saying in her head, right? Then you have other people that focus on like really being good at the surfs part where you look good and whatever, like Vosh. He tries to be very, very good optically, but it'll be to the detriment of like thinking through your position, kind of similar to the Lauren Southern, where he can listen to you, but he's only going to listen insofar as it's going to help him make his point and help make you look stupid. So, you know, like we see problems with tons of people in this process because nobody's willing to give you a fair shake at every step and be good at it. And I think that's kind of the issues we see. Like, you know, this is a process that if you don't do good at every step, it doesn't come out looking the way Destiny looks in some of his conversations, because with lefties and stuff, sometimes he doesn't do this, right? And he looks like he's fucking crazy. So, you know, like, he's not necessarily perfect at it all the time, but he's certainly capable of it the same way this guy is. Econo Boy is another person who I think is very, very good at this. He can listen to everything you say and respond to all of it. He's being fair with it when he cooks it up in his brain. And he appears like a normal person, doesn't get upset, doesn't get frustrated, doesn't get emotional, whatever. He's got all that shit on lock. Not a lot of people like that. Not a lot. Then there are people who do all that, but they will let the emotional part come in. And they are like a normal person. A4 Andre is like that. Very, very intelligent, very, very societally intelligent person. Understands people, can listen to you, can understand it, can communicate really well. But he will let emotions come in like a normal person and guide some of his behavior, right? So like, we have a bunch of different kinds of communicators on here, but few of them are very good, unfortunately. I would like to think that I'm one of these people that can like listen to you, try to understand in a really fair way, communicate with you in a way that most people could understand and on its face isn't like super, you know, driven by emotion or whatever. I have my moments of not doing that, right? But I think like I can work towards being better at that too. And that's why I want to become a bigger streamer and I want to inject myself into more of this stuff, because I think that unlike a lot of other people, I have a voice and a brain that can do that. So it's unfortunately rare. It's rarer than it ought to be on this platform, but you know.
No, that's from your real life experience. The bar is very, very fucking low, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Being chilling, you're the best communicator? Yes, sir. Yeah.
But yeah, so don't get discouraged too quickly. But yeah, it's going to be. Have you heard of like there's like the triangle of argumentation? It's like ethos, pathos, and logos. Your rhetorics in terms of how to. Oh fuck! I think logos is like logic. Pathos is like emotion, and ethos is like your character. And these are like the three parts of building an argument. Like some people will rely on, you know, deductive logic to be true. Other people might make a personal emotional appeal, and other people might say, like, well, look who I am. Like this is like you know, you can trust me. I'm a doctor, you know. So there's like these are like the three
dangerous one. Yeah,
but those are the three pillars by which humans relate to arguments, and the two they use the most are the ethos, so the character, and the pathos, that your like emotional appeals. The logos doesn't really matter that much to a lot of people, so it's good to be mindful.
We're pretending it's logos, but usually it's the other two.
Yeah, and all of them masquerade as logos. Everybody likes to pretend. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that was just a whole aside. But I'm just saying, when you relate to people, you do come off as very different, and that's going to influence the way. So when you're like, oh, hey, I want to be very frank about how we're going to talk about this, and then you're like, okay, cool. And you're like, all right.
Just even saying that is going to be terrifying.
No, most people will hear that and be like, oh, I can have frank conversations. But then if your next joke is like, so like, what color panties are the best on like a 9-year-old, they're going to immediately like eject, like, I need to get the fuck out of this. That's not what they were prepared for. I'm just saying that's going to be the normal reaction, rather than a lot of people.
I know, but you know that
I know it's a joke. Yeah, I understand. But
I was arrested in 2007. I got suspended in high school 4 times for my newsletter. So that I've been getting publicly, like literally punished for this since I was 16.
That's actually going to be that was my next question. What do you, or you don't have to say if you aren't covered. What do you do for work, or do you, or?
I was a personal trainer in LA.
Okay, you mentioned that.
And I only have one online client now. Everybody else stopped. So I have one client still from LA. Okay. She's aware of my online presence. Okay. As all my clients were. I've been very honest with them. And then I have another job that is.
Booksmarts, did you secretly pull a Vosh? Your commentary can be so strangely accurate, so much so that it seems like you pre-watch. I wonder. I really do my best not to lie to you guys about that, because it's something that triggers me when I see other creators lie. So no, it's like a viewer, what would you call it? A nicety for the viewers that I'm honest about that. I haven't seen this. I've heard people talk about it a bunch, right? Which gives me ideas about how people are talking. I've talked with Supreme about it, talked with Lux about it, I've talked with a few people about this stuff. I actually don't think I talked to Lux about it. Supreme for sure, some other content creator people for sure, but not Lux. But no, I haven't watched this, but I can predict it because I have a good model in my head for how he is and how he is. So predicting it is not all that difficult. And he's so consistent that this is going to be the problem for everything, right? It's not that hard.
It's not aware, but
okay. Is your this is totally random, just real quick. Is your girlfriend okay with you being a personal trainer to women? Does that ever have a conflict, or has that been a subject of fights in the past?
Take it as a compliment,
the
sure.
Plus side, I think, of the blunt honesty is that I'm pretty forthcoming about any like perverted thoughts I'm having about girls at the gym or guys at the gym, or like that. I don't have to pretend that there is no sexualized component to personal training, and I think that if I did have to pretend that, it would be very tense. But the fact that it's like, obviously, like if someone's butt is in your face, like that's your job, there's gonna be sexual moments that just happen, and
okay, gotcha.
So I think that actually buys me a lot of trust with Shaylin, where I think she would be more worried if I was either not aware that was happening or pretending it's not. You know, I'm so professional that I would never even think of such a thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, we got to move on.
That's another being very honest with the call of the void, right? Like, he's not going to act on it. He's not going to like continue to feed into it in his mind, maybe, but these are things that naturally happen as you're seeing the things that are happening in front of you happen in front of you, right? So he's just very honest to a fault about some of the more negative ideas that like pop into our heads all the time, and I think that makes people uncomfortable.
Monster sidetrack.
If my boss found out I was me,
client stopped because of COVID, not because he's a weirdo. Good to know.
I don't even know if they would care.
Okay, so a very offline job, hopefully.
No, not really. But the people I interact with don't know my last name and don't see me, and then the people I work for don't give a shit about politics. So I honestly think that because there's no way it would ever cause problems for them directly, I kind of think they would just say, whatever.
Gotcha. I'm going to do one more bit of condescension. Be careful with that, because you'd be surprised at how many people care about really fucking stupid shit. But maybe you are truly in an insulated area where it would never hurt you. But oh my God, dude, that shit reaches into so many tendrils are out in every area of life. So
yeah, I know.
Just be careful. Yeah.
I will.
My God, what a long fucking thing that you've just flooded the chat with. Yes. I watched the whole first video where his ultimate argument was using a slippery slope fair to explain why trans people can be trans people. Unless they want to pursue hormone therapy. He told his girlfriend not to do it, and he wants to tell individual people to suffer so that some hypothetical evil he's afraid of about society doesn't come to fruition. Also, every time he gives us some insight into his personal life and his decision-making, I don't like it. Well, thanks for filling us in, brother.
Okay. I can't argue about it more without
revealing more. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, going way. Okay, we looped really hard around to stuff that wasn't relevant. Well, no, everything's relevant.
It's all part of the context, I think, of how. Because the argument with Vosh is not really... I think we should talk about pedophilia, personally. But the argument with Vosh is not really about pedophilia. The argument was about how to have conversations, I think. In pedophilia was the schism in, like, why we can't have conversations. It was the breaking point to show us why we can't talk to each other.
Okay. I agree. In that conversation it was, yeah. Or maybe in a lot of conversations, maybe, yeah. Okay.
Which strip club do you think would be the most popular?
I think we settled at, I think I said 16 or 17. That's what I would feel.
Okay, so I said 15 or 16. You said 16 or 17. Guess that makes me a pedophile. No, so okay, so that's pretty much this. We'll just say 16. In the Beatles song.
That's all noise on Destiny's bike. That's not mine.
I saw her standing there. She was just 17, and you know what I mean?
God, I fucking hate the Beatles, but yeah, what about it?
What's your problem with the Beatles?
They're just fucking overrated pop trash. But
does that mean you hate Beatles fans, but not the Beatles? Or you're saying that the fandom has made you hate them?
Even the fact that the Beatles... No, I'm just kidding. I don't hate the Beatles. I'm just not the biggest fan of the Beatles. But go ahead. Sorry. We sidetracked again. But yeah, okay. 17, standing there. Yeah.
And you know what I mean. It's the second line. And I do know what he means. Okay. So in the 60s, it was socially acceptable to say, yeah, I do know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Paul.
Oh, no. Here we go.
It's not. Well, in real world, it is. I found that it's pretty easy to talk about the attractiveness of, like, the two people that I watched Cuties with, or have discussed Cuties with in real life, or maybe 3 now, are totally fine talking about which of the characters is the most attractive.
Wait, aren't these people like...
Any comments on the optics of Mr. Mitten sticking his hands in his pants while he sleeps? I think sometimes I put my hands in my pants when I sleep if it's like really, really cold, but I think Mr. Moon has some other like voice lines that are a little more worrisome.
She's 13. I don't care.
Mr. Moon has some other not so great things, you know.
10 or something, aren't they?
Well, in real life they were 12 to 14, but in the movie they're 11.
Okay, we'll go by real life since that's probably what. But okay.
We'll go by real life because it's a higher number, I think.
Well, I go by real life because that's probably how they look. Like if I said I'm really attracted to the 15-year-old girl in like this movie, and in the movie it's played by a 25-year-old actor, that's a lot different than thing, right? Unless they're doing things in the movie to make them look younger or something, right?
They look pretty young. Well, I think that actually what they do in the... Have you seen Cuties?
You know I missed that one, unfortunately, but...
Well, you should check it out.
Yeah, it sounds like a blast.
It's literally... They do things to make them look younger. So they have a scene where they're like eating gummy bears and laughing and playing like little kids, almost like younger than 11, like they're like 9 or something.
Okay.
You know how like young kids will just laugh and throw shit around.
Huge difference between 9 and 11, but oh no. Oh, Booksmarts. This is where it gets hard, buddy. And I don't mean a pedophilic dick getting hard. I mean, like, the conversation's going to become difficult to navigate. All right. Take a second. Take a breath. Chill out. Okay. Here we go, guys. We're at the part where it gets difficult. If you would like to encourage me to keep watching content like this nonsense, subs are very helpful on Twitch and on YouTube. You can become a member on YouTube, which gives you access to emotes of all varieties. If you would like to donate, you can do !dono. Toss me a few bucks for putting my career on the line for covering things like this. If you're on YouTube, you can use supers, or you could do !dono, either one. You get to put a little TTS message that'll make your text-to-speech, and it'll be Destiny's voice saying something. Would highly encourage you to support the channel as we did at the very beginning. It's all very, very nice. Thank you for the sub. More beer? I mean, I'm almost about polished off.
Girl state his intention is to be persuasive, yes. Shock entertainment. I'm missing the premise of the convo.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to even respond to that. I don't understand.
Sam, what is this?
Are you doing what you were telling us to do earlier? What does that mean? Take a breath? I guess. Whoa! Tuckle22 gifting 10 tier 1 subs. If you caught a sub, go ahead and thank Tuckle for that one. We are nearly 3 hours into the stream, so I figure we're at a good point to do the shill thing again. We could take a break to shill a little bit. The hype train, according to my thing here, is close, so if you guys would like to do that, you definitely could. I'm gonna go make a rum and coke real quick for this. I would highly encourage you to make any kind of alcoholic beverage if you feel you needed to get through this. I don't blame you. But yeah, Tuckle22, huge. Thanks for the 10 gifted. If you caught that from Tuckle, go ahead and thank them. Should I really sub? Well, if you become a member on YouTube, you get access to a bunch of emotes. You could just try it for like a month and see if you like the emotes or not. Alternatively, you can download the 7TV extension and use that for emotes. I'm not sure. Yeah, so thanks for the sub, Tizzy. Appreciate that. Bing Chilling? Bing Chilling.
Bing Chilling.
Yes, sir. There's gonna be a lot of those going on. What are some of these? What does this one do? I don't know what all of my soundboard items do. What is this?
I can't have them repeating the same fucking word. Am I crazy? I can't tell if I'm going crazy.
Okay, that's that one. Wait, what is this one?
This kid's got a fucking, she's got a fucking jam going. She's ready for some fucking woo-yeah.
Oh, that one. Okay. What is this?
If I do not have any patience, the results could be catastrophic for everyone around me.
I like these. That last one you probably don't recognize. That's Ray Rainman. He's a YouTube mechanic, so he films like him repairing cars.
Why does Mr. Girl look like a young skinny H3?
Young skinny H3. Isn't he Jewish? I think he's mentioned he's Jewish. It might be part of his Jewishness. Jewness? Jewness sounds bad. We'll go with Jewishness. It might be part of his Jewishness. I'm not sure. Maybe as some Jewish people get older, they look kind of similar, maybe. Feels weird, man? How does it feels weird, man? He's literally... Isn't he Jewish? Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm just stating facts. How many subs for you to watch Cuties? If you wanted a 1 hour review of like all of my thoughts about Cuties, should we set up a sub goal for that? Should we set up a sub goal for that? I don't think I should do it in subs. I think I should do it in money. I would do it for like 200, 250. I think 200 or 250 bucks. I would do it. You guys are crazy by saying like 1,000 subs or something. That's a lot of money for people to pay. And I prefer that every dollar you spend goes to me or as close to that ratio as possible. So I think donos would be better. For 250, I would prep a whole like 1 hour thing about Cuties. Sure. I would watch it and take notes and pause a gazillion times and then come on stream and talk about it. I think I could do that. I don't know if anybody would care enough to donate that, but if you do, I guess there you go. There it is for you. Alternatively, if you could donate even a part of that and you want to say, hey, I'm putting this towards the Cuties review, we could keep a running total a bit. I'll write it down in front of me here. 250 for Cuties. Okay. Oh, you guys are going to turn my channel into a fucking haven for pedophiles. I can already feel it. This is not good. All right. I think 250 is fair, though. So, yeah, if you want to contribute to that, I'll keep a running tally of it in front of me, but I doubt it. I don't think anybody is interested in that. I think that's a meme. Optics guy watching pseudo-child pornography? Maybe, bro. Maybe. I mean, Optics guy getting paid to watch pseudo-child pornography. I think that's a more accurate statement. Maybe you and Mr. Girl can talk about it after. That could be a selling point. You know what? You're a genius, chat. 250, I watch it, I do my review, and I reach out to Mr. Girl to have a conversation with him about it. There you go. I think that starts to be more worth it for 250. I would reach out to Mr. Girl and ask if they want to talk. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. So if you want to contribute to that, just put that in your TTS message with your dono, and I'll keep a tally of it. We could work towards that for sure. So people are posting math in the chat with what that would take if everybody donated. So there you go. Why should there be a $250 bar if you're going to get $250 worth of clout if you want to do it anyway? Because that's how Twitch works. Anywho. There you go. It's out there. I've put that out there. I'll make it happen if you guys make it happen. Let's go ahead and continue with this conversation, though, without further ado.
But like this kind of unstructured, like pointless interactions.
Yeah, this sounds not like 9. This sounds like 3 or 4. But go ahead.
Can people counter donate to make it go down? Maybe. You could try. You could experiment. See if I'll do it. Go ahead. Donate and say it's counter, and we'll see.
Okay, so yeah, maybe they're acting like 3 or 4.
Okay.
And then they put them in makeup and have them
how about a solo review?
Like high school.
How about a solo review? I mean, I could. That's 100 bits. I'm gonna count that as $1. That's $1. There you go. Only 249.
Guys.
Okay.
And like wearing fashionable, you know, Parisian outfits and stuff. So they kind of.
Are you worried at all about getting caught in the crossfire of the controversy surrounding Mr. Girl? I'm of the opinion of what Destiny says, where honestly, if you just keep streaming and you act normal for like 2 or 3 days, I think it goes away. I don't really care. People aren't still mad at me about the Lauren Southern thing. I don't give a fuck.
Play with trying to make you see them as young as possible, and then this like smash contrast to as old as possible.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got. We're just talking about cuties. Oh yeah.
Well, we were building off because you said you were talking to a friend, and then we argued over
right.
What
And so
age
friends are in real life. People are comfortable talking about. I was sitting on a bench with my friend in San Francisco once, and he was like, "Do you want to rate women?"
Okay.
And I was like, we had never, because we were raised very progressive. So like the idea of rating women is like a.
Do R3 if you want just a circle ship review of Solo.
I'm going to count that as another one. I don't know what he says. When bits donations go off, I feel like Steven talks very, very fast. I'll count that as another one. That's only 248 left.
A extremely taboo, terrifying thing to us because like we're feminists. So like I was like, okay, sure, like this is crazy. Like I'm in all of our lives together, there was never a time where someone would say like, oh, that girl's a total 9 or 8 or whatever.
Okay, this sounds like you were raised the most progressive I've ever heard anyone in my entire life. I think even progressive people probably do this, right? We're like, oh, she's a 10 or whatever. But
to illustrate how progressive my hometown was, my high school girlfriend, while she was in high school, I had graduated.
Wait, you gotta qualify that one more time. Graduated what, 10 years earlier? Kind
of donation for cuties.
Oh no!
Oh, Jesus. I can't handle this guy.
My J is rolled and I'm ready to endure the rest of this conversation. Here's $10 towards getting cancer.
No, like
Black
oh my
Love you, buddy.
God.
Be careful.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that sucks. This is all gonna stink like beer. Oh, that's fucking funny.
Is this enough for
I
a
can't
sound
with
review?
this guy. He's too fucking much. He is just too much. Oh my god. I saw 1,000 bits. I'll put that up on the tally there. Oh my goodness. God. Ugh. Ugh. I'm sorry. That was perfect comedic timing and whatever. That was delivered so well. Well, I mean, she was in high school. Holy shit.
Play cutie. To watch cuties.
To watch cuties, that's another 10. Book, it's time for my rhetoric flattening after Voosh. Okay, dude. Okay, I can donate for that. All right. Oh, shit. That's fucking funny. Is this the clip of it, I assume? What did that look like? Okay. I love my sub alerts.
Book, it's time for my rhetoric flattening after Voosh.
Okay. That you didn't put that you wanted the cuties thing, so I won't add that one. Currently, we're at $22 towards the cutie thing. Let's see.
High school girlfriend. While she was in high school, I had graduated.
Wait, you gotta qualify that one more time. Graduated what, 10 years earlier?
Bro, it all comes out. It comes out like a stream. It's not even like a.
Wait, you know.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. You're blocking your fucking cam? Am I? What do you mean? That's funny. Holy shit. Oh my god. All right, let's continue with this.
Okay, thanks. So you were like 18, 17, 19, 18. Okay.
I was 18 and she was just 17.
Okay.
And you know what I
know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
The high school play she produced was the Vagina Monologues.
Okay, I remember, yes.
And the year before that, my class, the play was supposed
I'm more
to be
interested in a solo review.
What's more interesting in a solo review? Is that $5 towards the cause? I'll put it. We are at 27 out of 250. So steady progress. Who knows? I mean, it's a 4.5 hour VOD and we're an hour into it. So
story, but they canceled it because it was too racist.
Okay, interesting.
So yeah, very, very progressive upbringing.
Okay.
So then I got bored of rating women. I was like, do you want to rate kids?
Okay.
And he was like,
this fucking guy, dude. Why? Why would you say this shit? Okay, so you out of the blue just suggest children, just off the dome. Let's rate kids. That's more fun. I know I said I've never done this with fully adult women before because I grew up so progressive, but I think it would be cool to like take this to another level and do it about children. Okay. Let's see how this goes. How's his friend going to respond to this? Surely he's not just going to immediately jump onto this.
All right, let's do it. Like, fuck it.
Okay. We hang around in different crowds or whatever, I think is what he said to Vosh. We're in different circles very clearly. Okay, because if I said this to my friends, yeah. Okay, let's keep listening.
And then we did, and it wasn't like you know, the thought police or what. It didn't even feel like, it's obviously a very controversial story to tell you right now. Like I'm sure that chat's reacting.
We're building those data points. We're
building
Damn. Mephen or Mephen with the 50.
Here's money towards cuties. I would love to hear you speak with Mr. Rural.
Wow. Okay, so that's 2, 10, 10, 5, 50, 6, 7, 77. That's $77. We're getting close, guys. That's 77, and another $10 in super chat for cuties. So that's another 10, 87. This is more proof about all psych majors being bad. Sure, yeah, that's a data point in that direction. This are my other 2 donos for cuties. I'm not gonna control F and look up. Looks like I'm doing it right now. What, your other 2? I don't know about your other 2. Animator. So that's 2, 2.
These are my other 2 donuts for cuties. Suffer.
2. So that's 6. So 6 towards cuties. All right. I mean, you guys are inching your way there, inching ever closer to that wondrous cuties review. What's the dono goal? It's 250, and right now we're at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Cuties.
98, 93, I think. Oh, another one to cuties. Okay. That's 3 to cuties, so another 3. Okay, I mean, we're inching closer to that. I donated 3 weeks ago. Can I count those also? No.
One after another. Did you know? Yeah. Another. This is a great story. Also, that you're gonna love.
I'm gonna love this one. Okay. So far, 2 people I've talked to, I think, are in federal prison. I've talked to Martin Shkreli, and then Amos E. And
oh, that's cool.
Maybe you'll be number 3. So.
Yeah. Another notch.
Watch party for cuties with the Patreon as well. That's a good idea. I will. So if you're a patron, you will be invited. You'll be invited to a watch party as well. So, okay, let me keep track of what I'm doing here. So we have a watch party with the patrons, and it'll be boring, but we'll do it. And then we'll have, I'll invite him to talk, and I'll give you guys at least like a 1 hour, like, of my thoughts. If we get him on though, I'll count that towards the 1 hour. We'll just have a conversation with him about it, and about his like general points and whatever. So yeah, okay. We're getting close. We're almost at like 100. I think. We're past it.
All right, go for it.
I took a class called Psychology of Violence.
Okay.
And obviously in college.
Okay. This is great. You're like a expert on the subject matter, so.
Yes.
Very violent.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably affected. Actually, I think maybe that class was after the other one, but like, yeah, whatever. My there's a lot of psychologists in my family, so I was raised thinking about these issues also.
Okay.
And there's only 7 people in the class. They're all guys.
We're at 96.
And so, and the teacher is like 25 or something. So it's like, and he's like, you can study whatever you want. Just do a research study, anything to do with violence.
Okay.
And two of the guys were in a child study also separately. And he was telling, my friend in the class was telling me the story where he was like, actually, I think he was telling me a story about 2 other people, but I think 3 of them were in the class, and one was in our class, and he was just very uncomfortable. So we would talk about like, kind of purposefully talk about like disturbing psychological ideas just to freak him out. He would get really upset. And they were in this child study, and one of the guys said to him, or I wasn't there, but I heard about this. One of the guys said to him, that girl in the front is hot. And there were 10.
Yeah, wait, like, hold on. I'm missing. The girl in class was 10?
Yes, yeah. They're standing in a classroom full of 10-year-olds.
Okay.
And one of the students quietly says to the other, that girl in the front is hot.
Oh, one of the other 10-year-old students or whatever.
No.
Wait.
My esteemed colleague,
okay,
22 or 23, says to another 22-year-old,
oh, okay,
that 10-year-old is hot. That 10-year-old is
okay,
hot.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I'm following. Okay.
Right. But saying it in the context of like, isn't it crazy that she's hot? And the other guy says, well, yeah, when she's older, she'll be hot. And he says, no, she is hot. And he's like, well, I can see what you're saying, that, once she gets to, high school, maybe. And he's like, no. Right now, she is hot. And,
No, you misunderstand me. I'm not even going to make a joke here. I wanted to make a joke. I'm not going to make a joke. Let's just let him play it out. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And like, this story was repeated in class, and it was just seen as like a hilarious moment to make this guy uncomfortable for not being able to admit that either he understood, or I guess catching him admitting that he knew what he meant and that he could see what he was saying, but also desperate.
No, because it's different. Oh, no. Oh, he misunderstands. No, that's completely different to say, like, I guess when she grows up, like, she's got, like, eyes that would be pretty or something, or not. Like, Okay. But I hope this isn't a big part of this conversation. I hope we can just move past this random story that he has and like onto other things. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that this just is not a big part of this whole conversation, because this is making me uncomfortable. Okay, let's just keep going.
Not wanting to admit it, and then it's like, are you going to be risk being seen as a pedophile, or do you want to be one of the cool kids in class who can say things like that you actually can't tell when a 10-year-old is hot.
Okay.
So that was another early. I guess I'm trying to give examples of not online discourse around the topic where nobody really freaked out and nobody cared. I mean, I guess this guy freaked out, but he was in the minority. Like in a class of 7 people and the professor, if he had said, "How could you say such a thing?" the professor would have been like, "Hey, don't be stupid. Come on." And yeah, so my experiences in my personal life of talking about age of attraction or pedophilia or whatever is very different from online world. And so if you said the average age, most popular strip club would be 16 to a group of real people in real life, I think most of them would be like, yeah, maybe, probably. Or that's, I disagree with you. I think it would be older. But if you say it online, then you're back playing the game of Among Us to find out who's the pedophile.
Maybe, yeah. I think this might super vary based on the type of people that you are with or the types of jokes that you say. So I would say that, like, in my high school experience, I was a very edgy person growing up, way more than the norm. And I think I could...
This is the absolute softest pushback ever. You're really not going to talk about how people in a research setting and the professor overseeing it didn't say anything about this when they probably should have? Really? I'm not happy that Destiny doesn't push back on this at all. One of the rare times where I'm unhappy that he's not pushing back on something, but like, okay, I guess we're just gonna keep going with that. Thank you, Knight, for the sub. I appreciate it. Good God.
Probably get away with the types of jokes that you're talking about now, but if I were to repeat these jokes,
those aren't. They're not.
They're
jokes.
not jokes. Oh! Stop with that. They're not jokes. That's the whole point. Is he's like, hey, look, all these normal people, and we pointed towards the normal phenomena of the truth, and we all were okay with it. But online, you say the same truth, and it's like, blah. Oh. Steven, they're not jokes. They're not jokes. They're not jokes. Okay. That explains why he doesn't get pushback. Okay. Destiny is on the edge of, is he trolling, I think, and doesn't want to look silly for getting baited with the story, maybe? Sure. But I know enough about this guy to know that he doesn't operate that way. So I feel like Steven has enough experience to know that's not the case either. If it is as you explained it, I think he's being much too hesitant given what he knows about Mr. Girl already. But okay.
It's funny. They're funny, but they're not jokes.
Well,
like the guy wasn't joking about the 10-year-old. He was
like to the people in chat saying things like it's done in a funny manner, even if there's truth behind it, it's still a joke. It's not a joke. It is funny, but it's not a joke. And I think when you realize it's not a joke, it becomes less funny. But like they're not jokes. Joke is just, it's undercutting what he's communicating. That's not really fair to the weight of the things that he's saying. They're not jokes, guys. It's not a joke. He means it very seriously, and it's meant to support his broader argument about how the online handles things differently than people in real life, and people in real life feel that this is normal to talk about these people this way or to have these feelings about these young people. Up to this point, a lot of the things you've said, I've been like, okay, yeah, like the Call of the Void feeling that way about shooting something or whatever. This, like, looking at young people and thinking they're hot, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I don't feel that at all. But maybe I'm unusual. Maybe all the people around me are secretly pedophiles or, like, open to pedophilic shit. I'm just not. But no, not at all. And I've worked with a lot of kids in my day. Like I was a tutor since I was in middle school all the way until like the first year that I did streaming. So like, I don't know. I've never felt this way about a student. And I had students all the way from kindergarten all the way up through to like college or graduate students. And I didn't feel this way about students that were underage. So I don't know. This is weird. The most charitability I could give is looking at a kid that is young and being like, oh, maybe that is the most handsome boy in the class, or maybe that is the most pretty girl in the class. Like, but I'm thinking pretty. I'm not thinking attractive to me personally. And I'm not even going as far as to say they might grow up to be pretty. It's just like, oh, well, this person doesn't have any blemishes. Maybe they have like pretty eyes or something. I don't know. But it's about a kid being cute and adorable. It's not about like them being attractive to somebody personally or whatever. Do not ignore the fact that Mr. Gold brought up how their professor would react to the situation. Also, I already pointed that out. That's inappropriate that they wouldn't stop this. Also, in this example, the weird young people being hot is related to a topic in psychology. It's weird to me, dude. Knowing his background, I start to wonder if he's sort of trying to make excuses for his mom without realizing it. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. I'm not getting into like Psych Andy shit. Let's just hope that we can get through this. Holy fuck.
Saying, hey, we have a problem here. One of these 10-year-olds is hot, and like I'm gonna make you talk about it.
Okay, but if you find a 10-year-old hot, you actually, it's not that a joke. You probably are like a pedophile.
I don't agree with that.
A 10-year-old?
Yeah, I think that's the point he was making. Is he was saying, hey, something weird's happening. 10-year-olds are not usually hot.
Okay,
right?
let's back up for a second. I'm curious. What is a pedophile to you? What does that mean?
What do you like in a 10-year-old? What is a pedophile to me? That's a good question. I'm fine with the colloquial definition of you are so attracted to people who are below the age of consent that you are willing to go to jail for it. That seems to be, that's the Amos Yee definition.
Yeah,
Amos Yee is not a pedophile.
Why not?
Like, because how old was a girl who's grooming? 14. Like, if you're attracted to 14-year-olds, clinically, you're not a pedophile.
Okay, let's hold on. We're gonna rework this a lot, okay? Because I have an understanding of what a pedophile is, and then we have
let's slow down. Let's back.
Well, hold on. That's what I'm doing. We're backing way.
You know it's bad when Mr. Girl says, hold on, let's slow down, let's back up. Holy fuck. I'm gonna take a bit of a break. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. Good God, man. That's awful. I can't. This is so bad. It went from like, okay, and I can defend the guy to like, good God, what are we doing? Be right back. That was Picto Chat for anybody curious. Picto Chat, you can do exclamation point Picto in the chat for more information on our friend Picto Chat. Oh God. All right, let's keep going with this, I guess. Let me check on my Twitter real quick, see how my tweets are doing. Ah, yes, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm just liking all the responses and stuff. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My tweets are doing okay.
What the fuck? Sam, what is this?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Done with that. All right, let's get back into this. Also, I think we're at 96 for the cuties thing. So if we get to 250, I'll do it. We're at 96. 96. So just include cuties or any kind of reference to the cuties thing if you want that to happen. Again, that would be, I'll do a watch party for the cuties thing with probably subs and patrons. I'll just like take everybody who has permissions on Discord and let them in a room and have it on mute. And then I'll reach out to Mr. Girl and try to have a conversation if we hit 250. Right now we're at 96. Is it 250 by the end of the stream? Is by the end of the stream, yes. Do you think that Drake Bell would be considered a pedophile? I don't know anything about Drake Bell aside from his involvement in Drake and Josh. So no idea, dude. Okay, let's go ahead and continue with this.
I'm just messing around.
Yeah, so I would say that a pedophile is somebody that is attracted to prepubescent bodies. That's what a pedophile is. So somebody that's attracted to like a 16, 17-year-old, maybe probably not, but like somebody's attracted to like a 9 or 10-year-old.
But you called Amos Yee a pedophile not 2 hours ago, and there's no evidence that he's attracted to prepubescent.
Sure, I'm being more strict with definitions now in the legal sense.
You're not being more strict. It's just different. You're changing the definition.
Well, because we have the legal definition of pedophile.
Wow. You gotta hand it to him. He fucking puts his foot on the gas when he needs to. Okay, more heat on Destiny here.
Or whatever, I think is fucking somebody under the age of consent. Isn't that the legal definition when you call that person like, convict?
No, there's no legal definition of pedophilia. There's a clinical definition. Then there's different colloquial definitions that are all overlapping. But there doesn't seem to be one agreed upon one in use online, except below the age of consent.
Okay, there might not be like a legal definition of pedophilia, but there is a legal definition for like child pornography, right? and a 17-year-old is considered a child insofar as pornographic purposes go. So I think it's not a stretch to say that a lot of people view like anybody attracted to somebody. That was even in the definition you gave me. Below 18 is a pedophile.
I'm using the layperson's definition.
Sure, and that's what I was using when I talked about Amos.
We're surrounded by lay people.
And that's what I was using to talk about Amos. I don't know if Amos is actually a pedophile. If you want to push me hard on that, I don't actually know. That was a joke I made earlier because he got arrested.
Hey, chat. I'm gonna put a thing in the Twitch chat real quick. Okay, and feel free to answer it however you want. Just answer it honestly. I'll leave this open for 3 minutes. Enjoy. I won't say anything about this. Content does not meet the guidelines. What do you mean? Maybe I have to like remove this? Minimum 2, yes, no. Allow additional votes. Start poll. Content does not meet guidelines. What does that mean? I don't understand.
You're being censored by Papa Bezos.
Maybe. It won't let me put my poll in. Content does not meet guidelines. What do you mean? I'll censor all the words. What? I don't understand. I guess I can't do the poll. Sorry. Twitch won't let me. I think it has like words I'm not allowed to use or something in it. I don't know. No, you guys don't get any kind of poll. Sorry. Take it up with Twitch. Put in a support ticket. I couldn't put gay or sex in it, so it doesn't let me. Anywho, let's just continue. I was curious on knowing, but I won't.
For having child porn.
There is no, I think the safe way to say it is there is no evidence that he is.
Possibly, sure. Yeah,
there isn't. I
don't know if there is because I don't know what child porn he got caught with. Do you know what the was it just with that 14-year-old or was it other child porn? Because there might be a lot of evidence that he's an actual like pedophile. Maybe the child porn was like 8-year-olds.
If you're a pedophile, you don't groom a 14-year-old. Why would you do that?
Maybe it was the youngest reach he had. Maybe the 14-year-old looks incredibly prepubescent. I don't know.
There's better ways to get yourself alone in a room with a child.
Hey, just because you're a pedophile doesn't mean you're a master manipulator, genius groomer. Okay, maybe he was a shitty pedophile, right? Those could probably exist, right?
Okay.
There might be some guy that's really into fucking fat chicks, and the most you can find is like a 150-pound, 5'7" woman. He's like, oh fuck it, chubby enough,
I don't agree with you that the thing that makes you attracted to a 14-year-old is the same thing that, or is a smaller amount of the thing that makes you attracted to a 9-year-old.
I agree 100%. That's why I'm trying to. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm trying to give you a definition of what I think pedophile is for the conversation going forward, or how I'm using it, so that we can be on the same page.
I'll use whatever definition you want.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so so we're ignoring all previous comments about Amosi. Okay. So
yes.
When I think of a pedophile, I'm thinking of somebody that is attracted to a body that is prepubescent. It hasn't gone through puberty and it's not exhibiting that sexual dimorphic stuff for how bodies change post-puberty or during puberty and post-puberty, right?
So I have 3 questions.
Go for it.
Frequency of attraction, exclusivity of attraction, and intensity of attraction.
Okay.
Okay.
What is those are 3 statements. What's the question?
Good clarification.
Well, where are the boundaries for these factors in your definition?
If you're ever attracted to a prepubescent...
Thank you for the 15. Let's hear what you have to say.
For future questionable content.
That's 15 towards cuties. Future questionable content sounds like cuties to me. That brings us past the $100 mark, and that would bring us up to 116. 116 out of 250. We are getting very, very close, party people. We are, I think, past the halfway point. Yeah, we're past the half. No, we're not. I take that back. I'm not good at math. We're almost at the halfway point towards that goal.
Body, then I think it's like a binary. I think that's a yes or no thing. Like you either do have that attraction or you don't. I don't think you can have it in degrees.
So if I If
Really?
I go through my entire life, a Boy Scout, law-abiding citizen, never even looked sideways at a prepubescent child, but on my deathbed, when I am 89...
Jesus Christ. That's 50.
The content is on the horizon.
It is on the horizon, that's for sure. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, that brings us past the halfway point. I'm going to grab another beer. Oh, no. I'm going to have to watch Cuties. I can already feel it. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch Cuties. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I can already feel it. I know what my next couple of days are going to look like. I'm going to have to watch this Cuties thing and message this pedo adjacent fella, and what started as a meme that I didn't think would actually happen is quickly turning into something where okay, whatever. So that's 65. Oh, God. What do you mean when you can say you can feel it? You made a realistic goal. This one's on you. True. I should have said 500. Yeah. This is starting to make me feel gross. Well, you're not alone, fella. You're not alone. All right, let's keep going.
Years old, and I have some kind of stroke or something. I see through the door in my hospital bed. I see a 10-year-old walk by, and I think, ooh, oh my God. That's, oh my God.
Wait, what is this situation? What is he describing?
I see through the 9 years old in my bed. When I'm a Boy Scout, law-abiding citizen, never even looked sideways at a prepubescent child, but on my deathbed.
So he's a perfectly normal dude, like a Boy Scout, never done anything bad, never looked at a kid, whatever. He's on his deathbed, and Cherry Book is a nice streamer. Cherry and I get along. Is Cherry mad at me in the chat? Is Cherry mad at me about something? I'm sorry, Cherry. I really like you. Change it to 500 now? Be ruthless? No. I can't do that to him, dude. I can't do that to him.
I am 89 years old. Some kind of stroke or something.
Oh my God. You're shitting me.
Against Cuties. I'll go if this experiment doesn't work. I don't think 250 was enough.
Oh, shit. Experiment passed. That is minus 100. Minus 100. Ooh, shit.
For Cuties. Do a watch party on Discord/Twitch PLS.
Okay, so that's another 3. I'll do it on Discord. That's minus 100 from the Cuties cause. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling like it's starting to go in the rear view. We're outpacing the Cuties people a little bit. Damn. Someone just dropped the 250 bomb. Yeah, I mean, oof. That's 100 away from you guys. Be sure to advertise it. Oh, believe me, I will. I'll create graphics and everything. But it's not going to happen because I think there's enough people that don't want it to happen. Minus 100. Okay. Whew, I'm feeling a little bit better now. If it makes it past 250 and then gets reverse donoed, no. 250 is a binary state. It's like triggering the nuke. Anything that happens after doesn't matter. It's the moment we pass 250 towards it. There's no like retroactive somebody can donate. So if somebody were to fork over that 250 or whatever it would take, then they would get there very quickly. Right now we're at 8, 9, 96, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 115. 15, that's 15, 161. So we're at 164. Minus 100 means you guys are at 64 now. So you're at 64 towards the goal, if I count in that person that got a minus 100. So 64 minus 250 minus 64, and that's what it would take to instantly get it done.
I see through the door in my hospital bed. I see a 10-year-old walk.
Negative doesn't work that way, though. So if you guys get it down to like negative 300 or whatever, I'll let the negative just keep going. I don't really care because the default state is that it doesn't get done, right?
Fine, I think.
186. Okay, so that's what the cost is at right now.
Ooh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. I am now a pedophile and always was.
Wait. Let's listen to him here.
Walk by and I think, I see through the door in my hospital bed. I see a 10-year-old walk by and I think, ooh, oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. I am now a pedophile and always was.
Always were a pedophile. Yeah, I would say probably.
Against.
Really? Interesting. I don't know if I agree with Steven's definition here. But that's interesting. $20 against. Yikes. That's going to bring you guys past the 200 mark. So now you only have $44 towards the goal. Wow. Against people are going to take it away from you guys completely. I think unless you have some deep-pocketed pedophile in the chat, I don't think you guys are going to get what you want.
And thank God you found it on your deathbed. You don't have to worry about it now. Oof, how lucky for you.
Okay, so I don't agree with your definition, but
why not? Or here's actually, well, hold on. I'll flip the question back again. Do you think that it's normal to at any point be sexually attracted to a prepubescent body, like a 9-year-old or 10-year-old?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
The studies show that is normal.
First of all, that's not true.
It is true.
What? No way. What do you mean?
The phallometric studies and studies where they show you pictures of naked people at different ages and tell you sexy stories and not sexy stories. Basically, my understanding of the without citing anything specific, and you can. I don't really like bringing up studies.
I don't generally either, but this is contradicting something that I'm pretty sure about. And I'm not going to say like, give me the study you're wrong, but it'll be something I'll look up later because my understanding.
My understanding is that. Most men can be aroused by images of underage and prepubescent children.
Okay, wait. Okay, so there's two hugely different things. I want to qualify everything so that we're
in a sexualized context.
Sure, yeah. I want to qualify everything. So when we say underage, I can agree with that. If we're talking like a 17-year-old.
No, prepubescent.
Okay.
Here's how.
So prepubescent is way different than underage because 17-year-old versus a 9-year-old, we're in totally different worlds now. But okay.
Of course, man. Here's how I put it to Andy Worski.
Okay.
If an 11-year-old, I used a robot again. I said an android that looks exactly like an 11-year-old girl is going to give you a lap dance.
Yeah.
If you get a boner, a gun is a shotgun to your head. If you get a boner, it blows your head off. But if you don't, you get $1 million.
Oh God, is that
I
for or
voting
against?
for it, but I'm voting for it.
I don't know what I'm voting for, but I'm voting for it. You sound like a Democrat voter. Okay. That's 40 towards it. That's 40 towards it. There you go. That's another 40. Jesus Christ. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Why? Why? I don't understand. I'm going to actually have to keep a tally. This is going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle. So this is 80 plus 16 plus 65 plus 43 equals 204. On the other side, it's minus 120. So minus 120 equals 84. Okay, so right now we're at 84 towards the goal. 84 towards the goal. I'll keep a literal running tally. I was just writing down all the numbers of the donations. Now I'm going to have to do the math every single time. Just get a calculator open. Just keep a calculator. I have one now, yeah. Because the You and Mr. Girl convo on it would be a banger. I agree the convo would be a banger. It's just hilarious to me that this is a thing. I don't know. Let me figure out how much you guys would have to pay to make it happen. So minus 250, that would be 166 is currently the immediate buy-in price. So if you're an Oiler, there's your number.
Would you want to sign up for that?
Uh-huh.
And he said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And got off the call.
Yeah. But so I think there's a difference though. When I talk about pedophilia, I'm talking about an innate attraction to a characteristic, not a scenario.
Innate's a funny word.
Okay, hold on. Fuck, I don't want to focus on that. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's not say innate.
Innate is a funny
word. Let's not say innate. We'll say you have a strong internal attraction. Hold on, but what I'm focusing on is to a character.
Does me getting an 89-year-old boner for 1 second mean I had a strong attraction?
No. What I'm saying is when you have an attraction to a characteristic, not a scenario. So for instance, okay?
What's the fucking...
Wow. I'm surprised to see him actually show emotion here. Okay, now we're getting very serious. It takes a while, I think, for them to establish that Destiny basically just rejects the hypothetical as practically impossible, which is why his answer is odd. okay, because I do find his response and everything odd. I don't know if I would say that because on your deathbed you do that you're a pedophile the whole time. I think that's fucking crazy to me. The question I was going to ask you guys in chat is, if you have sex with a man and you're a man at any point in your life, are you gay? Beyond that, maybe an even worse question, or like even more like testing what I'm looking for a question at an extreme level. If you ever found a man attractive at any point in your entire life and you were a man, does that make you gay or bi or whatever? I don't think that's the case. I think you could be straight and have gay sex. I think you could be straight your whole life and find a man attractive. I don't know if like finding a man attractive once in one condition or even having sex once makes you gay. I don't know if that's the case. I think it's more complicated than that. But when we get to kids, it becomes all of a sudden very, very different. I just don't like how we treat those things so differently. But that's a me problem, I guess. Finding a man attractive versus being sexually attracted to a man. Well, even if you are that way once for one man, I don't know if that makes you gay or makes you bi or whatever. I think it requires more than that. That's why when he got into intensity, frequency, whatever, I think that was a good place to go, because I think it's more than just that. It's not this binary thing triggered by one event. I've been very high and wanted to suck a dick, but I generally have no attraction to men. Yeah, there you go. So if you get super drunk and you fuck a dude, I don't know if that means anything. Or if you're on your deathbed and you've never had sex with a dude before and you want to try it, I don't know if that makes you gay. Well, Destiny thinks pedophilia is not on the normal attraction spectrum. I guess I disagree with him in that regard. Like, I guess when we say normal, obviously I think it's an abnormal thing, but I think it would function similarly. I have no reason to believe that, aside from societal ones. When I put the societal stuff out of my mind, I would think it would be the same as any other kind of attraction. Isn't the Kinsey scale a good... I don't know what the fuck that even means, dude.
If I'm 87 on my deathbed and a book gives me a boner, a hard one, does that make me book fucker woo? I
don't know, dude. Depends on why you find the man attractive. Like, if you're attractive to a femboy is very different than finding a man attractive. Man, fuck off with that shit. I don't like that, the way that's worded either. If you're attracted to a femboy, it's very different from finding a man attractive. Fuck you. Femboys are guys. Just because they're not the stereotypical man. That personally makes me upset, but I'll set that aside and, whatever. But I don't know, bro. Kinsey scale is just 0 to 6, gay to straight. Oh, okay, interesting. What the fuck? I said stereotypical man. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I just don't like what you're saying.
Cuties, love you, bookie.
Oh no, that's another 30 to cuties. Let me figure out what's going on with this here. So that's 30 to cuties. That's 114 in favor of cuties. So that leaves you with 250 minus 114, which is 136. You have 136 left. Okay, guys, for the pro cuties people.
Difference between a
I think the issue is that the outcomes of gay and underage sex are very different. Sure, but I don't think we should let that impact our discussion of the sexuality itself. I think you're going another step too far.
$1.40 is $29 USD against watching. How long does Chet have left to reach $250?
I'm not counting the Australian money and whatever is different, honestly. I can't be fucking bothered, dude. I'm sorry. How long does Chat have left to reach? Well, if you're doing $5 towards it, then that brings us up to 119. So you can do the math yourself. Oh, God. Oh, God. We're never going to get through this either with all these fucking donations. There shouldn't be any attractive feature a child could possibly have that a developed woman should not. What? I don't agree with that at all, nor am I going to argue with you. I'm not becoming stun locked on these like pro pedophilia things. Let's just no against. Oh, it was against? Where does he say against? Oh, against watching. Okay. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'll subtract that 5 from it. So that brings us up to 109. 109 is in favor of it. Okay, 109. That's where we're at. He's trying to watch. I am trying to watch, dude. Racist Aussies? I'm not racist Aussies. If anything, I value your people more than you ought to be valued. Wait, sorry, no, not your people. I value your money more than it ought to be valued. My bad. That almost sounded racist.
Huge difference. I'm about to explain it, okay?
Do you think I get a boner if I watch Shaylin vomit and have diarrhea
difference.
at the same time?
Huge difference. Let me explain, okay? I'm very confident about this. My family has owned lots of dogs, and I have never been sexually attracted to one in my entire life. Ever. I know it. I've had plenty of opportunities to fuck dogs in the past, and not even one time have I even thought about it for a second. That's
because you're a pussy.
I'm positive that I would never be a dog fucker.
Weak.
Okay? But if you were to make that same bet to me about like if you were to put like fucking peanut butter on your dick and have a dog lick it, and if you got a boner, I'm gonna blow your fucking head off, right? Well, I don't know. I don't actually know. That's the difference between
I got a boner just from you saying that.
That's the difference between a sexual scenario versus like just innately like being attracted to a sexual characteristic. Right? Yeah. So like if you put like an
I have a counter example.
Okay.
I find my girlfriend attractive.
Okay.
If she's barfing and shitting at the same time in the middle of the kitchen floor and blood is squirting out of her eyes.
Okay.
And I don't get a boner, does that mean I was not innately attracted to adult women?
It means that you weren't attracted to the scenario.
My point is that there is never a time when you have a person without a scenario.
You absolutely can. If I show you,
okay, name me a scenario-less scenario. Sure. I can't wait to hear that.
Just a picture of a person standing the fuck still, unless you have a fetish for standing.
That is a scenario.
Okay, what I'm trying to say though is that you have to meet me on this. It's just undeniable.
Give me a scenario without a scenario. Stop it.
As a
he's smiling because he's fucking this up. Oh no! A rare Destiny stumble. He's fucking this up. How are you fucking this up? Of course, there's no contextless existence of a fucking thing. Oh no, he's struggling. How is it this hard? Is he having a Vosh moment where he's really worried about what he's going to say? Why is he tripping up so much? Chat spammed loser POV a couple of times in this convo. Yeah, he's losing right here. It is a unique debate, I'll give you guys that. To be fair, he has never won a debate. Oh no, okay, let's keep going, but this is, damn, he's got him on the fucking ropes. Okay, swing back, little man, swing back.
As an adult man, or as a man going through puberty, what happens is you will begin to become attracted to things like boobs and booties. You will.
No,
there's a part in your brain.
There's always,
you think it's
every single time that you experience a boob or booties or penises or whatever, there is a scenario attached to that.
The scenarios attached to boobs are breastfeeding children, and the scenarios attached to booties are shitting. Neither of these are inherently sexually attractive. But
what are you talking? Now he's just like missing the whole thing. No, he's saying that nothing exists without context. He's saying scenario, but these are and then he's going off on his whole own argument like, oh no. Oh no. Okay. Amos Yee said breastfeeding was hot. I don't give a fuck what Amos Yee says. He's losing it.
You like to look at
breastfeeding
them.
Children is inherently sexual.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Well, then you're just wrong.
I'm right.
Wait, what? Okay, well now he's coming out of left field. Breastfeeding is always inherently sexual? No? What is going on? The counter throw. Yeah, dude, the counter throw. Holy shit.
If not, what part of it?
How many views do you think these breastfeeding videos?
No, you're talking about the fact that
he's self-reporting. He's self-reporting. What breastfeeding videos on YouTube? What are we talking about? What is? What's going on? I'm so confused. Okay.
That you bring this up, you're talking about a fetish, which means it's outside of the norm. This isn't like a normal thing to be like attracted to like a baby breastfeeding.
Or if you're finding normal.
Normal as in like what is within the general purview of the human experience.
You're throwing up all of these different. It's like a math problem, and you've got all these like multiplication, division, and fractions, and all this fucking. It's like a function that's grown to enormous
I don't think it has. I think my definition is super simple. It's very simple.
The problem is, you've moved on from. Okay, do you want to concede the point that you cannot actually come up with a scenario that is not a scenario?
When we talk about a scenario,
can you?
I don't accept that a person standing still and being viewed is a scenario.
So he pulls us out of this scrap because both of them have fucked up. Ask for a concession on just, can you agree that there's no scenario-less scenario? Where are we going to go?
Scenario in the same way that a person give you a lap dance is a scenario. These are two
They're
fundamental.
not the same scenario. They are different scenarios, and that's why you mentioned them.
It's a different class of scenario.
Yes, but they are different. Okay, do you think an orange is a scenario?
No.
That's a non-scenario. Great. So now we have a marker. So an orange is not a scenario.
Okay.
Is someone standing still a scenario?
It's if we do call it a scenario.
It's part of a scenario.
If we call it a
right?
scenario, it's a different class of scenario than a sexual activity that's designed to elicit a sexual response from you, like a lap dance.
Imagine I mean, even someone you're not attracted to, if you're naked and they're standing still from you 2 inches away from you, you're much
because
more
now the
likely
scenario is because it's a proximity thing. But it's a here's an example. Okay, wait, here's an example for what can be a scenario.
Exposures to breasts.
When they say scenario, I really feel like context would be what he's looking for. I don't even know how important this is, but we're stuck on it, so it's probably a heat of the moment thing. TikTok breastfeeding videos get a shit ton of views. I think he's just saying that makes it sexual. I don't think it makes it sexual. But what I do think is that you could point to the number of views and ask, do you think these people are engaging for some reason outside of it being sexual? People can sexualize all sorts of different scenarios. I mean, like, I could sexualize, like, you picking something up off the floor. Like, I'm like, ooh, look at that fucking bend and snap. God damn, you're fucking thick, right? And you're like, dude, I'm fucking picking up a pencil. What the fuck do you mean? This isn't, like, an inherently sexual scenario at all. Or you could just be standing there and looking off into space, and I could be like, oh, damn. I love that fucking bimbo shit. This bitch don't even know where the fuck she is. I'm about to show her where the fuck she stumbled into. All right. You know, like I guess you can make any situation or scenario, whatever you want, fucking sexual. But I don't think breastfeeding is like inherently sexual. I think that's like a stretch. But okay. Okay, let's just keep going with this because I'm getting sick of this particular point.
Involve a proximity, a position, lighting, a situation.
This is why I said a picture. This is why I said a picture, not somebody standing right in front of you. It's a different thing.
The picture, the camera, the distance to the person in the picture.
Are boobs sexual? Not by themselves, dude. It's gonna depend. I think people could sexualize all types of scenarios, as Mr. Gross' point. Whatever, dude. I'm not gonna comment on this anymore. Can we please we'll listen to it, dude. We'll just listen to it. You may want to move your stream's chat to the right so people can read both chats. You can't read his chat because you want to know why? This fucking this fucking dumbass. Sorry, I'm losing it, dude. This fucking dumbass doesn't put anything underneath his chat, and he chooses to put it where the fucking light is, so you can barely read it because it's white text on a white background. So that's on him, dude. I don't think you can read that shit normally, anyways. I have it under my chat, right? Oh, I don't either. Oh, but mine. No, you can read mine. You can't read his. I'm gonna hold firm on that. Fuck you guys. Whatever. Let's just play this. I'm done.
The implied reason for the picture being taken.
But even if that was the case, though, even if that was the case, even if that was the case, a 19-year-old or 29-year-old or 39-year-old woman standing in front of you naked, I think will elicit a different response than a 9-year-old standing in front of you naked. I think it will be
I'm not saying it wouldn't. I am stuck on one part of this.
Yeah.
And you are evading it. And I gave you a scenario. The scenario was I'm on my deathbed. I'm not even in my right mind. And included in the scenario is the information that I've never been attracted to a child before in my entire life. And I got one measly 89-year-old boner as a prepubescent child walks by my hospital door. And you said that makes me a pedophile.
Because you're being...
So that's why I said...
Because you're being attracted, because you're attracted to childlike features. That's, by definition, that is what pedophilia is.
There is no way to separate the features from the scenario unless you want to keep the scenario the same and then change the features. Like, we can make comparisons in that way. But my point is that when you get a boner, you don't actually know why you're getting a boner.
No. Hold on. Wait, what do you mean you don't? Unless you're talking about, like, waking up in the morning or something. I would disagree with that. You generally know why
if you get a boner every time your dog jumps on your lap.
Yeah, because you're in a scenario where people are touching your lap and dick. That's different.
Yes. So here's my point. My point is that these three questions, the three factors I want you to describe are relevant. And you're saying that they're not. I'm saying the frequency with which, if you get a boner every time you look at your dog, every time your dog licks your hand, every time your dog jumps on your lap, and
Cuties, stay mouth, no purse.
No, it's a cuties vote. That's plus 150 to cuties. That brings us up to 259. Oh man, cuties wins it. Damn. Anonymous securing the victory for pro cuties people. Jesus Christ. Well, the pedos certainly have money. God. That's how it is, isn't it? It's always the rich people that are pedophiles. It is. It's always the rich ones. They get bored. They get bored and they start scheming and then they just want shit they can't have. Okay. All right. So, I guess we do the fucking cuties thing. Okay. Well, yep, that deck was stacked. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Okay. Well, I know what I'm doing the next few days. Cool. Watch party of cuties. Talking to Mr. Girl. Does he have like a Twitter? How do I get a hold of this guy? Oh, look, I come up like first thing when you look up Mr. Girl. Interesting. I figure I'll message him on Twitter. I'm gonna literally message him like right now. Just so you know it's done. Hey, Max.
Looks like rain!
Would you be interested in... oh, I should just introduce myself.
Reroll how excited you are to watch cuties. Also, this is counting against the 259 if you allow it.
Okay, I've messaged him. It's happened. What did that person say? Reroll how excited you are to watch cuties. In case you didn't know, on this channel, you can pay, what is it, 20 or 25 bucks to re-roll an opinion that I have, and then I give a new opinion. Wow. I'm so fucking happy that our community came together to make this happen. I really do think it's important to look at a documentary like Cuties and really analyze how a filmmaker can sexualize youth in that way, how many of us are susceptible to those kinds of urges, how people like Steven are incorrect in saying that you feel attracted one time, well then forever you are a pedophile. I just think that's far off the mark. Situations really matter, and the situations created in the Cuties documentary creates this kind of perfect storm for people to feel a certain way about younger people, a certain way that they don't normally, and to show that just by changing the context around somebody or the culture that you surround them in, you can sexualize people that are very, very young. And that's the uncomfortable truth that I think we have to face by watching a documentary like Cuties. And it's for that reason that I find it very valuable that on this stream, we're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at what does it take to evoke those kinds of feelings in somebody like Mr. Girl here? And what does that really mean for sexuality more broadly and for the way that we treat pedophiles in society? These are the kinds of questions that we're going to answer as we look at cuties offline in my Discord channel, and then bring that conversation into a public forum, really bring a lot of people into that and discuss how that makes us feel, how that makes us think about the way that society works at present, and maybe even how we're treating pedophiles. There you go. There's your fucking stupid fucking rerolled opinion. Okay. Let's just continue with this fucking thing, dude.
And every time you see any dog, then you're attracted to dogs. I think that's fine to say at that point we can call it an attraction to dogs. If you get one boner looking at your dog once when you're 89 and your dog walks by your hospital bed, do you think that means you were attracted to dogs your whole life? No.
Well, when you make that example, okay, hold on.
But your answer changes.
No, wait, hold on. Now my answer's changing because I'm understanding your question substantially different. That 10-year-old walking by the bed, was that the first time they'd seen a 10-year-old? Or was this like they'd seen tons of 10-year-olds? Okay, I'm sorry. When you said that, my interpretation
first time
was
they were attracted to a 10-year-old.
Okay. I would still say, then I would modify. I don't know if it's possible. I would say he became a pedophile then at that point in time. But
I think, so here's where I disagree with you.
Okay.
I think that pedophilia has to, I think pedophilia, to be a useful definition, has to include a certain frequency, a certain strength of attraction, and a certain
thanks, but
what was the third one? Frequency, intensity, and exclusivity.
Okay.
So if you only get boners, and you get them a lot from thinking about and looking at prepubescent children, and they are hard boners, for sure you're a pedophile. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, if you confronted your classmate once in a classroom on the oddity of seeing a hot 10-year-old, and you did get a boner, and you're like, wow, she really is hot, and then you never
exclusivity is a massive L for Mr. Girl here. I'm happy somebody else sees that in. So what RTBA I think is getting at, what I would get at, is that I don't know if exclusivity is as important here. If you have a normal girlfriend and a wife and you have kids and whatever, and you're normally attracted to women and all that stuff, but when you see kids, you're like, you turn to Jabba the Hutt licking his lips and stuff. I don't really care that you also liked normal age women or whatever. I think you're still a pedophile. I don't think the exclusivity is nearly as important as the other two characteristics. So I hope it's not as important for him that it is the exclusive thing, right? I don't know. We'll see. Exclusivity is part of the clinical definition. I guess that's not how I would define it, though. So it's not my personal thing.
Found another 10-year-old hot again, and even the same 10-year-old came the next class and was wearing different clothes and sitting in different lighting, and you're like, oh, never mind, she's just 10. I would say that person is not a pedophile. So
do you think?
You're saying actually this person is a pedophile. So I'm trying to draw. I think the problem is I'm trying to draw a spectrum to show that it's murky.
I just totally don't agree. So here's a question.
I know you think it's binary.
Yeah, I think you either have an attraction towards people. Now, because I can think of ways to explain what that friend was seeing so that it's not pedophilia, but they would be.
Okay, let's see.
Hey, Book, did you realize how far above your thought process is compared to the average human in our society? Keep up the good work. Lesson 3.
I don't know how to feel about these remarks since we're talking about pedophilia and stuff. I not murky at all. It is! You fucking idiots! It is! Randomly having this experience on your deathbed puts you at a way different spot than your whole life always looking at kids all the time and feeling this way. If you don't see that these are different things and that it gets murky at that other end, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You're fucking delusional. You know what? You're psychotic.
I can't have them repeating the same fucking words. Am I crazy? I can't tell if I'm going crazy. Exceptional circumstances, like maybe he's really attracted to like pink tops and brunette hair, and it happens to be a 10-year-old that has these two things, so he's not attracted to them because they're 10, but despite the fact that they're 10, like maybe there are way out there things, but I don't believe that for normal like physiological like human responses, much the same way that like a straight person doesn't sometimes get a boner when they see another guy's dick, I don't know if like a normal, like healthily, like sexually adjusted person that's not a pedophile is going to be like changing diapers, and every now and again, you know, when they change their kids' diapers, like, oh shit, I'm really erect because I'm seeing my kids like genitals. I don't think that happens. I think that it's pretty binary when it comes to attraction to prepubescent features.
So let me explain. Can I explain my problem with your definition?
Yeah, go for it.
Yours, in order to distinguish whether someone's a pedophile, we both agree that you can get a boner indirectly or in a situation with a prepubescent child, and not necessarily.
If you present it like a highly charged sexual scenario, sure, you can get a boner with anything.
We just agree that it's possible. Boner.
But there's a big difference there. But
boner in presence of child does not equal pedophile.
No, but
Nocturnal Nick is telling me to skip to 146. Should we really skip? Do you guys just want to skip past this? Apparently, they all just get stun locked here, and Steven's not understanding him. We could just see Steven struggle through this for another 20 minutes if that's really what you want to do. No? Okay. Sorry, Nocturnal. A lot of people want to see Destiny struggle through somebody else's hypothetical. It is kind of humanizing to see him unable to parse through it when he gives other people shit for like not understanding his hypotheticals on like the first turn. This is why I think he needs to be more flexible with people. Because look, on a conversation that makes him uncomfortable and a hypothetical that makes him uncomfortable, he sucks ass at fucking figuring it out, right? So I think this is like a normal human thing. We have to be more understanding when people don't get our hypotheticals or aren't able to walk through it with us as quickly as we'd like. So I think this is a humanizing moment for Steven. And if you guys want me to, we could keep going through it, I guess.
Child giving you lap dance does not equal just being in a room with a child and seeing them. These are two totally
I didn't say
different.
it did. I said
I understand.
Remove all other considerations.
Okay.
Boner in presence of child does not equal pedophile.
Sure, I agree with that.
Clips.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Good.
Okay. So, my problem with your definition is that it requires a lot of explaining and defending and like, well, okay, wait a second. Wait a second. The bow she was wearing in her hair just reminds me of like blah blah blah, and like the lighting. No, I swear, you should have seen it from the angle I was looking at her, bro. Blah, the makeup, blah. And to me,
Oh, Destiny's in the chat. I am completely able to engage with the hypothetical. I just disagree on the fundamental point he's making. I'll bring you on, bro. Do you want to talk for like 2 seconds so we can like clarify? Because knowing how you talk in the chat, we're not really going to understand each other. You're definitely fucking lost here, bud. We've walked through it step by step. Whether you're lost for one reason or another, I think it's reasonable to be lost. What I'm saying is you should have more empathy for other people to get lost, considering you got lost here. And that's fine. You could have whatever reason you have for being lost. That's okay. I'm in the gym. I'll be up in an hour. Sure, we could talk about it in an hour. Good to hear you're still on that, by the way, because I heard you start going to the gym and stuff a while ago. It's cool to hear that you're staying consistent with it and stuff. Also, congratulations on your marriage. I told you in DMs, but just to repeat it. If you want to talk, just let me know. If you DM me, that way I see the alert on Discord, that'd be like a lot easier. But no, I think you're a bit lost, but that's okay. Like if you had some misinterpretation of what he was saying or whatever, I think it's reasonable. I think people get lost in your shit all the time, or they get worried it's a trap or whatever the reason is. I'm just pointing it out because I think it's normal to like not be able to immediately engage and give the answer the other person is looking for. And you often expect that, and I don't think it's reasonable. So that's why I'm pointing it out, okay?
I as a psych major, I learned to look at things with just statistics and just say, well, how many times did it happen? Can we attach a number value to it? Can we attach a number value to the various factors that were there? Can we, and blah, blah, blah. So to me, it's a much cleaner way to say.
Even in psychology.
It's a cleaner way to, here's the problem.
Even in psychology, that's not true, right? A psychologist, if you were to say, like, I went outdoors in the backyard and my kid had drawn a pattern and hung up a squirrel by its own skin. He skinned him, flayed him alive, and then tied a bow and then hung it up to a tree. The psychologist would never say, well, did they only do it one time? The psychologist would say, your kid is fucked up. You have some problems you need to look at. Like, there is a binary to some things in life.
The problem with your...
Like, look, he's trying to, like, edge out. I don't know, bruh. If this doesn't seem clear to you that he's trying to be getting out of this fucking hypothetical, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, bruh. It does not seem like it would be that hard to engage with this. If Mr. Girl Returns is the same Mr. Girl that we're watching right now, let me go ahead and check my DMs. I DM'd you on Twitter if you ever want to talk. My chat funded a goal where we're gonna watch Cuties off stream. I'm gonna take some notes and like rewatch your YouTube video about it and talk about it. If you would be interested in having a conversation on stream, let me know, because it'd be fun to talk to you. On a separate note, we could talk about optics and stuff. Steven, in case you didn't know, my history with Steven is that my whole start on the platform was telling him he needs to work on optics and rhetoric because that's what's stopping people from understanding his logical points. So it would be well within the theme of the channel to talk to you about something similar and to talk to you about your points, because I think a lot of them are salient and worth discussing since people don't understand them. So you want to have a conversation? Definitely let me know. I think I just saw somebody respond to me on Twitter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do it. Cool. Let me know on Twitter what your availability is, and we'll definitely work that out. Just let me know days, times, time zone, and we'll do that for sure. We're in Pog, yeah. This is it's happening, and it sounds like in an hour or so we might talk to Steven as well. So today's looking jam-packed for content for you boys and girls, for you viewers. Fuck, dude, I'm gonna be fucked on children for a little bit. Fucked on fuck.
She's 13. I don't care.
Oh, my brain, bruh. My fucking brain, dude. Let's just keep watching.
Comparison here is that almost every human male has at one point or another in their life gotten an erection while in the same room as a child.
But getting an erection in the same room as a child, because of a child. Okay, finish.
Let me finish.
Okay.
The average kid has not skinned a squirrel and hung them up. And so actually, your anti-statistics argument is not true. Statistically, one, when on a scale of how many squirrels have you skinned and hung up, is a very large number unless you're like a trapper or hunter. One is a big fucking number. When, on the scale of pedophilia, and this is the argument I'm making, on the scale of getting boners because of things that you do not identify as your primary sexual attraction and that should not be identified as your primary sexual attraction, one is actually a pretty small number because you get a lot of boners. So I prefer, and here's I think fundamentally the difference between us.
Okay.
And on this topic, I believe that pedophilia is an extension of normal human experience, and it's a spectrum that we're all on, and that every single person has a normal distribution of sexual stimuli, the age of the person they were fantasizing about, and there's a primary attraction age, and then drop off. Now the drop off can be steep, the drop off can be gradual, but there will be a drop off, and like any normal graph, there's going to be outlying dots all over the place. And so to me, one outlier dot at 9 for my 89-year-old self, if you see the other 500 billion erections I've gotten are centered around the age of 30. With a drop-off that ends at like 20, so 20 to 40. And then we have one dot here. I would say the only reason you are saying this makes a case for calling this person a pedophile is that...
Oh no, I need another beer.
You want it to be that it's binary. I don't want it to be that it's binary, and B, I don't think that's a good way to describe the situation.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. My understanding is that like pedophilia is. I obviously totally disagree because I think that being attracted to prepubescent features that is a feature that is absent in the vast majority of people, and probably if we want to go evolutionary psychology or whatever, probably for good.
Didn't you just say smooth skin is a prepubescent feature?
Yeah, it can be, but like it's not like exclusive to like there are ways that.
What prepubescent feature do you find the most unattractive?
I think that
do you think people find
if I show you like if I show you a silhouette of a child versus a silhouette of an adult, generally, even just looking at the silhouette, we can probably guess like, oh, this is a child versus this is an adult, and then that accompanied with.
I'm not saying I don't know what. Okay, you could make a list of every single prepubescent feature that you can think of, and then we can make an adult who has all of them or some of them or whatever, and everybody's going to respond in different. Like, okay, look.
By Destiny's definition, you're shaving your pubic area is pedophilic. I'm ignoring Steven because I don't think he's making super good arguments and responses here. I think he's just trying to get out of engaging with what this guy is saying. That sounds super bad faith, but we're kind of just getting out of what he's saying and not engaging with it super well. So I'm kind of ignoring the stupid shit that he's saying, and I'm just waiting until we come back around. Allegedly at 146, whatever, we get back into it. So I'm just waiting for that to happen.
To me, a fundamental tenet of psychology is that all pathologies are statistical extensions of normal human experience. Everybody hears voices sometimes. everybody.
Well, wait, why would it even be a pathology then if it's normal? Or an extension of normality. Doesn't pathology by definition... I could be wrong, I'm just asking. But I thought pathology by definition is like aberrant, or something is wrong, or aberrant, or whatever. Something's like incorrect, or something is broken here.
No. It's the DSM called the diagnostic.
I get so if you did line by line, you'd have a different take. I'd still see blaming Destiny here, but this isn't him not engaging. Sure, we can have a difference of opinion on that. I'm obviously wording this much more meanly because I'm just getting sick of this. So my emotions are coming into play here. I mean, I could try to meditate while I'm listening to this, but it's not really going to work. All right, whatever. I'll try. Okay. Well, we'll just try to meditate so we're nice and fair to everybody. Otherwise, Steven's going to come on and roast me. So.
Statistical manual, because it's about statistical abnormalities, which is the only kind of abnormality that is recognized in psychology.
Sure.
As in the field, you don't say there's people who have hallucinations and people who don't. Everybody has hallucinations. Everybody. Oh, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye.
That's no. Okay. Fuck.
Listen.
I super disagree, but okay, go ahead.
That's fine. You could disagree with me.
Wait, hold on. I don't disagree. That's wrong. That's not hallucination. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. There are like people don't have hallucinations on a spectrum. That's a pretty binary thing. You either do or you don't.
That's not true.
It's super true.
I don't agree. Let me.
I disagree. Yeah, go for it.
I understand. I understand you disagree with everything.
This reminds me of his drug take when he said that you can't have hallucinations on LSD. Holy shit, I'm losing it, dude. Can I please skip to 146? I don't want to listen to this. He's triggering me, and he's going to be on here, and then I'm not going to be able to say anything unless we, like, spend fucking 2 hours going line by line through his fucking shit, because he never admits when he's fucking off on something. Can we please just skip? Can we please just skip? Oh my God. I can't. This is bothering me so much. I'm going to be in so much trouble. Okay. Yeah. Bing chilling. Hallucinations are not on the spectrum. Bing chilling. They're all the same. Bing chilling. There's no difference between having time hallucinations or this hallucination or fucking full room hallucinations or... No difference. They're all the same. There's no such thing. Bing chilling.
I'm saying, and are
not
going
everything,
to
just like
in perpetuity until you let me know otherwise.
Okay.
Most hallucinations are auditory.
Okay.
So that's a more relatable one. Everybody has had a moment where they thought they heard something.
Okay.
That actually didn't hear.
Yeah.
Did you say my name?
No. Which is not a hallucination, but go ahead.
It is a hallucination.
Absolutely not. But go ahead. I disagree with it.
The definition of a hallucination is a sensory input that did not actually happen.
Yes. But thinking you heard your name doesn't mean there was a sensory input there. You might have just misheard something else.
No.
False sense data versus a misinterpretation.
The other person, you're sitting in a room quietly. No one has spoken and no sounds have occurred. And then you look up and say, hey, did you just say my name?
Then you might have an actual problem. If you're in an absolutely silent room and there's actually no noise in it and you actually do hear something, then you're having like a hallucination. But like if you're just in a room,
how would you define whether that person has an actual problem? What would be your next question?
Well, I don't know. Was there an actual sound in the room? Well, we're probably gonna get to frequency. How often do you feel like you're here?
Here, I'll be the patient, and you're determining whether I have schizophrenia. No, there was no sound in the room.
Okay. Well,
I heard it, but my girlfriend said she didn't say my name, but I heard her say it. What's your next question?
Oh God, Jesus. I've never. Hold on, let me open up the diagnostic for schizophrenia, I guess. When it comes to hallucinations, I would imagine that the first question would be like, do you feel like you hear things that are happening? My next question would be, do you feel like you hear anything now?
Yeah, people do have hallucinations in super duper quiet places. Veritasium did do a video on it. It was very, very interesting. I've heard it.
And then I'll sit and wait for an answer.
That's a frequency question.
It'll be a frequency question, right? How often does this happen?
No, I don't hear anything now.
So it happened once?
How often does this happen?
Yeah,
it's only happened once.
Oh, no, it sounds like you just misheard.
Phantom phone vibrations is another one. Phantom ringtone things is another one. Hearing your name in a crowd is another one. There's so many. Out of the corner of your eye, I guess I could count it if we just like I don't know. I just feel like we could give more. I want to get through this part. I'm not going to pause. All right, I'm making a vow. No more pausing until 146.
Heard some shit. Might have been a car outside. Get the fuck out of my office. You're wasting my time and your insurance's money.
Okay, so on the basis of statistics, and in this case the statistic being frequency, you've determined that actually I'm normal.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is how all psychological diagnoses are made. You say, something weird happened. And they say, well, you know what? Something weird happens to everybody. So how weird was it? I spent
Wait, can I ask you a question?
I spent an entire morning thinking I was Abraham Lincoln. And they say, well, actually, frequency-wise, this is how many times this happened to you? Just the once. Well, you know what? Frequency-wise, that's more in the skinning a squirrel territory. So even though it only happened once, that's pretty fucking weird and unusual. If I look at my graph here, I see that actually that's super rare. And so based on the rarity of your experience, the fact that it was very disruptive to your life, I'm going to slap you with the diagnosis anyway, even though it only happened once. And we're going to have to monitor this.
Sure.
So can I finish? I'm trying to get something out here, man.
Go.
Is there a problem you have so far?
So here's a question that I have. Okay. Do you think that there is a fundamental difference between these two experiences? Between me,
he was letting him talk. I don't know what that was.
I thought I heard somebody say my name or whatever. Maybe my fiance's in the other room, and she's saying, and I thought I heard my name. Versus your auditory system is recording sounds that have no mapping onto the external reality.
Wait, that's
do you think
the
that
white
those two
tower
things
thing.
are
I'm sorry.
fundamentally similar, or they exist on a
content,
spectrum,
Booksmarts.
or are these a
Here's some
totally different
compensation for your
classification of experiences?
You could, classification of experiences, no. They could have different causes that are not related to each other at all, and we don't know what the causes are in our example. And the psychologist does not know the causes either. All they know is what you're reporting to me you experienced.
Yeah, but there's an importance in figuring out the difference in the origination of those sounds, no? Or do you think it all doesn't matter?
I think it doesn't matter. I think it is possible that you can have a misfiring in your ear. You could have a misfiring in the neurons. You could have a misfiring in whatever temporal lobe, whatever the different auditory processing mechanisms are. Something went wrong, or something else happened that you misinterpreted cognitively. You were too stupid to understand that your cat meowing was not your girlfriend and you thought it was. It doesn't matter. I don't think that is relevant to the point I'm making. I concede that it is possible that two hallucinations can have a fundamental difference between them.
Gotcha.
But I just think
the weird thing is like putting it on the spectrum.
What I don't concede is that there are whatever you think is the most troubling reason to have a hallucination.
An underlying disease of the brain, probably.
No. In terms of DSM psychological diagnoses, the most fucked up possible misfiring reason that only happened once in a person's life. Do you think that person should be diagnosed as having a hallucinatory disorder?
Probably not.
We also have a crystal ball that tells us the future, and we know that the person will never again have a...
Yeah, probably not, sure.
Okay, so based on this, we can disregard everything else, and we can agree that frequency in statistics is actually a basis for diagnosing someone with a pathology in this instance. So let me make the case to you that is how all diagnoses are made. And in the counterexample of hanging up a squirrel or murdering somebody or whatever, the difference isn't that it's not that statistics are not being used. They are. It's just that one is a statistically high number in that case. So if you hallucinate once, never before, and never again, you don't have schizophrenia. If you hallucinate once a week or twice a week,
he is good at bringing it all back around. I will admit that.
That's not there. The next question is going to be, well, are you able to get to work on time? Do you know cognitively
but he doesn't get lost
that
in
the police
sauce.
are not driving in circles around your house? Yes. Okay, well, then what's the problem? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't need to give you... We could say you have occasional hallucinations. There's not a word for that. I don't think that's going to fulfill any of the diagnoses, whatever requirements. That's right. And so you're talking about a clinical definition, and even a colloquial definition, because I like the clinical definition. For me, you have to factor in the fact that if we take it away from something charged, and it's still charged because you know I'm going to bring it back to pedophilia. But if you didn't know that that's what I was thinking about, I mean, you know it is because it's me. But if it was somebody else talking to you about this, then I don't think you would have as much of a problem being like, oh, you had one day where you were afraid to eat because you felt fat and you didn't want to eat, and then no one could convince you to eat dinner. You're not anorexic.
No, but if you did eat one time and you went into the bathroom afterwards because you felt fat and you stuck a finger down your throat and you threw up, you might be bulimic.
Right.
Even one time.
How often does the average person have that experience?
Almost never. But here's the thing.
Very rarely.
I understand what he goes. Okay, so here's the issue. Here's the disconnect that we have. Okay, hold on. You just talked like 5 minutes. Okay, here's the disconnect we have, and this might just be instrumental.
No, I'm ready to listen.
Yeah. Okay. I think that we have different classes of experience that are fundamentally different from one another. I think that some things exist on a spectrum. So, for instance, I might say that like sociopathy, we don't really use that anymore because it's all under like ASPD. But I might say that like being a sociopath probably is on the spectrum of like way over here you have an incredibly empathetic person, and
so
way over here you
your
have like
thing
a sociopathic
exists on a
person, right?
spectrum, but his pedophilia
I do agree that
doesn't.
there are lots of facets of the human experience that do exist
Seems
on the
unfair.
spectrum. And sometimes maybe even ones that we pathologize to when it comes to things like ADHD, for instance, right? That might not even be like totally off. That might be also on the spectrum of how human brains respond to stimuli and exist in environments, right? Maybe ADHD is way over here, and a more calm and focused person might be way over here, right? I agree with that, but I think that there are also certain classifications that are just kind of binary for people. That doesn't mean unchangeable. Maybe they can change over time, but are relatively binary for people, that you either have this particular facet or you don't have this particular facet, and it's not something that like switches on or off every now and then. Like if you like, I and a lot of other people, I think, have probably gone through their entire lives without ever having a seizure ever. And I think it's probably really rare that just one time, oh my God, you had a seizure. Oh, it's okay.
How close are we to the timestamp?
You'd probably go to the hospital, you'd see if you have a stroke, you'd look for a whole bunch of things, because that's incredibly fucking rare. Like, holy shit, I had a seizure, what the fuck? And I would point to things like pedophilia, so being attracted to a child, having a sexual response, not in a scenario where they're giving you a lap dance, not where they're dressed up and looking like, no, wait, hold on, wait.
A clarifying question.
Okay, go for it, real quick, but I'm gonna interrupt you if you keep going. Okay, go.
To me, seizure is to boner as epilepsy is to pedophilia. But you're comparing seizure to pedophilia.
Seizure is to boner as epilepsy is to pedophilia, where the boner could have other causes.
No.
If you have one seizure, you're not epileptic.
No, but there was still probably something that's not right. Like most people don't have a seizure. I don't believe most people.
Is it not right to the extent that you have a diagnosable disorder?
Maybe, or it would be like cause for great concern. So what I'm saying when it comes to when it comes to children, now if you see a child and you get an erection, a rock solid Viagra Cialis approved, this is a strong boner, and you're looking at a child and you feel it because of the child, then I don't want to say, I guess, like, oh, you're a pedophile. Maybe that's like a too charged of a word, but like I don't think you have spontaneous sexual attraction to children that disappears after a second. You probably have some type of sexual attraction towards children. My guess would be
on a spectrum, right?
This is the worst fucking stream I've ever done in my life. My guess would be, hopefully,
blame this on me.
I am blaming this on you. If you put a man in a room with 30 fucking 9-year-old children, okay, they're all running around naked, you should never look at any of them and feel like a sexual attraction. That should just not be a thing. If you do have
the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Thank you. Okay. There is like a, or when you're changing diapers with children, or when you're in like medical care or whatever, as a doctor's a pediatrician or whatever, you're not randomly seeing a patient and you're like, oh fuck, I just got a huge boner when I look at that 8-year-old. I don't know why, it just happens sometimes, right? That generally there are like things that are a bit binary about some of our sexual experiences.
You're leaning away from the question of fundamental versus statistical, spectrum versus not spectrum, to give socially loaded, controversial counter examples. But the strength of your argument is that, isn't this a weird image? Isn't this disturbing? Doesn't this freak you out? If we reduce it to something, or switch it back to something that's less loaded, like how many seizures do you have to have before you have a seizure disorder? I think that your anti-spectrum fundamentalist argument still falls apart.
Okay. Well, I don't think that, like, if you're consistent, I guess at the end of the day, I would say
consistent is statistical.
Yeah, but you're saying even if that same 10-year-old came back over and over again, you got a boner every time you saw that 10-year-old. It was just that one 10-year-old.
I said it happened one time.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard that.
Boner.
But you're saying, but the guy was pairing
never
that.
Before,
but you were saying
again.
Like, that 10-year-old is really hot. That one right there. She's hot.
It's a momentary thought. Once, never before, never again. The 10-year-old never came back. I sat there waiting literally the rest of my life for her to come back, and she never did.
But if she came back, would you have another sexual attraction towards her?
We don't know.
Not you, generally, but
that information is not provided. But the fact that you asked for it suggests that, in fact, you're not ready to make the diagnosis of pedophile.
Well, it's not. But
in fact, implies that you fucking agree with me.
I absolutely do not. But okay, let's.
Then why do you need more information? Then why'd you ask?
Because I'm trying to find out. Because it is the question: are you attracted because they're a 10-year-old, or in spite of them being a 10-year-old? That's the question.
The question is pedophilia a spectrum or not? And you're saying it is not.
I think that pedophilia can have a spectrum, but other sexual attraction is also a spectrum, and these spectrums are separated. They're different. I don't think that you have, like most people have, like every now and then I pop a boner on a 9-year-old. I don't think that is anywhere in the spectrum of like a normal adult behavior.
Well, that's you're now making a statement again in favor of my argument accidentally, because you're saying most people statistically do not get a boner because of a 9-year-old, which is actually a statistical argument implying that if we would go up to 10, you would see more boners, 11 more boners, 12 more, 13 still more, 14 all the boners.
Yeah.
And
but it's not because you're. But it's not.
So in
because,
fact, you are saying that
it's not because there is a spectrum there of pedophilia, though. It's because as they age into 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, they start to exhibit the secondary sexual characteristics that would map on to a normal human sexuality spectrum.
I understand what you are trying to say, but I'm saying what you're accidentally saying is that we would see in a normal distribution graph of boners caused by people of different ages a drop off, and the drop off would go all the way to 0. I'm sure there are people who get boners because of infants, right? And so it's going to rise. And you want to say, hey, each of us has a graph like this, right? Anybody who's ever gotten a boner has a graph. Do we agree on that?
Probably, yeah. Well, lots of graphs, yeah.
We can make a dot for every age of the person that gave us a boner. We can make every person could make a boner graph, right?
Okay.
And so what you want to do is you want to say
boner graph.
If you have one dot that is below the you know what, we wouldn't even say by age, because we agree that people hit puberty at different times. So we'll just draw a line and we'll say puberty, post-puberty, and pre-puberty. And so we look at the normal distribution and we see, or abnormal distribution, and you want to say if you have one dot on the prepubescent side of this line, that is my definition of pedophile.
I don't believe that thing can exist. I think that you're hitting an anomaly that doesn't.
Oh, we're past 46 minutes, so I can pause. Good, because that's going to make a lot of noise for forever and a half. Nice. 10 gift subs from Crazy Saxes. Wow, he is good at this. He's so focused. I like that. He doesn't get lost. Some people get lost, and it's sad to see. Lonerbox sometimes can get lost. Lots of people do. He doesn't get lost. He's very, very, very focused. And not to the detriment of listening to Steven either. He hears what he's saying, but he knows that what he's saying is still important and returns to it. So I think he's performing well there, and he's getting Steven to lay down the pieces for what he needs to explain, which is also good. So good. Because we got Steven to go from there is no spectrum for this to there is a spectrum, it's just separate from these other ones. And epileptic was another example of something that was oh, that's smart. Yeah. So Caesars are to boners what epilepsy would be to pedophilia. What is that? And then he even explains this whole boner graph thing. As funny as a meme as it is, he's illustrating his point in a dozen ways, really, really, really well. So, I mean, props to him in this situation, because man, we're just we're lost and we're thrashing in this raging waters of nonsense. And he's kept an eye on the shore and tried to make his way there, and he's holding out really good in this kind of back and forth. He's got a clear mind through it, so that's good. And then Steven, to be fair, also is pulling us out. Yahweh on Inshallah. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I do appreciate that. Sorry if that was insensitive to your religion. I do appreciate that. Interesting. So Steven also could have kept us in that torrent of we're looping and whatever, and he could have given up and said I think we're looping, let's move on. So to be fair to Steven as well, it took some effort on his part to not to get us through this as well. But man, that was a rough few minutes there. He's the Monkey D. Luffy of these nonsense waters. Yeah, maybe. You appreciate being offensive to someone's religion? Sometimes, if it's funny. Destiny didn't change his position. 200 characters isn't enough to explain what happened here, but Destiny just did a shit job of explaining his fundamental beliefs. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you about that. As long as you said shit and Destiny in the same sentence, I guess I don't care. Level 5 hype train? Are we?
What is that?
Oh my god. I think I undersold how much Yahweh was giving us things. So we got 10 gifted subs from Crazy Saxes, another gifted sub from Crazy Saxes, Yahweh subscribed, then Yahweh gave us 10 gifted subs, then Yahweh gave us another 5 gifted subs. And then he came in with another 5 gifted subs. Salivola, Quan, Reticulous, Dinobot, 80, Easy Bake Oven, End, Winter, Stanks, Lord German, Sidearm, Quano. Everybody's getting subs. Everybody gets a sub. Thing That Is, Major Tom, Heat, MV Parker, Saya. Saya is this really, really cute Japanese weather host lady. Let me look her up real quick. Saya is really cute. I don't know if that's the same Saya.
Seems good 94.
She is so adorable. Oh.
皆さんいかがでしょうか。桜を眺めて帰宅している方も。
This is probably pretty niche. I would say this is probably pretty niche, but I like Saya, the weather lady. And then Hot Bio Lava with 5. Oh wait, no, Hot Bio Lava subbed. Frank Sino subbed. Henry gave us some bits. Crazy Sax is gifting 3 subs to some particular individuals. How ironic, Spartan, Tendo Paint. Thank you for all that, party people. Where are we at on this hype train? Oh my god!
What the fuck?
We're at level 5 and we're at 393%. Holy shit! Looking pretty young there, Booksmarts. Well, if I gave you a boner, you're a fucking pedophile. And you should seek help. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Hot Bio Lava gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you. Can we get to level 6? There is no level 6. What is going on? Frank Sino with 5 more gifted subs? What are we doing? What is going on? Where is all this coming from? Booksmarts, are you over 18? Yeah, at this point, yeah. You're just an anomaly on my boner graph? Yeah, we need to see a pattern of behavior to give you that label, bro. You're right. Mr. Girl's right on that one. We need a few more data points to be categorizing you as a pedophile. Destiny would argue that you would be a pedophile, would he? Should I watch this clip that you gave me?
They're immediately turned off if they are made aware if they're under 18. A pedophile? So, yes. Yeah. So, in my opinion, I bet I could get one psychologist who want to come on here to do this, okay? Women that do things, the Nico girls are a really good example of this, of dressing like a kid, trying not to look very like womanly, but very childlike, the very like circular faces and the red thing to make yourself look like a kid, blah, 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 blah. I think that is pedo baiting, 100%. And I think that...
I don't know if this is a private position. I don't know if I should share this. Should I share this? I don't think I can share this. It's about another streamer, but it was said in private, and I don't know if they want me to share this. I'm not going to share it because it might get them in trouble. Never mind. Ignore that I said anything.
If you are attracted to that, I think that you have degrees of pedophilia inside of you. That is not how your brain is supposed to be wired. You're attracted towards women. If you are attracted towards people that look and act like children, I think that you have some amount of pedophilia going on in your brain, even if that person is 20, 25, 30 years old. I think it is incredibly fucking weird, and I don't think it should be encouraged, and I think the people that do it are pedo baiting.
You're out of touch, old man. You're out of touch.
What the fuck?
You're out of touch.
What is this?
Are there weebs in the... Yeah, okay. My weebs are fucking covering me here. God. Oh, man. Well, now I'll have a very... Whoa! What is that? Wow! No! Jesus Christ! Was that Twitch? Holy shit!
My friend.
She was 16, you're all pedophiles. Congratulations. She was 16, you're all pedophiles. You're all pedophiles. Congrats. Add that boner on the wrong side of the graph, why don't you? Whose channel was that? I don't know, dude. Some fucking random Twitch person. Stop making the sound. I can't, dude. They donated. Or they gave a bunch of subs. Yahweh gifted another 5 subs after that, so we're gonna listen to sub noises for quite some time, which is why I have this pause so we don't interrupt it. Your cam is blocking the donut message. Uh-oh. Oh, you're totally right. Wait, why is my cam so much higher than everything? Oops. I like how my cam has been blocking that the whole time and nobody's told me. Oops. Well, there you go. I'll put it all right there. I'm sorry, guys. Know the sound of clapping / fapping. What the fuck? My boner graph went to the roof. Uh-oh. What is this? God. Oh man. Well, now I'll have a very... Whoa! What is that? Jesus Christ. Stop. I'm gonna get in trouble. That's a sexy little round face you got there. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking weird. I can't with this.
What the fuck? Sam, what is that?
Dude, this is gonna go on forever. I mean, they paid for it. I feel bad taking it away from them, bro. Are we all done? Can I start the thing again? Jesus Christ.
That either they're not aware of something or there was some mitigating factor. Like, I don't.
You don't think it's possible to only get? You don't think it's possible to
only get one boner to a 9-year-old? No, I don't think so.
Really? Why? Where have you come up with this?
Okay. What's the minimum number of boners you think someone could get? I mean, what are you talking about?
I think that you.
Oh, he doesn't even engage with it. That's fucking smart. I would have been triggered by that. That would have distracted the fuck out of me. So he's still going on the statistical probability thing.
I think you either have like a proclivity for that type of sexual attraction.
What if you are 9 and you get a boner because of a 9-year-old?
What if you are 9 and you get a boner? I don't know if 9-year-olds. I would have to think back to my experience of being a 9-year-old. I don't know if they're thinking about boners.
It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Let's just accept that hypothetically a 9-year-old gets a boner about a 9-year-old. Like, I don't think you have to think too hard about this one.
Do you want to think about that?
It's been a long time. I'm 22 years old.
What the fuck? What is that?
Dylan says stupid fucking question. I think it's an easy fucking question, but his difficulty in answering it is interesting to me. God, this guy digs in deep with this shit, dude.
I'm sorry, that's 22 years ago is what I meant to say, sorry. Or 24 years ago. I can't remember back to my sexual attractions when I was 9 years old.
Okay, well, I can.
What's the answer? The easy answer is no. Obviously, if you're 9 years old and you get a boner about another 9-year-old, that doesn't make you a pedophile. I just think it's going to slowly deteriorate his position, so maybe he's realizing that. I don't know, dude.
Okay.
But we can move on to another example. What if
he's scared of a trap? Bad faith on my part. I do think he's afraid of a trap. I think he's afraid of a trap at numerous corners and points here. So I think this is maybe one of them. He's not rude to you and traps you and stuff, though. I don't know if you should be as afraid talking to him as it seems like everybody else is. But, and one thing that Mr. Girl might not realize, but streamers do, they're not afraid of him. They're afraid of the audience clipping and taking things in a wrong direction. It's not that Mr. Girl's gonna hold his feet to the fire and whatever. It's that other people outside of the conversation will. There's more people listening than just these two.
The diagnostic tool isn't an individual boner. It's if your arousal and attraction persist across tests. The way this is studied is crazy interesting.
Okay. Thanks for the 499, Farlado. He's not digging in deep. Destiny is working from what he believes is a factual base, and Mr. Girl isn't working to dissuade that. I don't know, bro.
If you're 13, you get a boner because of a 9-year-old. Are you a pedophile?
What does he say?
You get a boner because of an 11.
Okay.
But we can move on to another example. What if you're 13 and you get a boner because of an 11-year-old? Are you a pedophile?
I think that there are other mitigating factors there.
So the answer is not yes or no.
Because there are other mitigating factors there. But the issue is not that, like, the issue is not the... Okay, hypothetically, go.
A 14-year-old who's consistently attracted to 9-year-olds probably is a pedophile. You think that's true?
I would probably, yeah.
Okay. A 14-year-old who gets one boner because of a 9-year-old, the first boner they've gotten since hitting puberty because of a 9-year-old, and they get hit by a bus. Are you prepared to label that now I've artificially created a situation where actually we do have one dot on the side of this line.
Right.
Is that person a pedophile?
Yeah, but we don't have to say it because he's dead, and we don't want to disrespect the dead youth. But probably, yeah.
Okay. So
But I have a binary view of the traction to prepubescent features.
That's what we're.
He's just biting bullets that I wouldn't bite. This doesn't make any sense. Really? Really? Okay, whatever. He's not in front of me. I can't ask him questions, so I guess we'll just continue.
Okay. Yeah, that is in fact it. Yeah.
Okay, so
all of this because it has to be binary. What a silly way of thinking about this. Are people really this like? The alerts are triggering me. What do you think it feels like for me? Like, is it this hard? Like, I feel like these are so easy to answer, and these aren't the answers. Maybe I just have a really weird opinion about this. Maybe I just have a really weird opinion about this. But that's not at all. Having a binary view is so stupid since he doesn't have a binary view on anything else. Maybe I don't know if it's bad because he doesn't have it on other things. I think it's just it doesn't work in this case. And he's pointing out scenarios where it very clearly wouldn't work. We wouldn't do this to a 14-year-old. I don't understand this. The difference is that you're getting paid and viewers aren't. I guess so, dude. The possibility to be attracted is either on or off. And if they're on, he's saying that, yeah, but he's ignoring so much other context. What a boneheaded way of thinking about things. He's not incorporating age. He doesn't care about scenarios. He doesn't care about frequency. He doesn't care about intensity. He doesn't care about any nuance in this. He's just come up with some artificial rule that clearly is not working in a bunch of different scenarios. And he's just sticking to it and biting stupid, like, dumb fuck bullets. I don't understand. Man, I was going to make a joke about the set of Rust, but I won't. Just know that I had a really funny joke I was going to make about biting bullets in Rust, but I won't. Okay, let's just continue because I'm getting triggered, dude. I'm just going to let this play through. Hopefully this comes to some kind of interesting conclusion.
Would you let a 10-year-old girl that you're in charge of let's not make it loaded. I don't know anything.
Okay, wow, thanks. Yeah, that's good. So, get away from the loaded.
Let's say you're a teacher. You're a teacher. You have this. I don't know how to have this conversation because you said you're a parent and I'm not. So like, it's obviously our feelings about this are pretty different.
I feel okay having it because you know what? I'm not a pedophile, so I'm not worried about it. But go ahead.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so a 10-year-old child walks through a park naked at night. Do you think that's a safe situation?
No, for a variety of reasons, but try to get at the for a million.
Well,
reasons.
I think you know what reason I'm getting at. So for pedophilic. Attraction-based child molestation reasons. Do you think it's a safe situation?
Okay, I want to point out one dumb fuck chatter real quick. Potato Cat. Holy shit, these are his answers and his worldview. I seriously doubt you want to talk with random chatters, but it'd take 2 minutes to explain. I get that, idiot. I get that he has a worldview. These are the answers as a consequence of his worldview. I'm saying his worldview's shitty. It doesn't really map to helpful conclusions, in this case about pedophiles, the same way you could look at BX Bullet's responses to his fucking questions and his arguments. Like, yeah, BX Bullet has these ideas about gun safety that are fucking the R slur. They're just fucking stupid. They don't make any sense. They don't really work when we're talking about movie sets. She's concocted it to have a conclusion that she wants to have a conclusion for in a particular way that she wants that conclusion to come out. And it makes it to where it's not a helpful worldview for coming to conclusions about a particular topic. It's the same here. I get it. His worldview match up with his answers. I'm not saying he's logically inconsistent. I'm saying it doesn't map onto the world very well. And we're seeing this with each example that Mr. Girl is giving us. It doesn't map onto the world very well. It's not a helpful way of thinking about this situation. That's the whole point. I don't care if he's consistent if he's wrong. I don't care if he's consistent if his prescriptions for reality don't help us or don't match up with what I see. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like that's my whole point. Whatever, dude.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
I know you won't get raped. I don't have to worry about that. I'm just worried about you getting kidnapped and held for ransom, because only a tiny fraction of adult men would be interested in a naked 10-year-old. So we don't have to even be concerned about that.
You're giving me you're giving me hold on. You're giving me like a sarcastic answer, but that's probably actually what I would respond with. I don't think that I'm trying to, because what you're trying to get at is whether they'll be raped, not if they'll get like robbed or something, or if a dog will attack them. I'm assuming is what you're asking, right? My assumption would be
sexualized.
If a 9-year-old is like walking, if like a 9 or 8-year-old is walking through a park. I'm dropping the age a little bit because 10 are starting to get to where they're like getting boobs and butt, but we're talking like clearly a child. It's walking through a park.
Let's compromise. Let's say 9.
Okay, that's a good middle ground. Okay, a 9-year-old is walking through a park naked. My biggest fear wouldn't be, oh my god, this person is going to be raped. I absolutely.
I'm not asking what your biggest fear is.
Or no, okay. I don't think there is a high statistical likelihood. I don't think that. I don't think that the highest likelihood is of her getting raped. I don't believe so.
That's the same thing you just said. Removing all other concerns, all other statistical likelihoods.
Okay.
Do you think that most people, or would you feel a concern of, ooh, you know, there might be somebody who is sexually weird towards that child, and I don't want that to happen. Like, do you have a sense that a park at night?
Are we talking about like nobody in the park, or like a park full of people, or
there's a park? There's people in the park.
Why does it have to be at night then?
Because there's social norm. I don't know if you know this, but it's socially unacceptable to molest children in public. So
in the day or
night,
well, but then at the cover of night, then I'm just gonna say like, well, no, because nobody can see them because it's too dark. Or what are you getting at? I guess the hypothetical. I'll say no. The answer is no. I wouldn't be worried about the person being sexualized. No.
My question is, when you think about leaving a child in the care of another person,
okay,
don't you also consider that there is a non-tiny likelihood or possibility that that person might be some kind of creep or pedophile who is going to sexualize the child?
Yeah, we always consider that as a possibility. Sure.
And do you think that that is a unrealistic possibility, like the way we consider plane crashes, and that really...
No, it's a realistic possibility, of course, that there could be a
really there isn't
somewhere,
actually that much child abuse going on in the world, so we don't have to worry about it? Or do you think it? Yeah, do you think it's a realistic possibility?
It's a real possibility it could be a pedophile that would find them, sure.
Okay, so your view is just that there are far more pedophiles in the world than I believe there are. Do we agree on that?
I don't think there are. I don't think it's got to be like 1% or less. No, people that are pedophiles. Why would I think there's a lot? Oh, because
your definition is
it.
extremely expansive. I mean, my definition is extremely restrictive. So just if we both agreed on the boner graphs.
But because I think that's what we're disagreeing on. Because I don't think that normal people are going to pop a boner every now and then between a 9-year-old, but you say they are. So we're kind of disagreeing on that part of the graph.
So I'm saying definitionally.
Because I've been shitting on Steven a bunch here, I'm going to give him a point. He is getting at something important, right? Like, to get to the person who said worldview earlier, he believes that very few adults are like this, so it's not, whatever. And to be fair to him, he's saying, well, we have two definitions. Mine is way less inclusive than yours. Yours would mean we have a lot more people than me. But he's saying, well, but even then, like, even with my super, inclusive definition, I just don't think there's a lot of people. So, okay.
I'm saying that my bar for abnormal is like my bar for hallucinations, seizures, emotional outbursts, out-of-body experiences, other symptoms of paraphilias or psychological disorders. Or if you want to go for sexual orientations, which I think pedophilia behaves like a sexual orientation. If I get a boner because of one guy once, does that mean I'm gay?
Like, I mean, if you get a boner because of the guy, I think there's a question. So you're probably not. It's completely straight.
One boner, same thing. One boner once in my entire life.
Spectrum, because of looking at a guy, not because the guy is sucking your fucking cock, and you're like, oh my god, and then you get a boner. But if you look at a guy naked and you see his big, throbbing, juicy dick one time, and you pop a boner, yeah, I don't think you're 100% straight. You're somewhere on the spectrum.
That's not what I fucking said. I said, do you think I'm gay?
No, but looking at a boner doesn't make you gay. It can make you bi. I think you're bi. You're bi. You're bi. You can't try to binary here when there's literally an in-between category. Straight and gay is not binary. There's literally bisexuality. There's an actual spectrum there.
I believe that it is a spectrum.
Sure.
Not a spectrum with 3 points on it. A spectrum with a billion points on it.
I agree.
So that we can move the slider as necessary. So I would go from straight, and here's gay. I would go. So I'd be about here instead of here.
What about people that are sexually attracted to animal suffering? Do you think that exists on a spectrum, or do you think that's like a different classification of sexual attraction?
I want to finish this point, and then we can move on to that question. Will you grant me that?
Go for it.
Good.
Okay. I think I would have moved from straight to slightly less straight. I don't think I would be here.
Okay.
Okay. So if we change it back to pedophilia, to me, you can be anywhere from here to here. Now, if you're saying for the utility of, I don't want somebody to be a school teacher who has ever gotten a boner because of a 9-year-old, then your definition makes sense. The utility of labeling that person as a pedophile makes sense. And the comparison
He stays on the ball. Yeah, he certainly stays focused. You could say what you want of this dude and not like him or whatever. He's good at like staying on what he needs to do. And Steven and Vosh and these other people can be very distracting. They could definitely lead you off, and he's not letting it happen. So the analogies are stupid as fuck. I really don't think they're dumb. I really do think they're getting closer to like what he's trying to talk about. I wouldn't shit on the analogies, dude.
To gay and straight and falls apart because you're saying we need to know who is in this category.
Okay, that's a whole lot of social baggage that I don't care about, but I understand what you're saying.
Great. So if you don't care about that, then if we're just talking about purely descriptive words that describe a person's sexual predilections and propensity for attraction to a certain person, then I think the comparison holds up pretty well. One sexual experience that is, or thought that is out of the norm for you, I don't think requires a new label. To me, I mean, I don't even believe in labels anyway, really. To me, the only utility of the label is like, if I'm dating you, or I'm trying to date somebody, I need to know, am I in your group of fuckability or not, basically. And then for pedophilia, are you a danger to children, and is this fucking up your life? And so that's the utility of the two labels to me, and to me they fall along pretty similar lines.
Okay.
I don't see the utility of labeling someone who gets a boner once because of a 9-year-old on their deathbed when they're 89, and then they miraculously live to be 180, and it still never get another boner because of a child. I don't see the utility in labeling that person a pedophile, other than to create the illusion of a binary that is, if it is there, is nowhere near as extreme as the one that you're illustrating.
Sure, and I'm not talking about social implications. It's like that's a whole separate conversation where I can acknowledge that there might be utility in labeling some people some ways or labeling people as other ways. I understand that. I guess what
so animal suffering.
Said this a million times, and I'll say it one more time. It seems like we disagree fundamentally on. I just don't think that every part of the human experience exists on a binary from every other part. It feels like there are some things that are relatively binary in terms of our experiences, or at least.
So,
like, he waves aside but the social stuff is a whole other question. But he's trying to use that social pressure to get you to reconsider your position.
And so the argument you're making there, to be clear, is that it is not possible to only get one boner because of a child.
It wouldn't seem to be the case. That would
barring extenuating circumstances. Yeah. That is statistically impossible.
Yeah, that would be my understanding of it. Or maybe in time, maybe you could be socially conditioned. But at that particular point in time, that particular person would have a proclivity for that thing. It wouldn't just happen one time.
Okay.
Interesting. And he got him to buy in on rather extreme statement. Okay.
So can you tell me
gonna do?
How do you think that there is some kind of spectrum from less pedophilic to more pedophilic? You're saying no one is here in the gray area, but once you're in.
So I know the chatters keep repeating this over and over again, that they think there is no spectrum except starting at yes and going to like hell yes, right? Like, there is no spectrum leading up to the decision that you are a pedophile. It doesn't exist. You either are or you aren't, and then once you are, then we talk about the spectrum, right? I get that. That's what you guys have said, right? It goes from, yeah, you are, to, yeah, hell yeah, you are, right? And that's what we're going to kind of clarify here, I would assume. Because I don't know if he knows that yet. I obviously saw it. I see you guys typing it. I understand what you mean. I don't know if Mr. Grill's on that same page yet, but we'll see here.
In the pedophile label, there are people who are more attracted to children or more frequently attracted to children.
Probably, yeah. I would think that there would be a separate spectrum there, and then a separate spectrum for normal sexuality. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But you're saying there's a steel door.
I'm saying that it feels like that's a fundamentally different.
Not a pedophile.
Yeah. So like the other question I wanted to ask was like, some people masturbate to really fucked up shit. We'll say like animal suffering or torture, right? I don't think that exists on the same spectrum where you can walk from that over to like normal like human sexual experience. That feels like a binary thing where like there might be some people that like a lot of animal suffering and a little bit that jerk off to really fucked up shit, but I don't think a normal person exists from on that spectrum there. I think it's different.
I think all sex is animal suffering, and I love it all. But let's try to see if I can, the master of gray areas. Let's see if we can fill in the dots.
Sure.
So masturbating to animal suffering. You're saying just to pick.
I'm gonna go pee. I have to go. I have to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. You guys can listen to some I don't know, something interesting on SoundCloud while I'm gone. It'll be like 2 seconds. I'll give you a different track. There you go. Y'all know who be hungry? I'm hungry. All kinds of people be hungry. Okay, so we can do Sunday or Monday, chat, for the Mr. Girl Talk. Let me look at what day it is today so I could, like, know, because I have no idea what day it is. So it's Wednesday. I think Sunday works. We should probably do Sunday, no? God's Day? Oh, Friday he's free too. Friday? Let's just do Friday. Friday's sooner. Friday's easy. Cool. So we'll do Friday. Friday around 2 or 3 p.m. So if you guys want to set your alarms, that's when it'll happen. What if he wins you over? Unlike everybody else on this platform, I'm not afraid of being convinced of an idea or whatever. I'm not afraid of ideas, dude, even if they come from pedophile adjacent people, dude. Your cell phone is blurred? Is it? Sometimes it looks like that, but I just assume it's because I'm blind. Do it Sunday morning so the kids are safe. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Are you gonna watch Cuties before? Yeah, of course. We'll do that sometime during the week. Time zone? PST. Pacific Standard. So yeah. Oh man. That was a good pee too. I felt really good after that one. I might be sexually attracted to urinating after holding it in for a while. It's like near orgasmic, that feeling. Sorry, I'm getting off track. Let's just keep watching. My brain is going to mush, dude.
Picture of a dog in pain?
Picture or video, sure, whatever we want it to be.
And there's no human in the video, it's just a dog in pain.
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
What color? It was like next to clear almost.
Do you think that there are some dogs that are more facially expressive like humans or look more like humans? Like, do you think there's any overlap between...
A little bit, yeah.
Do you think some dogs are hotter than other dogs?
Are we talking 9-year-old dogs and dog years, or?
It's dealer's choice.
Okay. Are some dogs more sexually attracted than other dogs? I think if you already have a proclivity to be like attracted to dogs, yes.
No.
But for a normal person,
to the average person, to a normal person. Okay.
Attracted in terms of like sexually,
okay,
no.
So let me get this straight.
Go ahead.
If I tell you have to fuck a dog, you have to.
I'm not gonna have a preference.
You have to fuck.
I will comment on this. Chud Logic on Twitch triggered the fuck out of me about this. This is a fucking cope and seethe answer, and I will not fucking have it. If I Thanos snap you into a waiting room and you are in front of a Super Smash Brothers style character selection screen with all the different breeds of dogs, and I told you, whichever one of these you pick, you are going to have to fuck until you come. You are not going to pick random. And if you do, you are a strategic blunder walking around on 2 feet. Because at the very least, you should answer that you're going to pick a dog that it logistically makes sense for. I don't want to pick random and get a fucking Chihuahua. I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to get a pug. I don't want to get a Shar-Pei, right? I want a big dog at the very least. Something like sizable, right? You would at least want to pick a larger dog. So the idea that there is absolutely no preference in this hypothetical is really silly to me. And it's not a preference on which is more attractive, or maybe it is. Like, I don't want like a fucking Tanga style dog. Like I would probably like, I don't know. I'm not sexually attracted to dogs, but I would probably pick one that I wouldn't like kill in the process of it, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like you're not really thinking it through if you don't give an answer here. I don't think you're picking the random button. I think that's a fucking virtue signal answer. And Chud told me that. And I told him, I was like, well, what if like logistically, right? Like you don't want to get stuck with a Chihuahua. You would at least want a big dog. He's like, no, I would just have no preference. Like, really, bro? You want to kill a fucking dog with your penis? I don't know. I think there's a varying range of experiences there with each different kind of dog. And though I'm not interested in any of those experiences outside of that hypothetical, I would have a preference as to what kind of experience I would prefer. It's the same way if like you asked me like, oh, Booksmarts, if I was going to torture you, are you really telling me you wouldn't have a preference as to what kind of torture you would have? Like, well, no, of course I would. I'm not somebody that enjoys torture. I'm not somebody that enjoys thinking about torture. But if I had a selection screen of a bunch of different kinds of torture, I would have a preference for some rather than others, right? Like, I can't see this idea that you would just, oh, I don't care, just give me whatever. Like, no, I would want to use this decision to my benefit. I don't know. You can't kill a Taco Bell dog with that thing. Maybe not your thing, but with my thing, I think I most certainly would. I think I most certainly would. I think that would be the death of the Chihuahua. I don't see it living through that. How is dog fucking anywhere near equal to torture? I'm just saying. How is it? It's not that it's near to it. It's this idea that you don't have a preference to the thing. You would clearly have a preference. I think the dog fucking is like torture. I don't want to fuck a dog. It's like getting raped. Rape is a form of torture. Would I pick getting raped over like, I don't know, some other kind of thing? Like maybe getting my feet tickled until I pissed myself? I would pick getting my feet tickled till I pissed myself over getting anally raped, right? Like, two very different kinds of torture that I would go through. And same with the dog. It's almost like a rape scenario. Like, would I have a preference on what kind of thing I would be raped by? Probably yes. Probably yes, right? And it doesn't mean that I enjoy being raped or anything like that. It just means that obviously I would make a decision that's like logistically, you know, makes sense. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm crazy by saying this, but I see question marks and feels weird bands and things in the chat. I just don't think you guys are thinking. But go ahead. You guys go ahead and fuck small dogs. I wouldn't. Would you kill a small dog? Giant dogs crossbred with small ones just fine. I think I would seriously injure that dog. That's what I would say. I think I would seriously injure that dog. But I care about dogs. I don't want to injure them at all. So for me, the bar of injuring is lower, maybe. Logistics and ease isn't using attraction as a data point, though. That's getting away from the point. It's not, because then he could make that same adjacent point to children. If you had me select a particular kind of child, I wouldn't be picking it out of attraction. I could easily just pick it out of like ease, right? Like we could get into those kinds of distinctions, but we don't get to because he just completely doesn't choose to engage with it. And in this case, he is just not engaging with it. I don't know if it's just a random selection. You don't have to penetrate the, what did you say? You don't have to penetrate them, do you? That's my assumption. That's my assumption. Does male or female matter, or does it have to be using your, I don't even know how female dogs work. It looks like they have a wiener. I don't really know how female dogs work, if I'm being quite honest with you. The question was to select a dog by sexual attraction. He says no preference. Whatever, dude. Can we please just get past this? This is going to be an uncomfortable section for me to discuss with you guys. You guys are fucking, you're driving me nuts. Why are you brying me? What did I say? You don't have to go balls.
A dog because I'm going to give you $10 million.
Sure.
My next question is: do you? I have 10 dogs in my.
Yeah. So if somebody were to ask me, if somebody, I'm not gonna say, "Let me see the dogs." I want to pick my favorite one. Okay.
Don't take my question away. Don't take my question away.
Okay. Go for it.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
And I say the dogs they're ready for you.
Yeah.
They're all of them ready. Do you want to pick, or do you want me to pick for you?
So the boring.
Do you want to pick, or do you want me to pick for you?
The real answer is I would want to pick. But the reason isn't because of attraction, it's because of safety. I don't want to get fucked by like a 200-pound dog that's going to fucking kill me.
They're all
same size?
Very docile.
All docile? Okay, anyone. I don't care. I'm not going to have a preference. I actually will not have any preference. No.
Well, actually, if you don't come,
yeah,
we're going to
I lose $1 million.
We're going to drop a nuclear bomb on New York City.
Uh-huh.
And you lose $1 million.
Yeah. You could still pick. It's not going to make a difference if I pick one or another. I don't think I'm going to find some dogs more sexually attractive than other dogs.
Okay, one of the dogs has a butt that looks exactly like a person's butt. Have you ever seen a sheep's ass?
But now you're cheating, right? Because now you're trying to overcome that beast. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, I'm having a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Okay. So this is the wait. Don't take this brain blast from me. I gave you the dogs. You give me the brain blast.
Yeah, you're right.
So my issue before, when I made the comparisons to the pedophile thing, was I was trying to say maybe you were attracted to the 9-year-old in spite of her being a 9-year-old, not because. Maybe she had brunette hair and you liked that, and she wore a pink dress and you liked that. And even though she was new, you were like, okay, fuck it, right? Now you're giving me an example. Will you fuck a dog? Well, hold on. This dog has an ass that looks like a human's ass. Well, now you're giving me something that I would want to fuck this particular dog, not because it has some dog-like feature, but in spite of that, because it has a feature that resembles a human. This is the comparison I was trying to draw earlier, where I'm like, okay, yeah, now I'm going to have preferences, but it's not because we're in that class of bestiality. Now we're moving, and now we're anthropomorphizing things. Now we're moving into like what is a more human-like feature.
That's a good point. I have a couple.
Okay, caveats. Go for it.
One is, what about being attracted to a 25-year-old because she looks like a 9-year-old?
I would argue the same thing I said before. You probably pedophilia. Yeah, 100%. That's the easiest bullet I've had to bite tonight. Okay.
So if I'm attracted, if I'm solely attracted to flat-chested, flat-butted, narrow-hipped women who are under 5 feet tall, but I'm not attracted to children.
But you're not.
Well, because children are stupid, and the idea of having sex with a child is horrifying.
Okay, so here's the problem. The problem I have with all the examples that you're giving is that because we have a difference in fundamental assumptions, your examples are gonna beg the question such that the example that you gives me proves your point and disproves mine, so I can't engage with it. And because my answer is it's gonna be like the one boner one time before. I'm gonna tell you that person doesn't exist, and you're gonna tell me, well, I'm saying they exist because the hypothetical. Now you have to answer, are they pedophile or not? Because
that's fine. That is engaging. You can say that. I don't think that's possible. I'll take that as a valid answer. The point of my hypothetical is
this fucking chatter. Booksmart's gonna love this one. Yeah, I really love this. Oh my god, such an intellectually stimulating conversation. Yeah.
Is to ask you if you think it's possible.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. And so with the dog's example, I guess I have to stick to, do you think some dogs are more attractive as dogs?
For the purposes of fucking.
And we can remove disgust and bad smell. And,
of course. There's going to be a well-groomed, right from the doggy cleaners. Okay, their nails are painted. They're really done up for this.
We're going just on shapeliness.
Yes.
You're saying that you would have, a Siberian Husky. You're saying you would have the same amount of sexual attraction to that as like a pug?
I think so.
You're saying it would be completely irrelevant?
Yes, I'm not gonna look at one and be like, I think I'd fuck that one.
Maybe we're just differently wired so that we can't see eye to eye on this.
Okay,
and that's beautiful.
That might be. This is the fact we're seeing the full gamut of human experience right here in this conversation.
Wait, hold on, chat. Am I weird? Is this not normal? Do we really have no preference here? You're kidding. I'm doing a poll. I need to know. So would you have no preference? Yes means you have no preference. No means you would have a preference. At Booksmarts, you're self-reporting hard right now. I don't care. I think you guys are fucking stupid if you have absolutely no preference. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. If even on a logistical level you have absolutely no preference, then you're just stupid. You are not strategic. You are not thinking about the safety of the animal. You have turned your brain off, and I care not for your opinion. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. Bring me on. Fuck yo couch. I don't want to talk about anybody about this. He specifically says sexual. No. He's saying that, but that doesn't have to be the reason that you pick. I'm not asking you guys about sexual attraction. I'm talking preference. You would actually move the cursor and pick something else. That's all I'm talking about. That you would move the cursor and you would pick something else. It seems to me that the majority of the chat would have a preference. That's what the poll is coming out to by a significant margin. Now, it could very well be that you're just copying me because I'm the streamer, but I cannot believe that you would really pick random. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you can't even be strategic about it. That makes no sense. He said that the dogs would not hurt him. I don't care about the dogs hurting him. I care about hurting the... I don't care about the dogs hurting me. I didn't mention that at any point. I heard him say it. I don't care that he said it. Destiny said at the start of the hypothetical that he would choose based on size, and Mr. Girl said same size. Oh, I didn't hear that.
What is this?
Even then, really? You'd pick a pug? Hold on. This is getting the self-report territory, so I'm going to be very careful. Even if they were all the same size, you really don't have any kind of, like, discernment on which dog you would pick? Okay. It's that fucking furry blood in me, dude. That's what it is. I'm going to chalk it up to furry blood, and I'm just going to move on. I don't fucking care. It don't matter to Jesus. It don't matter to Jesus. They just gonna fuck any dog that they want. Okay, bro.
We are. It feels like we've been stuck on this for a while, but actually, I think we've covered a lot of ground.
I think so.
So here's a meta question.
Yes.
Given that you so if your 9-year-old has boobs and you're attracted to the 9-year-old because of the boobs, then that's not pedophilia.
Because of that, correct. Or like, here's another one that I would maybe say. This might be controversial. There are probably people that have raped 9, 10, 11-year-olds that aren't pedophiles. They just
from what I've heard, most child rape is not related to
because they're doing it because of the opportunity, the power, the influence. Like, there's a whole bunch of other
mitigating. But they got a boner
now. But that you just said if I get a
But it's not because they're a child.
Steven.
Okay, go. Let's circle back.
You just said if I get a boner on my deathbed because she's a 9-year-old, I'm more of a pedophile than if I rape a 9-year-old, but only because.
Okay, the reason why. Okay, if we're going to go into this. No, wait, hold on. I gotta finish. I have to qualify. No, I gotta qualify. Because you're using boner here as
you have to qualify for the chat.
I need to qualify. No, I need to qualify for you.
I understand.
No, you don't.
You're saying pedophilia is not the motivation behind a rape.
Kind of, yes. But earlier when you said earlier when you said boner. I don't actually care about the boner. We're using boner as a proxy for sex.
Tommy actually, for once, has an interesting thing to say. Just kidding, Tommy. If it was a glory hole, but there was a picture of the dog above the hole, would you still have a preference? So that it's not due to the texture of the fur or some shit. If it was a glory hole and there was a picture of the dog above the hole, I would not have a preference. Does that change anything for you guys? Does that make more sense for you somehow? If it was a glory hole and it was just a picture, I wouldn't care what picture is there. I don't think that makes any difference. It was because of the power, not the... I don't care, bro. So I wouldn't care in that case. Why would it matter at all? Then you practically agree with Destiny? Maybe. I don't think I do, but maybe. I'm not opposed to agreeing with Destiny. I'm just saying the way I'm interpreting it doesn't make sense. Could you really come to a picture of a pug? No. I don't know if I could come to a picture of a dog. I would have to like think of something else. I'm not attracted to fucking animals, party people. Maybe Pokemon, but not animal. I'm not attracted to animals, party people. Fuck you. All right. We're just going to keep watching this. I'm not giving commentary. We're just going to let them get through this.
Sexual attraction, right? Because yes. Okay. So, for instance, because then what I would ask you is...
a 9-year-old that I'm not sexually attracted to
exactly, yes. Possible. Or like you can be raped. You can be raped as a man and you can have a boner. But that's not because you're sexually attracted by the scenario. That's how your body physically responds. We say, well, you got a boner, therefore you're sexually attracted, right? Well, not necessarily. But we're using boner in our prior examples as a proxy for sexual attraction. But the existence of a boner doesn't always necessitate sexual attraction.
So you're saying it's like having sex in prison. You're just doing it because it's there.
Possibly.
It's the best thing. It's not necessarily indicative that you're gay. It's just, you that's all there is.
Yes, maybe. I haven't talked to any child rapists, but I've heard this given before that.
Why are you guys all saying Vaporeon? That's like fucking a dog. What do you... How could you have a preference when I would fuck Vaporeon? What do you mean? Vaporeon's a fucking seal dog. Why is it blushing like that? Is this a meme that I don't know about? How would you... It's like a dog with a fucking mermaid tail. What do you... You guys are fucking weird. I swear to God. I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. He doesn't know? What is this? What is this? Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 3 feet tall and 63 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human dicks. With their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one. Due to their mostly water-based biology, there's no doubt in my mind that an aroused Vaporeon would be incredibly wet. So wet that you could easily have sex with one for hours without getting so... They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail Whip. Why would Tail Whip matter? Along with not having fur to hide nipples? So it'd be incredibly easy for one to get you in the mood. With their abilities, water absorb and hydration, they can easily recover from fatigue with enough. No other Pokemon comes close to this level of compatibility. Also, fun fact, if you pull out enough, you can make your Vaporeon...
But it's not, they don't have like a huge
pedophile. But you didn't ask him.
Well, I don't know if he actually was a child rapist, so.
No, he said, well.
Oh, so now you're saying that he's a child rapist. Hold on. Is there any evidence of that?
I'm saying child rapist is different from pedophile.
Wait, is there evidence that he's a pedophile now? Oh, but we use different definitions, so maybe.
What the fuck? Yeah, we're saying prepubescent.
But you said she was 14.
That's not prepubescent.
Yeah, but why are you calling Amos a pedophile if he was a 14-year-old woman?
No, I said child rapist.
Oh, okay, thank God. But did he have sex with her?
Nobody wanted to.
Doesn't that do it? Okay, I want to play in the NBA. Does that make me an NBA player?
Well, being a pedophile, being a child.
I need another beer.
Yeah, you're right. He's not a child rapist.
Okay,
but
I'm trying to scratch out the definition right now. Okay.
He would be. He would.
It would be. Okay. Okay. Where did this tree branch come from? Would you remember where we were in the original conversation?
I think what we're trying to get to is the definition of pedophile before we can talk.
Oh yeah, because I said real quick, let's just define pedophile before we move on to conversation, and then that was an hour ago, I think. So.
Okay. So do you want to use your definition or mine?
I don't know.
You guys are fucking gross. You guys are fucking gross. You guys are fucking disgusting. And this is my last beer. Bring me on, I'm not a pedo. I don't care. I don't bring randos on, bro.
If it matters that much, because I don't remember where we going in the original.
Well, they're fundamentally completely different.
They
mine
are.
Comes from a view. Mine comes from a worldview of everybody's kind of a Nazi, everybody's kind of a pedophile, everybody's kind of a schizophrenic. We're all in a spectrum, a great big beautiful rainbow, and
gun to your head, you have to choose one evolution. I'm not answering that unless somebody donates. That's a fucked question. I'll answer fuck questions if you donate. I'm not answering this. We're just gonna fucking listen to this stupid conversation. I'm not answering that shit.
Everybody's a little bit pedophilic.
Gotcha.
And your view is
I think that's a little more binary.
Some things.
Some more beer money.
People have things that are broken in their brain.
All right, I'll be sure to grab some. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Yahweh. Thank you.
And if you're a pedophile, there's just something wrong with your brain and puts you in a statistical minority, and I don't think it's a spectrum. And I think we can talk about it hypothetically, if you're right or if I'm right. And
okay, sure. We can go with either one then. Just so, as long as we're using the same one, we can go with either one. How about that?
Okay. Well, which you don't have.
How much? I'm going to set it higher than I think. If you guys contribute $50, I'll answer that stupid
Here's
fucking
a gun now
EV question.
Evolution.
Nope. $50. That's 5 out of 50.
Have a preference?
I don't care. Any whatever makes you happy, okay?
I think you know what makes me happy.
Not 9-year-olds. 9-year-old dogs, right?
Rarely. Very, very rarely.
Okay.
That's
just under the threshold of whatever would bump you over the. Okay, no, okay, hold on, stop. Your definition, whatever. Your definition, go. Where next part of the next stop in the conversation, okay?
Okay, well, yeah, under my definition, I'm obviously not a pedophile, right? Because
okay, thank God.
I have a girlfriend who's 26.
Okay.
And
when did you start dating now?
when she was 9. No, 2 years ago.
Okay.
I am 10 years older than her.
Oof. Okay. Go ahead.
So under my definition, most people are not pedophiles. So to me, the utility of the word is, well, on online spaces is, are you a weirdo who doesn't understand social norms, and are you going to groom your fans? I think that's a big one.
Okay.
And sorry, RTBA frowny face.
You're sorry to RTBA? What is this? Image ranked boost, blah, blah, blah. What is this? Well, I have the evolutions in front of me now. That's $10 towards it, so that brings us up to 15 out of 50 for that awful fucking disgusting question. Thank you for the sub, Hot Bio. Oh, you gifted it to Laterna. Cool.
So you have a lot of power, and you've given me a lot of power now, right? Like I'm getting emails, I'm getting Twitter request, like, hey, I just really want to talk to you. I think you understand me. I just want to talk to you. And some of these people are under 18. They're like, your videos mean so much to me, and I want to have a conversation with you. Will you please talk to me? And that kind of power and direct influence and direct connection and privacy with minors who would like probably do whatever I say is. I think that is part of why the pedophilia hunting is so.
Somebody donated 10 earlier. He didn't say it was for the evolution thing. He said it's for beer, so I'm not counting it.
Popular right now, and almost good in some ways. I think the intellectual fear of it is not good, but the watchdog aspect of it.
Okay. There's a high propensity or likelihood of abuse, right?
Yes, although. As you said about child molestation, if all the people who are messaging me who want to send me nudes are 14, and I like, it's easier to take advantage of children than it is it's easier to talk a 16-year-old probably into sending you a naked picture than it is to talk a 36-year-old into it, I would assume.
Sure.
So I do think there's some conflation between who the person is most attracted to being the problem, when I think it's more just abuse of power, access to minors, and it's kind of a social structure that creates the ability to abuse children. Actually, I think at a certain point, and I think I just crossed this threshold, like I've sent nudes to fans and had them send me nudes, but that was when I had like 100 subs.
Okay.
And it was like it didn't feel like fandom. It was just like,
this one is for the question, lol. Take my money.
Okay, well, why did he make those noises? That brings us up to 25 out of 50, so we're halfway there. If that's some disgusting fucking thing that you want.
Oh, I found your channel, and I was like, oh, somebody found my channel. Like, I had no power, but I haven't done it since then.
What is this?
Answer the question, but...
It won't drag. Oh man, really? So Jolteon would have like spiky fur. I don't really like this going on in the back. Flareon, the super floofy tail. Umbreon is, I guess, nothing to complain about with tail, I guess. Leafeon, same. Sylveon has like cute bows and stuff. Glaceon's like the same as all those. Esperion's like a fucking cat. I don't know. Esperion's too close to a cat. That would be weird. Vaporeon, I guess. Vaporeon.
And now I feel like I've crossed the line where it would be really wrong, even if the person is any age. I think it's the power differential is too great. It's just, I think it's unethical.
Okay.
I'm not letting you on just because you give subs. That's not how this works. I don't want to have you on. I just want to be done with this. I just want to get through this. This is a nightmare. I thought this would be an optics nightmare. I did not imagine I would be picking which evolution I would put my penis into. My God. I swear to God, my career's over. I don't know. I don't know what this is anymore. Why are we doing this? This is awful.
So I guess so for the utility of the definition, I get it as like an anti-abuse term, but I think it's a bit misleading and incorrect to think that the orientation of a person is that related to their propensity for abuse, and I think it makes it hard to talk about other more nuanced issues about this, like how do we handle the difference between who we're attracted to and who we think it's ethical to have sex with.
Okay, I don't think I necessarily disagree with any of that.
And so
So for instance, maybe to like in grappling with your thing, an issue that some people might have is I'll be like, okay.
Worth IT.
You're ridiculous.
Okay, if you are a trans person, this is an immutable or almost an innate part of you that, we're not expecting you to change because it's just not possible. We can't convert you out of being a trans person. If you're a gay person, that's just your attraction. We can't convert you out of being a gay person. But when people look, okay, do you think you can convert people out of being pedophiles?
Probably.
Okay, why haven't we been able to do this with any of these things so far, though? Or at least for gay people and pedophiles, it seems like that is pretty hard stuck, or not. I don't think I haven't heard of any conversion therapy research that shows it to be an effective thing. The numbers are all like pretty horrible on that.
Yeah, I don't think we're good at it, but I think it's possible. I'm like the Elon Musk.
Not only is Book a furry, he's a basic furry. Shame.
What? Because I picked Vaporeon? And now this is getting into some kind of fucking contest over picking the right thing? Because I picked Vaporeon? Because it makes the most fucking sense logistically? Really? What else are you gonna pick? Really? What else are you gonna pick? What? What's... What, you're gonna pick Sylveon? Because she has a bow? You didn't pick Umbreon because he's black? Like, I don't know how else you would pick a preference here.
I'm starting to understand why people pre-watch.
Fuck you guys. Why would you have a different answer to this? Pick Flareon because you like a fluffy tail? I don't know why else you would pick any of the other ones. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to win fucking brownie points off of picking the right evolution, but you guys are triggering me. You guys are really triggering me. You are. What do you mean, dude? Glaceon out here looking like a whole ass snack? Which one's Glaceon? A whole ass snack? How? It looks like a fucking cat. It looks like every other one. Because it has bangs? What, do you have a thing for fucking Taylor Swift? What? Why would you pick this over any of the other ones? How is this any different than Espeon or whatever? How is this different from Umbreon? Because it has fucking bangs? Like, why? Why does it matter? Call shenanigans? Good fucking call. Good fucking call. Shenanigans. Anything Evolutions related, anything Vaporeon related, anything Glaceon related, shenanigans.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Have fun with your fucking bands. Have fun with your bands. That's what I'll say. Have fun with your bands. No mas. No mas.
So like which fictional furry he'd bang, and he picks a fish dog.
I just read a whole thing about...
talking people into stuff. Like, we've never been to Mars, but he seems to think that it's possible. And I don't think we have developed the social, psychological technology to do this yet. But I do think you can talk people out of being gay, and I do think you can talk people out of being trans, and I think you can talk people out of being pedophiles.
Okay.
You can talk people out of being trans. Whatever. Okay, let's just fucking. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, where are we going now? Are we really going to talk about trans people? I'm going to be canceled by every fucking community in the entire world. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, am I going to get kicked out of all my group chats? Oh my god, I have no opinions on trans people. Please, can we not talk about trans people? Holy shit. Oh, are we really going to be talking about trans people for the rest of this? Can I stop? Oh no. Bruh, please let me be done. Kill me now. No way. Oh, Jesus Christ. He literally has a video of him grilling his girlfriend. I don't care. When is Destiny coming on? He has to message me. Oh, he messaged me. Hi.
Is Evie trans, Nathan Towell?
I'll call Steven. I'm muting alerts until Steven's on.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
I am not sure what you expected out of this.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, so you saw some things you were upset with. If you want to start there, we could. Then we could talk like generally about what the hell happened with this conversation.
Oh, so on the whether or not you could ever get erect by a child. So he's using boner as a proxy for sexual arousal. But I'm trying to differentiate between whether we are sexually aroused by a situation versus sexually aroused by the innate features of a child. And it felt like he was mixing the two of these things up, or maybe not mixing, maybe he doesn't see a distinction there. But for me, I think the distinction is fundamental to my definition, how I would define a pedophile. Whereas for him, that distinction is not as important. So when he was trying to give me a hypothetical to work through, I had to very clearly define that distinction that he didn't care as much about, even though for me, that was like the 100% the fact of the matter.
Okay. And sorry if this is rehashing points that already happened in the conversation, but could you see like prepubescent features on a woman being attractive? Like being attracted to women with like flat chests or certain like hip to waist ratios or whatever? Like,
I think that there are, especially because women try to look young, I think that it might be possible that there are features that we can be attracted to. But once you start checking too many of these boxes, I think that you're kind of getting into a weird area. So like, if you're a kind of guy that likes, like, I don't know how to explain this without sounding creepy, but my mom did a daycare for like 10 or 15 years. So I've seen a lot of like naked fucking kids running around and doing shit. A 6-year-old or a 7-year-old's boobs that's a girl does not look like an A-cup woman. Like, children have totally different bodies. They look different. Like if you saw a nude silhouette of a child versus a nude silhouette of just like a woman with a small butt and small boobs, they look, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I should draw more lolicon design, but they look fundamentally different. They're two totally different things. So, you know, like might you be attracted to features, but you're like, I like women only with high-pitched voices and very round faces and very small booties and very flat chests that act like very naive. Like at some point, it's like, okay, you kind of sound like you're just looking for basically an adult child. Like, yeah, I think that's fair.
Do you think you could be trained into being pedophilic?
I don't think so. No.
Because I would say that like all the things you're describing, for instance, we could see in like Instagram models that go for this very specific aesthetic, or we could see an anime with very specific aesthetics. And I think if you spend enough time watching anime or spending time in these like model circles, you could start to develop a taste for that otherwise wouldn't have existed in an alternative reality where you didn't engage with that stuff.
Yeah, but so the reason why I don't think it's possible to develop a taste for it is because it seems like you can't develop a taste out of it. Like we've done a lot of research on trying to convert pedophiles into not being pedophiles, and that doesn't seem to be possible. Like, it just seems like, so I'd be surprised if we could convert somebody over to it. You might be able to acquire like a taste for certain features over time. Sure. That could be possible, but I don't know if like a fan of somebody like that would all of a sudden like be ready to be turned on by a 10-year-old. If that makes sense. Like, you might watch like a bunch of Nico Lol or whatever, these other crazy like the little teeny bopper wannabe models or whatever. Like, you might watch a ton of shit of that, but I don't think you'll go from that to like, okay, now I'm ready to look at like naked 9-year-olds. I don't think that jump to child porn happens.
Sure. And in that same vein, then, being attracted to all these features still isn't as sus as you kind of opened up saying it would be, because it doesn't mean that you're attracted to like people that are underage. It means you were attracted to these features on these people that were of age, right?
Sure. But if you checked off enough boxes, I would start to wonder. But yeah, sure.
I think wondering is totally fair. And that's kind of the blind spot that I think that this guy has, is he doesn't see how like people societally will start to worry.
Can I give you an example of something?
Sure.
There was a girl who was accused of being a pedophile. She was 25 and she was flirting a lot with a 14-year-old, okay? Now, that's a big age gap, okay? But maybe at 14, maybe you look a little bit older or whatever, and, you know, maybe she's not like a pedophile. Maybe she just like is being stupid, you know? Then I saw the pictures of the 14-year-old, okay? So somebody attracted to that, I would say you are a pedophile. I sent you a link.
Yeah.
Okay? This is in this, like, yeah, you see that? It looks like Nathan. That would be in my opinion, like, okay, holy shit, you like, this is not, so yeah, I don't know. I guess like it's maybe it outwardly, I don't know if we can draw a really quick, hard line. But I think internally, I think there is like a fundamental difference between these feelings. This is who I'm talking about, guys. Right?
And if she was attracted to this young person, but it was because of like, let's say the way that they spoke or their brain or something like that, would that change anything or not really?
Yeah, I think then it gets a little bit different, because people will act on sexual urges out of opportunity, not because they're attracted to somebody, but sometimes even in spite of those features. So this is a weird stat, but the majority of people that sexually abuse children aren't actually pedophiles, which is a weird thing to think about. But like, when you look at their histories and everything, only like 10% of them have ever looked at child porn, have ever had any other offenses. Most of them have normal sexual relationships. They're just like, it's a one-off thing because they have the opportunity. The best comparison I can think of is that like, it's not like we send a ton of gay guys to prison, but a lot of gay sex happens in prison.
Right.
Yeah.
When you're watching a show like that, To Catch a Predator, do you think some of these people just think that they have no luck with real women, and so they go for this person that's interested in them? Do you think some of those people fall into the same thing, where they're just willing to because they don't seem to be able to get anything else?
So I think that like I feel like the psychological version of pedophile, I think there's some meaning to that, and I like to have that definition. I don't think To Catch a Predator, I would have to see pictures of the people that are being sent. Because like, it's possible online to socialize with a 16-year-old and not feel like they're a 16-year-old. And because you're just talking online and it doesn't feel that way. Whereas in person, you know, like, children have a much different appearance and they take on a different look. So I don't know if everybody in To Catch a Predator is like psychologically like a pedophile, or if they've just like fooled themselves into thinking like, oh, there's like a mature 16-year-old or whatever.
Do you feel like it was a mistake engaging with the boner thing, or like setting your definition
really
based on
conversation? It's fun to flesh it out more. Very rarely do I get to talk about like the definition of pedophile, because that's like a pretty, most people won't engage in these types of conversations ever. There's like very few people that are willing to talk about any of this.
Yeah, I probably should have worded that better. Because engaging almost sounds like the platforming thing. Like, are you happy you had him on and like answered his arguments or whatever? I thought it was an interesting conversation, and he seems like an interesting dude, regardless of whether you agree with him or not. He's like a good conversational partner, I think. But I mean, like, being so quick to like make your definition of whether or not you're a pedophile based on the boner. Do you feel like that was a misstep in the conversation in hindsight?
No, my understanding is that somebody sent me a paper. There might be room for some conversation on this, but my understanding, and I have to be careful not to draw from anecdote, because it's possible that my feelings are socialized a little bit. Like I've spent I have a son and we did daycare. Like I feel, this sounds weird to say, but I feel like I could be in a room with a bunch of naked 8-year-olds or 9-year-olds for whatever reason. We're at the beach in Sweden or some dumb shit. And I just I would never even think for a second that wow, this might become a sexual situation. It just wouldn't even cross my mind. There's a fundamentally different thing to having a child like that. Whereas if I'm being completely honest, clip me and cancel me. If I'm in a beach full of 16 or 17-year-olds, now it's okay, well fuck, some of these people look like they're 20. Now it gets different. Now it's more scary. I do feel there is some binary, fundamentally different thing between a child's body and an adult's body, and that there are triggers in the mind that keep you from really being aroused by a child's body. I do think that's more of a binary thing, and it doesn't exist on a spectrum where well, every now and then you'll see a really hot 10-year-old. I don't think that happens for most people.
And
I could be wrong on that. Maybe I might be drawing too, maybe because I have a son, maybe I'm drawing too hard from anecdote there. Maybe I've seen too many dirty diapers and that's just a thing ingrained in my mind. It's possible, I guess. I could be missing that, but.
Okay. Then how do you feel about lolly and stuff like that?
How do I feel about lolly? There's different types of lolicon, and I think it would depend on the type of lolicon. So there's multiple ways that you can arrive at arousal. So firstly, let's get rid of the obvious. So some lolicon draws lolicon with huge boobs or whatever, right? Let's get rid of all of that, right? Because we're talking about something fundamentally different than a child's body, right? If we talk about just lolicon, I think there's two different ways that you can get sexual arousal from that. One is by situation, which I don't think necessarily means that you're a pedophile, because it could be the taboo of the situation or something else for whatever reason that arouses you. And the second could be deriving from the fact that, wow, it's a child, and which would probably make you a pedophile or have a pedophilic attraction. But I think you can get aroused by the same content through two fundamentally different pathways.
Ooh, you cut out a little bit there.
I think two people can get aroused by lolicon, but I think it can happen through two fundamentally different pathways.
Okay. And what are these two fundamentally different pathways?
One where you're attracted to the features of the person because they're prepubescent, and the other because there's a situation that's arousing or whatever.
And you don't think there exists a thing where you start to like the character and you overlook some of the features or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where you become attracted to something in spite of the innate features, not because of the innate features. I would consider that more scenario driven than on its face.
And in hindsight, do you understand what he meant by nothing exists without a scenario or a context in which it exists?
Yeah, but I think it was a bad reading of what I was saying. There's a difference between a picture of somebody versus an implied scenario of somebody. So where the implied scenario is a more sexually charged scenario that's giving you something more to think about than just a photograph. And that might even be something as simple as here's a picture of a girl on a bed who's naked, and it's okay, versus here's a picture of a girl on a bed that's naked, and there's one of those captions where it's she invites you in before her parents get home. Well, now you kind of made it a scenario, I think that those are two fundamentally different ways to be aroused by the same picture, where one is presenting a scenario more and the other is just presenting, look at how hot this person is.
Okay. But if you were to feel sexual arousal towards an underage person, even if the situation or whatever would push you towards it, you would still immediately classify the person as pedophile, regardless of the situation that duped them into it.
No, not necessarily, because I'd say you're more attracted to the situation than the child. This was the distinction I was trying to draw. If you go into jail, there's a lot of people that go into jail and have gay sex. I don't think they became gay in jail or discovered their bisexuality. I think it just becomes well, fuck, I have nobody else to fuck. This is all I have, this is my opportunity, this is my sexual outlet, and then that happens. But I don't think they all become gay or you're turned more gay by going to jail.
Okay. Now, how many other creators in the space do you feel have that same level of nuance where they make that distinction?
Oh, no, absolutely not a single person.
Okay. Because that's been what I've noticed, and it's been kind of triggering. well, you could concoct scenarios where you're going to get people to feel a certain way, regardless of the age of the person. And I don't think that those people should be condemned as pedophiles just because of that. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's hard because like when I'm having like a very this is a very intellectual conversation, as in like we're not really applying any moral judgments or legal prescription to try to like fuck these people. Blah. I'm just like trying to get to the heart of that. I wish there was a different word to describe it, because like pedophile, obviously people's brains like flip a switch when they go that route. But I'm trying to I just don't know how any other words to describe like prepubescent attraction, I guess.
And I know that at one point you guys clarified that your belief is that there is this hard filter where like you either are or aren't a pedophile, and then once you're a pedophile, there is a gradient of how much of a pedophile you are. Do you
I think gradients exist, inside of these domains. So like if I'm like heterosexual versus if I'm gay, I might be like heterosexual. I might be really heterosexual. I might be horny all the time for every fucking girl I see. Or I might be kind of asexual. Or if I'm gay, I might be super gay for every fucking guy I see. Or I might have a very specific type and I'm not really that sexually active with guys, right? Like the binary, or if you're a pedophile, you might want to fuck every single child you see. And other people might just be like, okay, well, there's just one special child for me, right? Yeah, like there's probably gradients in every domain. But that doesn't mean the domains necessarily overlap or are gradients of themselves, I guess is what I would say.
And would you say that there's also a gradient for susceptibility to these like pedophilic situations? Like some people would require...
For situations? Absolutely. Yeah. I think anybody can get turned on in almost any situation. And the thing is, I don't even know if me and Mr. Girl would disagree there, but that's why I kept fighting. This is what frustrated me, because you're like, oh, you don't understand his analogy. I understood the analogy he was trying to draw, but what we were fighting at was he was setting up an analogy that already begged the question. He already had that fundamental disagreement solved, because I think that anybody can get aroused by any situation, but I don't think that proves that the arousal is pedophilic in nature. For instance, let's say I were to make the argument, every single person is bisexual. Everyone is bisexual. And you're like, no, come on, that's not fair. And I'm like, really? I'm going to blindfold you, and then I'm going to have a guy suck your dick, and we're going to see if you get turned on. Oh, you did? Well, there you go. Boom. You actually are gay. Every single person is at the very least bisexual, right? Well, it's like, okay, well, hold on. Like, obviously if you do this or blah, 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 right? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can present situations to people that will elicit sexual arousal, but I don't think that means they have an innate attraction to a certain set of features. That was the distinction I was trying to make.
Okay. And you wouldn't, then it sounds like you wouldn't believe that, like, well, technically those were just sitting in there waiting to be awakened, and they were awakened by the situation.
I think that this is just my understanding, but I think that like pedophilic stuff doesn't get awakened. Like you'll know pretty quickly, I think, if you have pedophilic attraction, because there's children all over the place. And I don't think pedophiles are generally attracted to you. I think it's like predominantly an attraction to children. You don't have like normal sexual relationships unless you're forcing it.
Okay, well, that gets to the exclusivity dimension that he tried to touch upon in the conversation, where like maybe there are some people who are also attracted to normal adults, and they would swing the way of children as well. I guess from what you're saying that's not, from your understanding, very regular, that you would...
No, yeah, and this is like a fact of the matter argument. So one of us is either completely right and the other is completely wrong, because but that's my understanding. I could be totally wrong on that. But my understanding is that when it comes to like prepubescent attraction, that's like on a pretty hard binary, that we're pretty hardwired to be like protective of children and not wanting to fuck them. And like that attraction just isn't normally there. Like parents that are like changing their diapers or like bathing with their kids, that's maybe a straw man argument, because maybe for children, maybe it's different than other children. But like I don't think that you would just randomly get sexually excited by an 8 or 9 year old. Like, okay, well, shit, I got to be careful. Like that particular 8-year-old is really hot. I can't be naked around or with that girl, right? I just don't think that that's built into the normal human experience. But I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
Okay. I guess the part of that I would disagree with would pop up when I think about like anime and some of these anime like otaku people. Like they do seem to be very much okay with the lolly stuff, even if the person is underage, and they engage with that quite a bit. I don't know if they'd be okay with that in real life, but they certainly have accepted it there, and yet they're okay with dating a girl. Like if a girl would have asked them out and the girl was hot, they would still go out with and bang the girl, but they at the same time hold this attraction to like these lolly characters for the features of the lolly.
It's so much harder to compare to Lolicon because it's like animated, so there could be like a whole other set of like intellectualizing that goes on there that makes that attractive. Just like somebody might like get off to a whole bunch of rape porn, but they don't really want to rape anybody, or they don't want to even have like rape play as like a consensual, non-consensual thing, maybe. But it's hard to. I don't know. I don't exist. Unfortunately, I don't jerk off to a lolicon, so I can't get into the mind of a person that does it. I just don't know.
Could it be like fetishizing versus sexuality? Like their sexuality isn't pedophilia, but they have this fetish that they've developed for these like lolly bodies or whatever?
It's possible because of the scenario surrounding them, or because of the habits surrounding watching lolicon or whatever. Maybe. I'm not sure.
So could that happen for real life children and stuff too? That you could develop this fetish for children, but your sexuality is not like directing you to children inherently?
It's possible, given like only those opportunities without no other sexual outlet, it could be the case.
Because I think that could, and this is completely like, you know, shooting from the hip. I think rich people could get like that. That they start to be attracted to like children for reasons different than what's like innate to their character. Like in an alternate dimension where they don't have access to children, they would never ever choose that option. But because the option is available to them, and it's not because of lack of other options, they could have anybody they want. They particularly choose children for these weird, deep-seated reasons.
Yeah, I mean that's possible, but I would mark that as something different than pedophilia.
Really?
Even though some people would say that it's pedophilia, but I would count it different as pedophilia. Yeah, like I don't think just like, and this gets weird and way more into the weeds on this, but like I don't think that having sex with a child makes you a pedophile, or even doing it repeatedly makes you a pedophile, because there are a lot of people apparently that will seize on opportunities to do this stuff, but other than like this one person that they end up abusing, they don't actually have a history of it. They've never jerked off to child porn. They've never had prior sex convictions. Like I think it was like 10% of convicted child sexual assault perpetrators are considered pedophiles. Like only 10% have ever looked at child porn or ever had a history of that. The rest of them have like normal sexual relationships with other people. They don't go on to offend again. Like it's just like an opportunity thing.
And at any point, do you feel convinced by like the general public disagreeing with you to like change that opinion? Like from the general public's perspective, somebody that's fucking children regularly, whether it's because of a power imbalance or whatever else, they'd be like, well, no, I mean, you've crossed the barrier and you're okay with this and you're getting off to this and looking forward to it. And it's sex involving children. I don't care about what you're in it for. That propensity and that decision to choose children over adults for sex is what makes you a pedophile.
No, I don't. I think that's stupid. I think that people use pedophile as a proxy for moral wrongness. And so you can't really have a conversation about it, because if you try to redefine it, it sounds like you're trying to excuse behavior. Abusing children is wrong. It always will be wrong. It's a horrible thing to do. But like, I'm not going to let that rot my brain in terms of like defining a psychological state or something, or like a sexuality or whatever. Like, I think that's stupid.
Okay.
I would just say that that's just like this person is like a child abuser. But people use pedophile as a proxy for all statutory rape. Like if you're 35 and you fuck a 17-year-old, people will call you a pedophile. And it's like, what? That's 17. It has nothing to do with pedophilia. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's not even even a 16 or 15-year-old is more than likely has nothing to do with pedophilia. But people will say that because they're like under the age of consent, even though the age of consent has nothing to do with being a pedophile. So I don't look to the public for these conversations. It's pretty dumb. I think most people's brains are rotted for it.
I get the feeling you don't look to the public for like most of your answers about stuff, quite honestly. So
true, but yeah. I think I have good reason, especially in this topic, not saying that.
Well, that's been the disappointing thing, is I don't see people conceding that you can concoct scenarios that make somebody who is otherwise attracted to normal adult people attracted to children. Like you can concoct scenarios that make children attractive. Seeing people not even give Mr. Girl that like concession bothers me. Because it's like, well, it doesn't take much of an imagination to think that one through and come up with a different conclusion.
I mean, people aren't honest with people. Either don't have a good understanding of themselves, they don't want to admit some things, or they're just still worried that you're using that pedophile word as a proxy for evil or moral wrongness, so they would never admit to it. But like people do all sorts of weird, stupid things Like, I've never fucked with any of my animals, but I hear like a lot of people will do shit like trying to get like dogs to like lick their dicks or whatever, or dumb shit. Or, you know, like people will fuck couches or their stuffed animals. Like, you know, kids do a bunch of weird shit because they have the opportunity to, and they're not fucking people yet. And I don't know, I've heard all sorts of crazy dumb stories about shit like that. Now, like, does that mean that, you know, at, you know, 14 or 11 or 8, somebody, you know, is like a secret bestiality or zoophile or whatever? Probably not. It's like a thing of opportunity, and like given lack of other sexual outlet, like, yeah, I'm sure kids do dumb shit. Or even adolescents, or even teens, or even maybe even adults can do dumb shit. Like, we can concoct scenarios where everybody theoretically could be doing dumb shit. But to say that like defines some internal psychological state when you would act otherwise in a different scenario, I think is a little silly. Like, pedophiles aren't attracted to children because they have no other outlet and they just happen to have a child there, and that's it. Like, pedophiles, given other outlets, will still have a primary or exclusive attraction to children, which is a fundamentally different psychological state, I think.
Although that same sentence would describe somebody who is rich and chooses to fuck children as well. They had the opportunities, but they chose that in lieu of those other opportunities, right?
Yeah, but where it gets into it is like, did they choose it like because they're attracted to children, or is there like some other weird thing going there? Like let's say you're rich and you're super straight, but you hate gay people, and fucking people in the ass just like, for some reason, it just gives you like this big sense of power, and you just like doing that to gay guys or whatever. But you have no attraction to men. You don't even really like the sex, but that like scenario, that power thing turns you on. Like, is this like a gay person? Like, if they're married, if otherwise they have like normal heterosexual, like, I don't know if I would consider that a gay person or not, you know? I'm not sure. It gets into the weeds there, but I think there's a difference between being attracted like innately to a certain feature versus being attracted to like scenarios. I think that some of these can be fundamentally different.
Do you think in a societal sense, there is really a meaningful distinction between like the priest that molests a bunch of children because of the power dynamic versus like the priest that makes a habit of molesting children because they're attracted to the children? Like, both, if we were to release them, could very well get back into fucking children. That's why we want to like incarcerate them and stuff, or why we think there's a problem with like the way they're approaching the world, right?
I mean, it should make a difference, but it doesn't. It would make a difference in how you treat it, basically. I mean, both are bad, but I mean, you shouldn't do either one. But like the way that you would treat these is like fundamentally different, I would say. That's why analysis of the problem is important, because in order to rectify the problem, you have to understand the problem.
And a lot of people seem like they're very averse to the idea of like the sentence like empathize with pedophiles. That they really, really don't like that. And I feel
because people think that there's a really tip-tippy quote. It's something like, it takes a great mind to entertain a thought without agreeing with it. Have you ever heard that? Yeah, but it's something like that. But basically, like, you should be able to empathize or sympathize with people that you disagree with. But people seem to think that understanding is condoning. That's the big problem you run into. So if you try to say like, oh, we should understand the thing, oh, you're trying to condone their behavior, and then like everything falls to shit.
Or normalize is another thing that I see tossed out. I'm not normalizing it by like considering how somebody arrived at that.
Yeah, people don't even know how to use that word correct. Like, normalizing pedophilia doesn't even really make sense, because I don't think you can turn people into pedophiles. But I don't know. That's just so silly.
Well, depending on how your definitions are working, right? If they have that more inclusive definition, then, and that's where it becomes difficult, is like, it seems like to some extent it is a definitional issue as well, because their definition of pedophile is so inclusive. They may actually very well believe that you could be turned into a pedophile, right? So
yeah, I guess maybe, yeah.
That might be part of the tough part of communicating it. There was a discussion about dogs. So I'm going to present you a scenario worded exactly how I would word it, and I want to see how you'll respond, if that's cool.
Yeah, go for it.
So I put you into a room. You're going to have to have sex until like you finish with like a dog, and you have like a Super Smash Brothers style selection screen in front of you with all the different breeds, and random, of course, is one of those options. My understanding is that you would pick random in that scenario, right?
Assuming nothing crazy is going to happen, yeah.
Okay, assuming nothing crazy is going to happen, you would just pick random. I'm
trying to get at the heart of your hypothetical. So, for instance, like, I wouldn't pick random if I could pick a dog breed that would kill me. because I'm not going to do that. I don't want to die. And I wouldn't pick random if there was like a small enough dog that if I fuck it, it's going to explode and die, right? But I'm assuming we're saying that that's not on the table, that it's just going to be sex with some random dog that's not going to kill you and isn't going to die during sex. Assuming that all else is equal, then I don't really have a preference between what dog I have to fuck.
So it won't kill you. It'll live, but it'll suffer. Which one are you picking?
Anything. I don't care.
Really? So you would be okay with the idea of like having a Chihuahua selected at random for you as opposed to like a Husky?
Yeah, I guess.
Both of those scenarios are like the same to you.
Yeah, it's fucking dogs, yeah.
But I mean, if we're being honest and we're being imaginative, do you really think those scenarios would be the exact same experience to like grab this animal and like its entire body and like I just imagine the Chihuahua thing to be so much more traumatizing than like a bigger dog. Like assuming that suffering is still happening there, whether it dies or not, whether it hurts me or not, like that seems like a way worse scenario.
I mean, it all seems pretty bad to me.
Well, of course it's all bad, but I mean like
I don't see different degrees of like, wow, like this golden retriever, you know, he's kind of okay with getting fucked, like.
Well, it's not about them being okay with it, but I mean, like...
He's more okay with it than the Chihuahua. He's ready to take one for the dog team.
Okay, well, how about this? If I were to give you, like, the same exact scenario, so you're going to have the Super Smash Brothers screen, but it's going to be a child from the ages of 1 to 15. Are you going to make a selection there?
I mean, so... Are we assuming an equal level of harm, or are we, like... assuming that the harm is going to vary based on the age? Because like naturally you would gravitate towards the highest age there, 15. But then that's not really getting at the heart of the hypothetical with the dogs. Because with the dogs, if you're going to say that like, well, there's more harm the smaller the breed, then I guess I'd probably go with the largest breed of dogs. Is going to be the least amount of harm there.
Oh, okay. Maybe a more apt scenario would be like a human scaled down in size. So like a human that's like 3 feet tall or 2 feet tall versus like a human that's like 5 or 6.
Sure, but I mean, like, even the bigger human is gonna, I imagine, have less suffering, right?
Yeah, which is why I would pick a bigger dog than a smaller dog.
Oh, then I guess you can pick a bigger dog then, sure.
Okay. Have I forced you into that, or is that something that, like, now looking back, that's what your selection would actually be?
Well, I don't think that the heart of the hypothetical seems to ask if there's a sexual preference for one dog or another. But now we're trying to say, well, we'd pick this dog because there might be less harm created. So we're not really getting at like we're not really getting at what I think is like what the hypothetical is trying to get at. Because like, yeah, I would probably choose the dog. That's why I said in the beginning, like, I don't want a dog that's going to kill me, and I don't want a dog that's going to like explode if I fuck it. Like a Chihuahua. I don't know if the body's going to like break apart or whatever. Right. So like in that case, yeah, I guess I would choose the biggest dog because it would hurt the least for the dog. But I don't think it really speaks to a sexual preference on my end. It just is showing like, oh, you're trying to reduce harm, but it doesn't mean you sexually prefer a bigger dog to a smaller dog because of sexual preferences, but just because of harm reduction.
100%. And I totally understand that like it would seem on its face that this is about getting to sexual preference, and you're not really answering that by making this decision. This decision doesn't mean you're more sexually attracted to larger dogs than smaller dogs. It's not about sexuality. It's about like logistics. That was why I freaked out when I watched it, because it was like, well, at the very least, I would like make a decision based on logistics. I wouldn't just like.
Well, yeah, but like he wasn't trying to get at logistics. The point of his hypothetical was he was trying to say that even in a scenario where you might not have an innate attraction to these things, we're still going to be able to exert some preference over what we would fuck for our sexual preferences. So like maybe a big fluffy dog has like nice hips you can grab onto. And he even, in my opinion, he even kind of showed his hand when he slipped down. He's like, well, maybe it has a nice booty that kind of looks like a human's butt, like that anthropomorphization of the animal, right? And I think what he was trying to get at is like, there might be a dog, even if you're not sexually attracted to a dog, there might be a dog that you would be more sexually attracted to than another dog, which is how he was trying to bridge that to the pedophile argument. We're like, even if you're not normally sexually attracted to children, if everybody has a little bit of a sexually attracted to children, there might be one kind of child that you're more sexually attracted to than another, even if you're not normally sexually, like that was like the bridge that he was trying to draw between the bestiality and the pedophilia thing, I guess, to use the words.
It totally changed the moment he made that, because then it's like, oh, okay, well, now you're going in this direction with this, and now it's just becoming far more specific. And now, is there a very significant difference between aesthetic attraction and sexual attraction? So a dog that is more aesthetically pleasing versus one that is is there any overlap between this? Like a dog you find more aesthetically pleasing? Because I feel like that has a parallel to children. Like when he's talking about this 10-year-old that's attractive, like, do you mean like the 10-year-old had like eyes that you thought were like pretty and like hair that was of a good quality and like didn't have skin blemishes? Like, what are we talking about here? Is it that the child was more aesthetically pleasing or that it was sexually attractive to you? And I wonder how much this is getting conflated.
Yeah, it's late and I'm tired. That gets really complicated because I think some people would argue that for human beings, all aesthetic inevitably roots back into sexual attraction, literally everything. Like somebody might argue that every piece of clothing you wear accentuates either a certain body part or a movement that reminds you of sex, dancing. Some people might say like makeup is supposed to accentuate certain features that remind us of sex. You know, blush makes the skin appear younger, makes you appear like you have more blood running to your thing, makes you more sexually available to have children. Right? I don't know if that is the case. I would have to think a lot about that. When it comes to animals that are like aesthetically appealing, I think that the aesthetic appeal of a non-human thing is in a fundamentally different category than the aesthetic appeal of a human thing. I think those are different things, so it's hard to compare the two. So there might be a dog that is aesthetically more pleasing than another type of dog because we like certain types of dogs, but that's different than the aesthetic appeal of humans. That's what I would say. Okay. But I've never like thought about this a ton. Like that's what I would think though.
Do you think it was wrong that professor didn't intervene when they were having this talk about the kids in that study?
Wait, which professor, which study?
So they were doing this psychological study, and that's when that 10-year-old comment came up that they saw one of the 10-year-olds in the study group, and they're like, wow, that 10-year-old is like hot. And then one person was uncomfortable, but everybody else, including the professor, treated it as if it was normal. I didn't say anything.
This sounds bad, but the only real answer is I would have to know the dynamics of the group because group dynamics are going to influence so much how any of this stuff plays out.
Okay.
I think in general, I think a professor would intervene there, but I just don't know what that group of people is like. It's really hard for me to say.
Okay. I guess last thing, and this is like not related to any of this, thank God. Mm-hmm. Are you feeding Too Mad points on Twitter?
No, he was really smart. I had no idea where. Now, somebody in chat said that J-Reg was. I don't know where people got that, or if he is. But my guess is that nobody was, because it seemed like Too Mad was ready to debate Hassan over it, which I didn't think he would ever show up, but he did. So I imagine if he was confident enough to go. And then when Too Mad was talking on stream, it seemed like he knew what he was talking about. So, but don't quote me on that. I don't want to, because now it sounds like I'm saying like, oh, Too Mad is too stupid to do this on his own. I don't know his like political background, but like the tweets he was making were like on point and they were very concise and salient. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I felt that it was so telling for Ethan to immediately respond with the Destiny comment, and it's like, well.
It's because him and Hassan are friends, and he's probably going by what Hassan has told him. Hassan probably told him like he's trying to do some weird Destiny thing or something.
Sure. It's just there's so many other explanations. It's like if we heard a spooky noise in the house and his immediate explanation was it must be Destiny in the back, like coming with a knife or something. Like, okay, you're really afraid of this thing, because we had a million explanations for, it could have been that Too Mad did his own research. It could have been that, Too Mad is listening to J-Reg, like you said, or somebody else, but his immediate, jump to is that it's you. And I don't even know that you two have like some deep relationship.
No, he shows up on my tweet mentions, and every time he does, I'm like, who is this guy? Because he's like a big memer online, but I don't watch any of his stuff. So that's.
Yeah. Whereas like with J-Reg, he was on to J-Reg videos. So if anything, I didn't even think about that, but you mentioning that makes more sense than thinking it was you.
Yeah, also, but I don't know that. Don't quote me on that. I saw some people in chat say that. I don't want to like allege a conspiracy. Maybe that was Too Mad's thoughts on it or whatever,
Okay.
I also, to be fair too, in case somebody tries to like comment on this, after Hassan said it, I started saying it a lot because I thought it was really funny. Like I would tab over and I'd be like, hold on one sec, guys. Me and Tim are setting up the ambush. So if somebody comes by later and they're like, actually, look, Destiny's lying. He was talking about this. I did start to say it a lot after Hassan said it because I thought it was really funny. Like I was like leaning over in the other room and I was like, hey, Tim, are you ready? Like I'm ready to join. Like, so I did do that, but it was after Hassan brought it up initially. Okay.
Would it be an unfair matchup to have you and Tumad versus Ethan and Hassan?
Honest to God, yes. I think Too Mad could probably take both of them. Both of them are exceptionally clueless and stupid when it comes to politics.
So you must have some understanding of Too Mad's knowledge on these topics to say that, right?
I just know that Ethan and Hassan are both incredibly clueless.
But at least I don't think you know how competent Tumad is in debate, right? You can have all the right answers, but not perform well in a debate.
Like is smashing his keyboard and gets upset and like confused if somebody like actually makes a coherent point. So I don't have any faith in him. Ethan literally will never debate anybody ever. He runs from every debate. He's not a debater at all. And Tumad like literally is like a little like troll cringe lord. So I feel like even if Tumad was a shitty debater, I think he could make the other two frustrated enough that they would rage out of the call. That would be my guess. I could be wrong, you know. Maybe Hassan and Ethan could hold their own. I'm not sure, but with me there as well, it would be completely because they were making ridiculously stupid points. Hassan can't keep his cool around me. Ethan is dumb. Like, it would be over.
And you don't see like a rhetorical victory being a possibility for Hassan and stuff? Because that's what I worry about, is you only have to get Too Mad to answer a few questions wrong for him to like lose the audience entirely. And that's where my worry would be, is he doesn't realize that part of the game. And that's a similar problem with Mr. Girl as well.
I don't know. I have no idea. It would depend on what we're talking about. I'm not sure.
Okay. Which evolution would you have sex with?
The problem is I only know of like 3 of them. I don't know like the 27 different evolutions because I only played like up to gold and silver. There were like 2 more, the night one and the morning one. So I don't know enough about them to have a strong opinion on it.
Okay, well, based on the 3 that you know, which one would you select?
Well, not is it Electrion, Vaporeon, Flareon, and what was the electric one called?
Jolteon. Not the electric one, because he's gonna kill you. Probably not Flareon, because he's gonna like. Let's apply the same thing with the dog thing. It won't kill you. You won't kill it.
Well, I just don't see how electricity enhances the sexual experience at all. Okay, Flareon the fire guy could, and Vaporeon the water guy could. So I'd be a toss up between one of those 2, I guess.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Anything? Right. Oh, Mr. Clip Farmer.
What'd I do?
Earlier you said that when we were in restaurants, I would just like say the N-word.
Yeah, you did.
Wasn't this in a discussion with Afro Sabby?
Does that change the fact that you said it numerous times quite loud when we're in the middle of a restaurant? Literally in the middle?
Number 1, this was in a conversation with a black person, so I had a proxy pass. It was about the word. And number 2, it was a private booking for us. We were the only table there.
You're full of shit. There were a bunch of other people in there.
I think it was only like 8 to 10 of us in that middle table, and I think that room was empty.
First of all, I think there was more than 8 to 10. Second of all, there were other people at the other tables, because I remember feeling uncomfortable and looking to the other people at the other tables. There were at least 3 other tables with other people.
I don't believe it. I think it was mainly our party there. But also, even if there were, I was talking to a black person. I had the black pass by proxy. She forced me to say it, okay? I think that the context is a little important there. He was having a conversation with Afrosabi about it, rather than just like, oh, he was at the table in the middle of like fucking Applebee's, like fucking screaming the N-word. That's the characterization there. It's a bit different, I think, than what was actually going on, okay?
So you can think that, but I'm going to be firm on it wouldn't matter what the context is because the other people at the other tables don't know what the context is.
No, it would matter, okay? Because if I'm in a conversation, a friendly conversation with a black woman that's right in front of me, okay, that's going to come off a lot different than me and a bunch of white people at a table in fucking Georgia loudly throwing the N-word around. You understand that there's a hugely different connotation there.
There was maybe like 2 or 3 black people. The majority of the people at our table were white, and you're quite white, and you have a very white voice.
I was near and talking to the black person. Like,
I just don't know if that makes the biggest difference to me that you're talking to a black person, like saying it quite loudly.
It might not make a difference to you, but I'm saying that, like, even if you phrase it in a way that makes you uncomfortable, like Destiny and Afro Sabi were having a conversation about the N-word at our table, and Destiny used the N-word, and that made me uncomfortable. Sure, that's fine. But when you're just like, we went to a restaurant and Destiny was just using the N-word at the table, that is a hugely different scenario that some people might paint in their minds. That's all I'm saying. It might
Still
be
true.
like, sure, it might be that like both like make you uncomfortable for valid reasons, which is fine. But they paint a very different picture in the listener's head. That's all I'm saying.
100%. Okay? Yeah, I've been watching Mizkif and stuff. I'm learning how to do the clippy thing.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying. Enough people give me shit on my Canvas stuff that like Booksmarts reveals Destiny goes into restaurants and screams the N-word at table with all of his white canvassers at black people in Georgia. It sounds way different than Destiny uses the N-word, but he's talking to Afro Sabi in a conversation about it at the table. I'm just saying these are two feel very different things. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
I think they're different to you. I don't know if they're really significantly different to most of the people that would still be upset by the comment, honestly.
For the people that would be upset, probably not, because they're bad faith losers. But there is a difference. But listen, I love you. You do what makes you happy, okay? Farm those clips, baby. I'll be here to support you all the time, okay?
Okay.
Hopefully you got a lot tonight. Be careful, okay, buddy?
Of course. Have a good rest of your night. And congratulations, dude.
On 400K subs?
On your marriage.
Yeah, that's going on.
That's all August work anyways. I know, from my understanding, you don't put all the work into that. That's all August.
Put in all the work, okay? August does like 20% of the editing on my channel, all right? Chill.
Okay.
All right. I love you. Have fun. Be careful, buddy. Bye.
You too. Bye. Oh, that was a fun conversation. So for anybody that doesn't know, which would be surprising, that's Destiny, twitch.tv/Destiny. He's also on YouTube as Destiny. He debates. He talks politics. Who am I kidding? You guys know who he is. So fun conversation. I'm happy he calls me out at the very end. That's fun. But yeah, and on that last point, I am trying to be more smart about clips, be more smart about what it takes to be a larger streamer. My aim is to be a larger streamer. So I will word things the way Mr. Girl does or Ms. Kiff does. I will make the clippable moments and I will have fun with it. Yeah, that's funny. And to be fair, I don't know if the context would change people being upset with him about it. Like I said at the end, I think the people that would be upset about it wouldn't care if he's talking to Afro Sabi or if he was just saying it willy-nilly, which is unfortunate. I think there is a big difference. I agree with him, but I think it doesn't make a difference to the people for whom they would be upset with it anyways. Isn't that the N-word guy? It is the N-word guy. Yeah, it is. Destiny the N-word guy. Destiny the N-worder. Also the man of many based. Yeah. Oh, man. Can we be done with this conversation? Can I be done with this? I think we've been streaming for, now 6 hours. Damn. Well, that's a fun way to end it. I always enjoy talking to Steven. It's nice. And that one was, I don't know. Felt more like we're equals and we're having a normal conversation than talking down or whatever, or telling him a bunch of criticisms. That's never really fun for the conversations with him. He really does say it all the time. No chair is safe around him. He just doesn't have a filter over the word, I don't think, the way most people do, or at least the way me and my folks do. You should check out the show Underage Undercover. No thanks. I always thought that using a book reader was soulless, but now that I packed up my library in 8 boxes that I can barely lift, I just want to sell this. Oh, okay. I don't even know what a book reader is, honestly. Do you mean like a Kindle? You think the conversation's almost over? No, I still have two hours left. What is this clip thing? Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think we're good at it, but I think it's possible. I'm like the Elon Musk.
Not only is Book a furry, he's a basic furry. Shame.
What? I'm not watching this. I think I know what this is. I'm not watching this. Fuck off. You never invited him to watch Cuties? Oh, true. I don't want to waste his time with that. His time is worth much more than a Cuties thing is worth. My understanding of Max's point with the kid in the class was that the kid was attractive in spite of their age. I know what his point is. I'm not trying to communicate his point to Steven. I just had specific questions about like the professor's involvement and stuff. I don't really care about what he's trying to do with that. That wasn't like what my questions were about. But are you still in a hostel? No, I'm in Mexico. Booksmarts 2 hours is the whole VOD, not the convo? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we can keep watching it then, I suppose. You don't have 2 hours left, Booksmarts. The ending is Moot and Dan joining into the call. Mr. Girl hangs up. Okay, so we'll finish it then. Are you going to watch it on stream? No, I'll watch it in my Discord, though. So do ! Discord in the chat. Join my Discord. Connect your Twitch. That way, if you're a sub, you have access. And then we'll have a sub-only room where I'll stream it and watch it. So that'll be the plan. So if you don't already have your Twitch Prime used, go ahead and use it. I would appreciate it. I'll turn alerts back on. I know I muted them while I was talking to him because that's the last thing I need is you guys being annoying. So alerts are back on the menu. But yeah, if you're subbed and your Twitch account is connected to your Discord account, you should be allowed in. Same with Patreon. If you're a patron on Patreon and you have your account connected, you should be able to have access to what we're going to do. Can't wait. Yeah, me neither. It's worth to ask him about watching Cuties since it would be useful for Mr. Girl conversation. I don't think so, based on watching this. I don't think it makes a huge difference for his interactions with Mr. Girl, quite honestly. Group watching Cuties in a Discord might be the most sus thing imaginable. It won't be like that, bro. It won't be like that.
Well, never mind then. Forget that.
Do you think you can talk people into those things?
I think that you can move people on these things over a...
I have to go pee. Is this going to be done like relatively soon? No, it's not. Dude, you're fucking shitting me. It goes for another 30 minutes. What do you mean? I'm going to go to the restroom because I'm going to have to sit here for another 30 minutes. What? I'm a little bit buzzed. I think I have a little bit of a buzz going on. What was the Discord code? !Discord. We're not doing a 24-hour stream. Chill out, chill out. Thumbnail for the stream is too good. I don't know what it looks like. Let's see. That doesn't look very good to me.
Long period.
You can move them. Do you think you can make someone...
Did you wash your hands? Hell no, bro. My piss is basically water and my penis is clean as fuck. That's my opinion. I'm not eating anything. I'm not putting my hands... I don't know. I don't really care.
More pedophilic, gay, or trans.
I think socially you can do
I just don't care.
Probably almost.
Yeah, so that's basically all I'm saying. I'm saying I think.
But like we're talking about like over the course of years in a holistic environment, you'd have to be locked in one area where all of your influences are being tailored to a certain thing or whatever, and it would probably become considerably harder past the age of like 5 and 6, and then even more harder past the age of like 11 to 10, and then almost impossible past the age of like 18 to 21. It's probably going to get harder and harder, or 25 or whatever.
Okay, so your point is that it's not.
I don't think it'd ever be feasible in a therapeutic setting. This is like a lifestyle, like the Soviet Union is taking over your whole life and putting you in a room, and it's 1984 in order to do it. It's probably possible. I think socially we can change a lot of behavior, but it's probably incredibly difficult.
One thing about this Steven conversation that I found interesting is that aesthetic versus attraction versus like sexual whatever. I'm happy that he said he needed to think more about that because I feel more or less the same way. When he was talking about, and when we got to talking about Pokemon, funnily enough, it got me thinking like, how much of this is aesthetics? Like, how much of it, like with dogs too, if you're picking a specific breed because you're aesthetically pleased by the breed, you're not picking it necessarily because you're more sexually attracted to that kind of dog. You're picking it because you're more aesthetically pleased. And how much of that aesthetic pleasing is like to do with this, right? And the lolly thing could be similar. Like you could develop an aesthetic taste for this thing, but it's not your, like, I wonder like how aesthetics fits into this entire discussion. And I found that interesting. So I'd be interested to see if he comes up with anything thinking more about that, because I'd be interested to hear his thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it would be easier.
We just have nothing showing that it's worked yet.
Right. I agree with you there.
Okay. All right.
So, given your view, what do you want to do about it?
Wait, like gay people, the trans people, or the pedophile people?
What are we going to do about gay people? No, what are we going to do about pedophiles? I think gay people, we've settled on what we're going to do.
I mean, it feels like for pedophiles, probably the most important thing is to make sure that they don't offend. So whatever encourages them to get into therapy and to have treatment or whatever is probably the most important thing, because you don't want children to get raped.
Do you think therapy will reduce the odds of them offending significantly or meaningfully?
I would hope so, yeah.
You would hope so, but statistically, do you believe that to be a scientific reality?
I believe that to be true, but I don't have the research offhand.
And I know you don't have the research, but you were fine. We were fine making up research when you're saying that you can't talk someone out of being a pedophile. So my question is, do you believe
Wait, hold on, whoa. I'm not making research there. My understanding is that is something that is also true, that there are pedophiles that go to therapy. They don't lose their attraction to children.
Studies, and neither do I. We're just going off what we think.
Okay, but there's a difference between like, I have a feeling of this versus I think I read a study a long time ago and this is what I remember from it. My understanding from studies relating to pedophilia is that even when they enter therapy, they don't come.
I love his approach. I'm so sorry. Like, I know you guys may or may not like him, but the things he pulls out and holds his feet to the fire on, he finds like interesting places where Steven has something like hanging out and he's like, oh really? What if I fucking yoink on this and fucking flip you over and whatever? Like, well, hold on. I didn't think that would be used that way. I need to like explain this. Like, he sees things that like I wouldn't even point out. Like, I can't guess what he's gonna do, and that makes him like much more attractive of like a conversational person, because I don't know where he's gonna go. And I'm like pleasantly surprised by the things that he does.
I'm out like, oh, I'm not attracted to anymore.
You're saying you don't have this. You don't have.
I just don't have it offhand. Yeah.
And you don't have the same level of understanding of whether you can talk someone out of being a child molester.
Out of a child molester? Well, that's not like the thing.
You said non-offending. So you said get them into therapy so they don't offend. My question is, do you think therapy has a significant statistical effect on someone's likelihood to offend?
I believe it does. Yes, likelihood to offend, actually rape a child, but not change their desires with children.
Okay. And also just a side note that you're saying that pedophilia is a predictor of child abuse, but it's not the predictor of child abuse. Like,
you're saying
we need to get everybody with access to children into therapy.
I don't know if being a pedophile is a greater predictor for child sexual abuse than anything. There might be way better predictors for that.
Right. So I guess my question is, does it make sense to go to, we need to make sure pedophiles don't offend? Maybe we need to make sure everybody doesn't offend.
Probably.
I guess my point is that maybe anybody who has access to children and is alone with them needs to have some kind of oversight with somebody, not just poking their head in the door every once in a while, but actually sitting down and having a conversation with them about their sexuality.
Maybe. I don't know. That seems like a lot of resources and not an efficient way to allocate them, given the scarcity that our current medical system faces.
For sure, but I guess my point is that.
But you wouldn't be okay with. I don't know. Actually, the more that I think about it, I don't feel like it's a tough bullet to bite to say that maybe pedophilia is going to be a predictor of like child abusers. I know we don't want to discriminate against pedophiles. That's what we're trying to avoid. That one doesn't mean the other. Just because you're a pedophile doesn't mean you're a child molester. But of all the indicators that should determine whether or not we keep a more watchful eye on you, I feel like that's probably going to be an important one if we're all being completely honest. Like, if I Thanos snap you into the position of the person that needs to keep oversight of people that watch children and pick which ones you need to like investigate and make sure they're not doing anything naughty, and I gave you a list of who is a pedophile, I think you would use that list, whether you say you wouldn't or not. I feel like that list would be helpful in determining where you allocate scarce resources for watching these people, right? At least that's what it would be like for me. Whether that's prejudicial or not, that's probably the way that I would behave. I think they mean abuse causes the pedophilia. If they do, then of course that's a whole separate thing. But I'm saying if we knew who is and wasn't pedophiles of these adults watching children, that would be a pretty good indicator of where resources should be allocated to like keeping an eye on them, right? They both agreed they wouldn't allow them to watch kids. Oh, okay. Then I'll move past it. I am, how many beers have I am 4 beers deep. So, you know, I wouldn't ride a motorcycle right now. I'll say that. So if I miss things or I get things wrong at this point, let's give me a little bit of slack. And to be fair to you guys and to meet you halfway, I will definitely concede a lot more towards the end of this stream because I may very well be wrong on a bunch of stuff and not even have the mental faculties to like know that, you know. So that's just me being fair and honest with you guys. I'll try to meet you halfway and admit when I may be off on more stuff or I may have missed something or misunderstand something. I think it's completely fair to be highly cautious when someone who is labeled a pedophile is put in space with children. Yes, Mr. Grow would say closeness to children is a better predictor than pedo. Well, yeah, I mean, because one is like a necessary first step. I can't like molest a child if I'm not close enough to the child to molest them, right? Like that would be a necessary first step. Of course, like if I had a pedophile locked in a room in a dungeon in the middle of the desert, thousands of miles from children, and then I had a dude who was like teaching a class of kids every day, it's more likely that the dude teaching a class of kids every day would molest a child than the pedo who I have locked up in the desert, right? So yeah, of course you would always need that as like a first step. What if you had a list of who was a pedo and who wasn't, or a list of who was a sexual predator and who wasn't? Which would you use? Sexual predator. Yeah, probably sexual predator before pedophile, but a very specific question that you're asking.
Singling out pedophiles as you need therapy to make sure you don't offend.
Everybody who is awake is not asleep, exactly.
Might not actually make that much of a difference if most child molesters are not pedophiles.
If most child molesters aren't pedophiles and most pedophiles don't offend, that
stabbing someone is a stronger predictor of being a murderer than violent ideation. Yeah, I don't know if it's my drunk brain, but it's like, yeah, this seems pretty obvious. Like, yeah, of course, people that are around, yeah, whatever. Anywho, I'll let this continue because I really want to finish this and then be done and timestamp the VOD and call it a night.
That might be the case, yeah. I don't know what the numbers are on that. It might be that it could be a world where 85% of pedophiles actually just jerk off to fucking Lolicon all day. Or 90.
Cherry's watching me go over Richard Wolf and Destiny. Well, she earned herself that raid. I'd be happy to, right, to bear arms. Also, RTBA, while I'm getting a little bit drunk, can I just say something to you, buddy? I love that you work so hard as a moderator. I know that people meme on you for being mean or whatever, but it's not easy being a moderator. And I don't know if Steven tells you thank you enough, but like, good on you. You don't have an easy job, dude. And beyond that, I think you're like still like kind of chill with Hassan, which is interesting, an interesting balance to keep between these two communities. You're like an interesting person that I would be kind of, I wish I had some idea of like what you sounded like and the kind of person you were, but I don't. Like there are other people that are in the Destiny community who are like avid chatters and stuff who are like, I know what they look like, I know what they sound like, I have an idea of their personality. I would be interested to talk to you at some point. If you're in like a group DM or anything and you would ever be cool with inviting me, I would be cool to like get to know you because you seem chill. And every time you're in here, you're chill. So just, I don't know. Offers out there, dude.
85% or 99%. That might be the case. I don't know. And maybe 99% of child rapists are.
Just contact the movers and the shakers. That's what I'm saying, dude, is I need to get involved with more of these movers and shakers. This guy's fucking, he's in Hassan and Destiny. What's up with that? I at least want to know. Seems like a mover or a shaker.
Not actually pedophiles and they only have one sexual experience with a child that they're in a position of power over something. That could be the case, yeah.
I wouldn't want a pedophile around my children.
You guys don't think he's chill because you guys are assholes. You chatters are fucking cancer. I know what he has to deal with. Of course you don't think he's chill because you guys fucking trigger him and you put him in positions where he has to punish you. But I don't play those games in chat. So I don't know, bro.
Not even if I knew they weren't going to offend.
Okay.
I think pedophiles are delusional. And they believe that children are like adults. They believe that they can have a meaningful spiritual and physical and emotional connection to a child when they're wrong. Like I think part of pedophilia is a delusion.
Okay. I don't know if that's true, but maybe. I just don't know.
From hearing pedophiles talk about it.
I was about to say, oh man, is this a self-report? I don't think it is. Have you ever been curious and you've looked at like map profiles on Twitter and stuff? I have. I've also looked at those zoophilia profiles because I'm interested, like, why would you make a Twitter where you're publicly this like crazy fucking thing that everybody hates? That's like morally like abhorrent. And like, what are those people like and stuff? Those map people honestly think they can have these like deep romantic relationships with children, and it's really freaky. If you ever go down that rabbit hole, I'm sure there's like YouTube videos and stuff about it too, but like it is lining up with what he's saying, and I think there has to be some delusion there. They imagine children as if they're like full-fledged adults internally. They're just trapped in a child body, which is like, I don't know. There's an upcoming mover and shaker that might be in the room with us right now in that back wall. I don't get this joke that people are in walls. What is this meme?
And
oh yeah, because they seem to ascribe a lot more agency to children than what the child could actually ever possibly have. Okay.
And so that could be like they need to talk themselves into that so that they can convince themselves the child can consent.
Not a joke.
But I think often it's actually the other way, that because they have this delusion that like, oh no, she like blah blah blah, she's the way she looks at me. It's like there's so much meaning between us. I think they really believe that there's like a love story happening, and that might be the main thing that's wrong with them. That they don't understand that children are children.
Maybe.
And so if that's the case, I don't want, even if they're not going to offend, I don't want pedophiles around my children. I don't want people talking to my children who don't understand that they're children.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're in the wall.
Do you think that? What do you think about the like the constant death threats to pedophiles, like face the wall, wood chipper?
I think it's cringe. It's just like, it's a really easy thing to virtue signal over, is to like get online and talk about how much you hate pedophiles and want to kill them all and blah blah blah. It's just super cringe. This is really cringy LARPy shit.
It's not a joke. It's mocking schizos. Isn't schizo a bit of like a pejorative? It's mocking schizos and his ableist, but it's okay because they are too crazy to realize they're being directly mocked. Jesus Christ.
I can't have them repeating the same fucking words. Am I crazy? I can't tell if I'm going crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think that's bad for children?
I think it's bad for society, and ultimately probably bad for children. Yeah, because instead of like, I guess the worry is always that like if you have a person like this, they're less likely to seek help if they feel like they're going to be incredibly stigmatized or judged for it. Yeah. I don't know, that maybe that doesn't track onto the research 100%. I'm not sure, but that would be my guess.
That would be my guess too.
And it's also just like a really cheap way to like show everybody how good you are. Like, oh my god, I hate pedophiles, they're so bad. And it's like, okay, good job, Sarah. Here.
Oh, people in the walls / living in your attic is a semi-common schizoidal delusion. Thank you, Resin.
Yeah. And then I don't like the, as I said before, the dehumanizing aspect of it being normalized that it's okay to hate and want to kill certain people who have not done anything.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what Heem was saying earlier. I just heard about it because I woke up to like a bunch of people DMing me and saying like, you gotta.
Okay, full disclosure, I have been told about this Dr. Hemed thing. Can we look at Dr. Heem's Twitter? I don't have his Twitter, whatever. He was fear-mongering or something about him. I don't know what it was. He's not happy that Steven's platforming this guy, I think, but I don't really know all the details. Opening Twitter on stream? Oh, is it bad? I don't think I had anything bad. Right? Doki doki shiteru no. Oh! Kawaii! Konnichiwa? Oh! Chotto. You know, I think everything on here is safe for work. A little bit furry, but a little bit safe for work. I think. Yeah, it's all safe for work. Safe for work. Safe for work. Safe for work. I think my whole Twitter is safe for work. I'm not gonna risk a ban over my Twitter profile, timeline, whatever, so I'll go back to this, but
like do something about this. You have to defend yourself, and I don't want to defend myself, but
we noticed.
Yeah. Well, I said to my Discord, I don't defend myself on Christmas
Thank
Eve.
you, Supreme.
Okay, gotcha.
Of all the people, I knew you would have this available for me. Let's see here. Neither Destiny nor Vosh had any idea who they had on stream to chat with the other day. It's a cursed rabbit hole that is legit hard to stomach. Genuinely impossible to distinguish its disparity. The frequency and commitment with no payoff is concerning. A positive cuties review plus multiple pro-pedo music videos plus pro-pedo album plus extremely problematic behavior plus lack of views equals concerning, to say the least. And then here's the real reason. I'm gonna be mean. Sorry, Heem. Here's the real reason we have all this tweet shit. Here is my deep dive into the cursed rabbit hole. It's all just plugging his fucking content, bro. You don't want to know, bro. Save yourself. I think he responded to a few of the people in this thread too with like, I did a deep dive on it, bro. So I don't know, you know. I think it's just plugging the time that he spent on stream to look at something. I don't think it's like that big of a shenanigan. It's good music. Maybe we should listen to it after.
It's weird how you can be like a it's like nobody thinks I've actually done anything. Right? Like I don't have any accusers.
Well, I mean, Vosh's community probably thinks you have, but I mean, I can't speak.
Right. But there's no specific victim, right?
Yeah,
there's no like.
Sure. People make assumptions regardless, but yeah, there's not like my understanding is there's not currently accusations out now. There might be.
No,
I don't know about them.
I've never had an accusation.
Okay. Good job.
I'm not joking about the Christmas present.
Okay.
I'm making you. It's an oath.
Thank God.
It's a blood oath.
Oh, it might be TOS.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. What was it? We don't disagree about anything. So there's beyond the definition. I guess we just disagree about where most people are at.
All right. I guess we're talking about Heemed. Heemed has been attentive to platforming discourse on Twitch at least since the Mel Tanky Convo. I don't think this is a short-term grift or anything like that. No, but it is Pepega. I'm allowed to say Pepega, right? That's not a slur. It is Pepega. As we discussed at the beginning of the stream, the people that are always like platforming this and platforming that, honestly, it's Pepega. The whole thing is Pepega. So I don't give it a lot of weight, dude. I'm gonna be real with you. I just don't. I explained at the beginning. I won't reiterate myself. I'm getting sloppy now, so I'm not gonna try to re-explain it. But
and how to talk about it, I think.
We probably would agree on how to talk about it, maybe relatively similarly.
Yeah. Given the first one.
Yeah.
Simulated child porn.
What are you asking me if it's okay?
And whatever.
Are you asking me what my favorite ones are? Or what do you mean whatever? There has to be some direction. Bringing up simulated child porn. It's not...
Name the first word that pops in your head when I say these things. Simulated child porn. No direction at all. Just go ahead and say something. Thoughts?
It's not whatever. There's a question behind it.
I think I'm going to just let it sit where it is.
Just going to let it sit out there? Is this like your next rap album title? Or?
Oh my God. I'm going to write that down after this.
I've got that simulated child porn. Do. Simulated child porn. Can we listen to his thing?
I kill pedophiles cause I'm not one. Blow their balls off with a sawed-off shotgun. And if their victims end up being into children, I kill them. Yo, I kill Nazis, I kill people who talk to Nazis. I kill the paparazzi who shot me, trying to dox me. I kill Antifa, I'll teach you to protest peaceful. Plus I kill police who peg people with less lethals. Yo, if you kill black people, I kill you. And if you are black, well I still do. I kill Jews, depending on what side they're on. Plus I kill kids taking pictures of their dicks, that's child porn. I kill pregnant women at abortion clinics. Then I kill the protesters trying to storm in it. I rape racists, then castrate rapists, who else? I kill trans people if they fucking try to kill themselves. Please don't do this. I don't wanna watch you die. Please don't hate me. I'm American. as apple pie. I'm so sorry.
That's good shit. I'll post that in the chat. If you want to listen to that shit on repeat, bro, I think that's a bit of a bop. That's a bit of a bop. That's good shit. Wow. I like this guy. I'm just gonna say it. That pushed me over the edge. I like him more than I dislike him. I'll say it, dude. I'll go public with it. I like him more than I dislike him. I said it. There you go. Fuck you guys. I like him more than I dislike him for sure.
I have a song on my album called I Kill Pedophiles.
Nice job. Good for you.
I think you'd like it.
Yeah?
It's good.
Is it like a suicide song or? I'm
kind of.
Oh, you think you're the first person to make that joke?
No, I'm not. I'm not very original. I just copy paste jokes from my chat all day. Okay, that's what I do here. All right.
I understand. No, I'm just trying to go through the other contentious arguments that I had with Vosh. Vosh said simulated child porn is bad, but it should be legal.
Oh, here's a question. Do you think it's possible that there exists some people that can't be reasoned out of a certain position? Do you think that's possible?
I think I said that about myself in our last.
He did. He said, I think that there are always going to be things that are correct that I will be incorrect about, that I cannot be corrected on. So he will believe some things that are incorrect that it will be impossible to convince him out of. So there are some things he'll be incorrect on forever. And I think trans discussion was where that came up. So if you're a person that doesn't like his trans takes, he at least is willing to admit that I may be wrong about this, but I'm not being convinced out of it kind of deal. So I don't know. I'm sure you don't take that as any consolidation or whatever, but...
Talk, didn't I?
Okay,
Do the hand thing to fix the camera? Oh, okay. Sorry. I am moving around a lot. Wow, it's really, really blurry. Hey, can you focus on me, babe? Babe. Hey, I'm right here. Thank you. There you go. Now I'm focused. Oh, we're not even on the video page. My apologies. I'm drunk.
Well, the question I'm asking is, you guys had a conversation about how you thought that like the Civil War maybe wasn't ideal. And it seems like the flip side of that is there is some other way, preferably non-violent, to move through that conflict. But that kind of implies then that there are always going to be ways to kind of reason people out of certain positions, like say slavery or whatever. Do you think that it might be that there are some people that for one reason or another won't be reasoned out of certain positions and it necessitates a violent response, or?
Yeah, but you would have to be omniscient to know when that's happening.
Sure.
So it's.
Did you know Mr. Girl posed nude at Olivia Wilde's baby shower? This dude has wild lore. I'm not going to comment. No comment.
It's more an idealistic stance. It's not. I'm not saying it would have worked. I'm saying when we look back, it's strange to me that we think good thing we killed all those fuckers instead of I wonder what we could have done to have avoided that.
Sure.
I think it's more productive to, instead of masturbatorily bathing in the blood of your enemies, which is ironically actually the blood of your own countrymen, to say, why did all these people have to die? Or maybe they didn't. What could we have done? And given that political violence is rising now, what can we do to avoid it?
Gotcha.
Okay, so it's a bunch more nuanced than that. So he's got this empathy take where he doesn't want to kill people, same way he doesn't want to kill pedophiles. Maybe there would have been a way to navigate discourse with the North and the South rather than getting into a really bloody civil war that killed all of them. Okay.
I feel like that. Sorry, go ahead.
There's probably going to be a it's probably
Tumad's
reasonable.
in here. Tumad, what's up, dude? I don't see you in the. I don't see whatever you said in chat, but hello and welcome, dude. I hope you end up getting that fucking debate going, dude. That'd be interesting to see. I'd be very, very interested to see that, bro. But I think you already know that. Too mad. Real quick question. If I could just get one answer from you, that'd be cool. I don't know where your very first tweet came from. Did that just come from like watching Supreme, or where did that come from? Did J-Reg give you that point? Because there's a lot of like contention about because we know you had to have listened or read something, right? Because that's how everybody learns everything. Where did the very first tweet that you made come from? Like, was that you were watching Supreme stream, or was that from JReg, or did Steven DM you? Like, where did the very first tweet come from? Because I don't know. I don't have an answer to that one. Like, I have a better idea of what happened after that, but I don't know where the very first one came from. I'll keep an eye on chat for that, and I'll let you guys know if 2mad's willing to answer.
Though, to say like it's a good thing this happened because we effected some good outcome, even if there were great costs involved. No. Because otherwise, wouldn't we literally have to go through every single accomplishment in human history and say like, oh, this sucks, or oh, this was bad, or oh, there was a great call? Like, we could basically never celebrate anything ever. No.
Well, I think that's something we're wrestling with already. Like, do we celebrate Columbus Day?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's horrible, but it's also good. And I don't think we have to just have. I'm not saying the only narrative of the Civil War. Like, we can be happy about emancipation. I guess I'm arguing for more ambivalence. Like,
if he read it on the CDC website, that'd be kind of based. He's like, oh, I was just browsing the CDC and I saw they put out a recent update about their COVID procedures, and I was looking at peer review. You know, that would be kind of funny. I don't think, knowing 2mad, that that's what happened, but yeah.
If you're telling me I have to say, I love the idea of blowing some Confederate flag-waving Nazis' brains out, and if I don't love that idea, then I am pro-slavery. That's stupid. Like, that's too polarized. There's no nuance.
I agree with that. Sure.
And so, like, he was bringing up bombing the Nazis, and I'm like, you're killing people that don't deserve to be killed, along with accomplishing an important goal in a war. And like, once you start convincing yourself that each individual person deserves whatever horrors you're going to unleash on them, you're deluding yourself. And if you're telling yourself that my definition of someone who can't be talked out of something is anybody I just shot, is like a little self-congratulatory and scary to me. Vosh is scary. Mm-hmm. I didn't get into this in my video because I just wanted to stick to the one topic, but I think one thing that happened in that conversation is that he freaked me out.
Yeah, he definitely comes off as like terrorist enabling.
Yeah, he comes off as bloodthirsty.
For sure.
And my whole point in the beginning was like, but bloodthirstiness isn't good. Like, objectively, I don't think it's good. Mm-hmm. And I don't even like it, but I also just don't, I think it's wrong. I don't think it's a good, like, way to push your audience in. And he immediately went into these like pornographic descriptions of killing slave masters and Nazis, mm-hmm. and how much he would enjoy it. Yeah. And stealing their clothes, and just like, yeah, and like how good it would feel to finally get back at like the people in power. And mm-hmm. like, first of all, it's weird because I'm like, dude, you're the one in power in this conversation. Like, you have this huge platform and I'm like a tiny creator, mm-hmm. and you've got all the power in mm-hmm. the situation. You're the one who can hit the button to hang up, and you have power over all of your viewers. You mm-hmm. have more power than most people. So it's very weird that you think of your, at what point does it stop being an uprising, and does it become like you're just like the new emperor? And so that lack of self-awareness is scary, but the purposeful lack of empathy so that you can hate someone and quench your bloodlust is scary, and I sense that in him. It mm-hmm. scares me. I think that's probably why I let out with that. I haven't listened to much Vosh, but from what I've heard, that seems to be like almost always there. And it seems like ubiquitous now, and mm-hmm. so
yeah, there's a definite problem that reeks through our political discourse of the otherization of other people as like worthy of. It's weird. The cop stuff gets really weird. I don't know how much you follow that discourse, but like, there's another.
I heard about your I heard what you said.
Oh, by the way, I keep YouTube on white mode because I remember what YouTube used to look like when I was young, and I like it. It's like nostalgic for me. I've tried the dark mode. It's just it doesn't tickle the same itch that I do, that the white version does.
About Black Lives Matter.
Oh God, different.
And I'm going to confront you now.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, I mean, that quote from you is my problem with it is somewhat of what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Just that it's I understand your I haven't.
Roanoke says, Vosh's last 6 months has made me a lot more sympathetic to this position from Mr. Girl. In another world, I could see myself seeing this as just more fence-sitter bullshit. Should I say this? To some extent, I'm happy that Vosh chose to cut me out rather than have a relationship with me and hear me out on criticisms the way that Steven does. Because I think it was important for more people to kind of see the way that Vosh is behaving and for him to double down on that. I think that that's more positive because it makes it more clear to people that he believes in some really awful stuff and advocates for some really awful stuff. And the way he delivers information is awful. At least when it comes to cops or other things that he hates. So there's part of me that is happy that we were never able to form a relationship because he was never able to kind of fill in these gaps of like his kind of fuck ups with his takes and stuff. And I'm happy to see more people coming around to that, even if it's like, well, I said a lot of this stuff when I first joined and I did line by lines of it, and you can see problems in his behavior and people are finding other reasons to dislike his takes or think he's unempathetic or whatever. It's been relieving to see that because that's been very clear since he was Irish Laddie. And I'm just surprised that more people have forgotten about that. He did have a good spurt of like trying to be very, very optically effective when he was Vosh. But the moment that this guy kind of started picking up on that and fighting against it, I think it got Vosh frustrated. And that's how I see the narrative playing out from my perspective. Yeah, I think the analogy you used was that you see him he uses rhetoric like Palpatine uses the Force, and I feel like that's really come to light recently. Yeah. Like when you use the Force for good and bad, dude, but I mean, sometimes it's just unironically bad the way that he's using stuff, so it is what it is. What did RTBA say that you guys are so happy about? Vosh threatened to nuke all DGG subreddit posters from his Reddit. He will have to manually unban his own mods depending on how he does the ban. That's a bit fucking extreme, dude. That's a bit extreme because most of his subreddit mods are former DGG people. Yeah, and it's not like somebody that posts in the DGG subreddit is automatically like a bad person. He's a bit rough, dude.
I didn't hear you say it. Somebody just typed it out.
It's the 20-second quote, yeah. But the longer clip from the conversation was essentially that like people have to stop glorifying rioting, and if people are going to keep rioting, we're going to lose elections as Democrats. So if
I get. Like even just hearing the quote, I understood what you meant. Mm-hmm. But there is a dehumanizing aspect to the quote, obviously, which is why you said it. You said it to make the ugly, harsh, hyper practical, angry, frustrated, throwing your hands up point. Like I assume. Like that.
Probably
the point is
something like that.
Is that it's you weren't like accidentally being dehumanizing when you said it. But yeah, that whole idea of like, you know what, we just can't figure this out, so fuck you. I no longer care about you, and I want, and beyond that, I want you to die. Really freaks me out.
Sure.
And yeah, and I think that's why I'm so stuck on pedophilia, because it's like, it's the group that everyone has decided, based on thought crimes alone, we should just murder them.
Yeah.
It's like the first they came.
You can probably find like more salient real life applicable examples that aren't as lightning torch charged.
But the fact that it's lightning torch charged because everybody agrees they should all be killed. So that's why I'm going towards it, because it's the one group that most people feel comfortable saying, well, those aren't real people. I don't have to think about it. And even you in this conversation are saying there is a fundamental difference between us and them. And like we argued about it for a while, and I understand you genuinely don't agree with me, but my whole point in trying to dissolve that wall is to say there isn't really an us and them. There's just us, and we got to work together, and we got to hold hands, and we got to figure out how we're going to, instead of playing this big game of Among Us.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't necessarily disagree with any of that. I don't think that just by labeling somebody or understanding that somebody might be different in a certain way, that means that all of a sudden we can lack compassion for them. Although oftentimes that's what things turn into, unfortunately. But I would actually say that like I would actually say that it's somewhat damaging to think that we all have to be the same, have compassion for each other, because I think that we...
What are your thoughts on pedos, people with a mental problem in need of help, or something else? If they need help, they need help, but I think that's separate from their pedophilia. The same with trans people. Oh, Booksmart's comparing pedophiles to trans people. But no, for real, I don't know if all trans people need to go to therapy. If you have gender dysphoria, then go to therapy, right? Like, I think there's plenty of pedophile people that don't need therapy at all. They were fucked by the roll of the hand of God, and they have this unfortunate sexuality and whatever. They can exist among us and just not act on it and whatever, and I think that's fine. It's just an unfortunate situation they're in. They were born into a timeline where none of that stuff's okay, and they don't really have any out. But that's the way of it, you know? I don't know if it's like a mental problem to be that way. It's certainly problematic in society, and society doesn't want it to happen. You can't act on it. So if you can't act on it and society doesn't like it, you want to consider that a problem, go right ahead. But a huge chunk of society also doesn't like trans people, also doesn't like gay people, also doesn't like people in non-traditional relationships, also doesn't like people who are black, also doesn't like, you know, like, if we just go off of like what society doesn't like in people, society isn't like a bunch of shit that's like immutable characteristics about people. And I don't know, I feel particularly bad when somebody has an immutable characteristic that everybody hates, whether that's like you're a ginger so people hate you. I can't even tell red hair apart from like normal hair. So for me, I don't even know. But, you know, it's sad to me that people get, you know, they get super duper discriminated against because of some shit that they can't change. And that's kind of just where I'm at with it, you know? But yeah, it's tough. That's where I'm at with it. If they want help with it and they need help with it, then they need help with it and they should go get help with it. But I don't know if that's the case for every single person who has pedophilic tendencies, you know? I wonder what would have happened if Vosh had listened to you. I don't know. I just think it's unlikely he would have at all. So yeah. Booksmarts is colorblind? Yes, I am. Yeah, like it's an anime hair thing. I don't know. I can't see it. It just looks like brown to me. Did you know the blanket behind you is red, Booksmarts? It's not a blanket. It's a down sweater.
Lose the ability sometimes
or down
to see
jacket, whatever the fuck, however you want to call it.
reality when it happens. So as an example,
yes,
you probably agree for the audience, like handicapped people are disabled. They have something that is prohibiting or inhibiting them from living like a normal human life. They might need wheelchair ramps. They might need some other accommodation or whatever, which is fine. But like, there was that
thank you. You got the answer from Too Mad for Me. Thank you, A4. Andre, I'm so happy to see you in my chat. I hang out in your Pokemon stuff sometimes. Sometimes I'll put it on like low key and I'll just have it on in the background for a while so I don't chat a ton. Happy to see you in my chat. Cool to have you. I really wish you would just start doing panels and stuff again. You're a really good communicator, and it's nice to have you in this space because you're one of the few positive examples I can point to. And if you put out more regular content talking to other people, it would give me the opportunity to talk more about people I think are doing a good job. But, you know, I know that you enjoy your Pokemon stuff. I originally heard from Wicked Supreme the fuckery Hassan was up to. That's what Too Mad said. So if you were to attribute Too Mad's points to anybody, it would probably be Wicked Supreme. It's not Destiny. So there you go, chat. There's your answer. So as far as Too Mad's remarks on Twitter, that very first one is coming from Wicked Supreme. One of them's plagiarized from me, and then I don't know where the rest are coming from. But yeah, it's not a Destiny influence, and I think that's the main thing we wanted to solve there. Does that mean Wicked Supreme is a mover and a shaker now? I would say so, sure. Why not?
Like, they're not handicapped, they're handy-capable. They're like, actually, they're not actually like, worse off or whatever. They're just, it's different, right? It's like, well, I mean, I think it's good that we can like acknowledge that, like, well, actually this sucks and this is like a real like disability, without having to like paint everything. It's like, well, no, we're all the same and everything's the same and everything's okay. Like, sometimes it's okay to recognize that like this particular thing is a negative thing and it should be seen as such, but that doesn't mean we have to like dehumanize each other over it.
I agree with you, but if for me in that example, I would push towards everybody thinking of themselves as handicapped to some extent.
But there are going to be some fundamental differences, no? Like,
I know, but there's experiences that you can have that can make you empathize more. Like if you think of like if you've ever been really sick and you like you need someone to take care of you or you need someone to get you something or to help you with something. Mm-hmm. I think that can produce some empathy and like what it would be like to feel like that all the time.
Sure. I've always joked about people with like, I haven't always joked, but I got a lot more sympathy for people with like IBS or Crohn's because I had one weekend where I had food poisoning and I've actually never experienced it in my life. Having to go to the bathroom to try to poop like every like 30 minutes is actually one of the worst experiences I've ever had in my life, and it's really silly and dumb, but it actually made me feel like horrible. So I agree that different experiences can produce that. Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that.
So that would be my similar goal in trying to break down any label, I guess, that people are using to differentiate themselves from someone they don't want to be or someone that they hate.
Do you think that the label, do you think it'd be okay though if that label is like sometimes there are labels that can describe things that we should want to avoid and not be a part of, no?
I don't think you can control if you're a pedophile.
Not a pedophile, but we'll go to like political labels. We'll say like a fascist, right? Like fascism is probably bad. You probably don't want people to be fascists. Like,
well, that one scares me because no fascist thinks they're a fascist. You know?
True, but do we agree?
Part of the first step to becoming a fascist is to call someone else a fascist.
I don't know if that's true, but regardless of if that's true or not, we can probably agree that fascism is a real thing. There's a real political ideology, and some people are legitimately fascists now.
Given your perspective, sure.
Well,
but
not perspective, but like we can go like objective definitions of how your government operates, and we can say like, oh, well, this person is probably a fascist. No?
We can objectively just define it, and we can agree on the definition, but no two people agree on who's a fascist, so it can't be objectively applied.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably true.
So to me, that just makes it a scary word I don't want to use, because I'm like, every fascist thinks they know that they're not a fascist, thinks they figured out who the fascist is, and thinks that they need to amass a bunch of people together and defeat the fascist. So I'm like, I don't want to fucking participate. If the first thing I see a fascist do, like Vosh, I think Vosh behaves and thinks much like a fascist. And like, I don't mean that as a slander or insult. And like, I'm as I said to him, if he hears this, like, Vosh, the door's still open. Still want to talk to you. I even like you on a personal level. Like, I found you very cold to me, but like, my jokes and like messing around with you, that was actually genuine affection. But I do think that Vosh thinks like a fascist. He's positive. He's right. He says who deserves to live and who deserves to die. He bans people who say things or bring up things that he finds troubling or emotionally difficult or whatever that he just doesn't want people to think and talk about.
We have some things that are like, these things are like, so I guess maybe I'm being a little bit more boring or whatever, but like, so the main questions that Vosh could be a fascist. I don't know where he's sitting right now, but what I would have to ask is like, do you feel okay abolishing the other political party in the United States? Do you feel okay, you know, acting on the levers of government to secure like a single party rule? Do you feel okay ruling some things against the majority of the American people? Like, these are kind of more questions. And then for fascism, you usually get into some racial stuff. It's hard not to. I don't think Vosh is in favor of all of that. So I don't know if I would say like,
yes.
You think Vosh would be okay like eliminating the Republican Party?
You lost me at races, dude. I don't care what race is in charge, but as long as it's my people that believe in my shit. I don't know if Vosh believes in the race part of this, but I think everything else up to that he would probably be okay with, honestly.
No, he would absorb the Republican Party. But when you're absorbing a party by shaming them and calling them stupid and telling other people that they deserve to be punched in the face, have you really absorbed them? Like, you might does communist China, like, I think they're fascists, right? But it appears like a united country.
I would have to. I understand what you're saying. I don't think.
I think Mr. Girl is confusing fascism for authoritarianism. That's my feeling as well, Supreme, is that maybe this is more authoritarianism than it is fascism, or as the authoritarians like to call it, heavy-handed government. What? Come on, dude. It's just heavy-handed government. I mean, there are all sorts of heavy-handed governments out there. Come on. I mean, every good government's a little heavy-handed, bro.
Vosh is, I don't think he's there on the fascism thing. Maybe I've missed some stuff, though, but I don't know if he, but he might be.
I think if Vosh could convince everybody.
Cultural centralization.
Everybody in the country to agree with him, or get him to say they agree with him, then he would.
I mean, I would. I want everybody to agree with me, right?
Right, yeah, I think that's a fascistic impulse.
Well, but that's like 99% of humans. That's kind of a weird. Everybody wants everybody to agree with them, no?
Well, that's why we need democracy, because most people, if you give them the keys to the fascism mobile, will take off. I'm not saying that might be a lot of people, but like, if to me fascism does not require. I guess why I don't like your definition is that it should not require the knowledge that you are behaving like a fascist. To me, it should just require: do you want coercive control over other people? And it's even worse if you want to be told by those people that you don't have that coercive control.
Yeah, it feels to me that like
I think that's where Vosh is.
I think fascism denotes more particular things about how the government functions rather than just like a person that's a big meanie who wants to bully everybody is like a fascist. I don't think that necessarily makes a fascist.
I think that there's no way to know how a person would behave when the opportunity arises. When someone says, I mean, this is why we admire George Washington, because somebody...
I mean, like, I think he definitionally can't be. Like, Wikipedia says fascism is a form of far-right, authoritarian ultranationalism characterized by clitorial power, forcible suppression of opposition. I mean, like, he's got the forcible suppression of opposition, probably, but I guess he's not far-right. So, I mean, right out of the gate, we can't have it. So, I don't know about that one. But authoritarian, perhaps, for sure. Maybe not fascism, though.
But he said, do you want to just control everything? And he said, no. That's rare. So I don't...
He's obviously using the colloquial definition. Well, that was his first mistake, right? When he's talking to Steven, and they're talking about politics. If you want to understand Vosh's philosophy, watch this video. I don't care to understand Vosh's philosophy. I'll be a real
Yeah, if you're saying, like, you're actively sitting around fantasy...
Clitorial power? It's late. My brain... Fascism is a form of far-right, authoritarian ultranationalism characterized by dictatorial power. Did I say clitorial? I don't even think that's a word. It says dictatorial. You did? Whatever, dude. Whatever. Did I? I don't think I did. Did I? I don't know about that.
Fantasizing about mowing down your political opponents, but I do think Vosh is actually doing that, but not fantasizing about a single party minority rule where you're enforcing your beliefs on everybody. Then you're not a fascist. I can understand your definition. I guess mine is just like maybe more psychological.
Well, I don't like your definition because under your definition, almost everyone is a fascist. I'm doing a callback to our pedophile conversation. You see that? That was pretty good,
It's a similar conversation. I guess
But you're the opposite on this one.
No, I'm not. I'm saying we're all on a spectrum of fascism.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
But I was saying one of the nice things about your pedophile conversation is you're like, I like my definition because in my definition not everybody is a pedophile because everybody's on a spectrum. But in your definition it seems like everybody's a fascist because they're all on the spectrum, or everyone is a little bit of a fascist.
I think everybody's a pedophile.
Yeah, he does seem interested in unthinking mob rule. I would agree. I think the most important element to fascism is that everyone seems to miss is the alignment of strong cultural and national identity based on some mythos. Yeah, perhaps, bruh. I don't really care about fascism. I think that's all lame. Clip? What is this clip of? Out of the gate, we can't have it. So, I don't know about that one. But authoritarian, perhaps, for sure. Maybe not fascism, though.
But he said, do you want to just...
Gate, we can't have it. So,
you're actively sitting around...
I don't think I read the definition in this. I think you misclipped, dude.
I'm happy framing it that way. My point is,
okay,
if you don't know that it is possible for you to sexualize a relationship with a child, you're in a much more dangerous, vulnerable position of power when you are in charge of children or alone with children. Just as if you don't know it's possible, if you don't know that you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, am I going down the path of fascism, or am I an inspiring, whatever, rebel leader? If you don't know that you have to do that, you're much more likely to do something really bad.
Maybe. Okay.
So I guess I kind of you brought up fascism because you're
it might be helpful as a historical term.
You're like, you're not going to say I'm not a pedophile, but will you say I'm not a fascist? And I'm like, no. I think that we're all have got these
fascistic urges.
Yeah. I'm like, wouldn't it be better? I mean, like hitting your wife is fascistic. You're like, you know what? What if you just fucking did what I said? What if we just try it? And like, they're like, okay. And then you're like, see, that wasn't so bad. And they're like, yeah, I guess that worked out okay. And you're like, okay. Like, I just think fascism can seem like a really good idea. And sometimes it is a good idea. And
I think that's authoritarianism, though. I think maybe authoritarianism is more what he's looking for here, because even there, like, it just sounds authoritarian or whatever.
On a small scale, where like you just have to say like, no, like we're not doing that.
Okay.
Squad W. I mean, if women just listen, bro, but, I don't know. Have we tried it? It's worked out good so far, bro. Clitatorian? I don't think so, bro. I don't think that happened.
Yeah, I guess in certain situations with like the police, where you can have a smaller system where a small group of people are like, or like with free speech, like most people would probably get rid of or reduce free speech, and I like the idea that there's actually a smaller group of people who are overruling the will of the people to not throw out their own rights.
The Supreme Court.
Booksmarts, this is the last 10 seconds. I know I sent it to you and I didn't clip it good.
So, last 10 seconds. Okay.
I don't know about that.
Like you're actively sitting around fantasy.
Clitorial power? It's late, my brain. But that's me reading you guys. That's not me reading the definition. You're off. You're wrong. Congrats. I think we need to time out Crayon for 10,000 seconds. Have them take a timeout. That's me reading chat, dumbass. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and like it is in a backwards way that is a bit fascist to say when the people are calling like, no, come arrest me for saying bad things that I shouldn't be saying or thinking. And the Supreme Court's like, no, we're not doing that. But generally, yeah.
Okay.
Schizo clippers? Yeah, they're here.
I think once you decide, I am absolved from whatever bad thing, you are making you're risking that you're going to do really bad things. And then if you go on Vosh's stream and you say, I don't absolve myself from being a pedophile, I don't absolve myself from the possibility of harming, I mean, I guess I promised you as your Christmas present, but that's not because I don't think it's possible.
Another clip. Okay, cool.
The opportunity arises when someone says, I mean, this is why we admire George Washington, because somebody...
I mean, like, I think he definitionally can't be. Like, Wikipedia says fascism is a form of far-right, authoritarian ultranationalism characterized by clitorial... All right, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. I said dictatorial.
Or I don't think that a situation could arise where I would find myself. I mean, as I'm saying, like people are, as you know, people will offer themselves to you in ways that are probably unethical as you grow in power and influence, and you have to know.
Yeah.
That
well,
part of you wants.
You know, that's just like your opinion, man.
Take advantage of them.
Okay.
In order not to do
I agree with your broader points. I think we just disagree maybe on some of the minutia, but sure. Yeah. We all have the propensity for abuse and everything, but I think we can get there without saying we're all pedophiles. But I understand what you're saying. I understand brother what you mean.
Yeah, I accept that.
All right, well, anything else? Who's your, who are you going, oh, you said you're going to talk to Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, you got any, we got any more mentorship? You've flung me into something now, and you're responsible for it now. So now you have to tell me what to do.
Listen, good luck. You're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a great time. I'm sure you're gonna kill it. Okay.
That's not what I was asking.
Oh, it's being a streamer
what
now,
are you
or
asking me? Like advice?
Yeah.
Have a good time. Kill it.
Wait, what is he talking about?
I mean, broader advice. Do you want to give me advice?
Make sure that you eat well, sleep, get exercise.
Do you want to give me advice? It sounds like no.
About what?
How to manage what's happening.
Once a week, okay.
And the speed with which it is happening.
I mean, keep producing content, be ready for
Hunter
a lot of
Avalon.
public hate, and make new accounts, because a lot of the ones you have are going to get spam reported and maybe banned, so...
So like backup accounts for everything?
Yeah, because a lot of people will spam report the fuck out of shit if they don't like you, so...
Yeah, a lot of people don't like me. What about people to try to talk to? I know you might not want to name names specifically, but like, do you have any ideas of like I can't do a bunch of Voshes in a row. Like that's not a good idea because it just makes me look. The host of the stream has a lot of power over how the guest comes off. Yeah, obviously, like enormous power. So. Do you think there's should I be trying to go on right-wing streams? Should I be trying to, because I imagine I'm going to just keep getting offers, and I could probably invite myself onto like whatever I want under a certain size now. So what do you?
So one of the issues that people have when you come off as like a centrist. Well, okay, actually, let me back up before we get into this. What is your goal? What do you want to do? Like, what are you hoping to achieve?
I want to be paid $3,000 a month to be myself, to basically say the stuff I feel like saying and the way I feel like saying it.
Okay. So
and I want to get, like, that's my more immediate goal, so I can like quit my job and live like reasonably okay, and then spend more time making people, my ultimate goal is to make people hate each other less.
Okay. Then I mean, like, talking to a dearth of content creators is going to help expand. Wait. It's going to help expand. No, dearth is wrong. Talking to a breadth. Does this mean like a wide range? Hold on, there's a word I'm like,
yes,
is it breadth? Right, yeah, breadth of content creators from left and right will probably give you a greater net you can cast over an audience.
Dearth is, they were talking about Vosh, so he's trying to be a Vosh, and he had a bit of a trip up there. He can't be Vosh, dude.
So I guess I would start with that. Talk to as many different people as you can. There are like a couple of like, streaming is easier to make consistent money on with a smaller audience than YouTube. YouTube is very hard. It takes a lot of work to put out a video. You know this because you've done videos. It takes a lot of work to put out a 45-minute video, depending on the topic. And it's very easy to stream for 10 hours. You make way more money doing that. But it can be pretty hard to talk to a stream for 10 hours. Some people find that exhausting.
Yeah, I don't know if I can handle that. And I also think that I'm starting a Twitch account, but I think I'm gonna start out just playing video games and whatever. But I think because the stuff I talk about is so horrible, I need to be very careful about how it's presented on my channel.
Yeah.
When I'm saying like, this is my official stance about, you know, whatever.
Yeah, you have to be really careful because it sounds.
I don't think streaming is a good, even though it's more lucrative, is a good format for me. I think it needs to be. Also, I'm like more artistic. I think, and I think that helps too in the presentation. That it's like I'm not. It's. I need people to understand that they're watching like some kind of artistic expression.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not meant to be taken as me saying what I think you should think. I guess that you're supposed to have a kind of amorphous, emotional, thoughtful response to it, and not necessarily come away like thinking like, okay, I know what to, you know, I now I have this new idea about this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe streaming somewhat, but I don't think I can. I don't think I should stream on my channel.
I don't think you should stream on your channel. Yeah, I don't know.
I think I need to be edited.
Okay. I think you do decently in live conversations. You can always edit things afterwards for something that goes up on your channel.
He's good at talking, dude. He's good at these.
Okay, I'll think about this. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like memes aside,
so like you take this conversation, and it's easy too because you get like 2x the content. You could be live streaming this. It'll probably happen if my editor uses it. It's like we're live streaming this, but then it's also gonna be cut up for a conversation that goes on my YouTube video afterwards. So I'm making money off it like twice, off of your labor. I'm exploiting you right now. How does it feel?
Feels like a suitable arrangement. I think it's impacting my career more than yours at the moment.
True.
So that works for me.
Okay. I don't have to tell you this, but you already know this. Just be careful what you say online because it'll follow you literally forever. Although it sounds like you've already got things in your life that are accomplishing that. So.
Yeah, I think I have to not be careful. Actually, I think if I get caught being careful, that would be.
You just don't want to get like banned from shit, right?
Oh, the thing is, I don't really have an urge to break TOS anyway, so I don't think that. I think I'm okay there. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really say things that are.
Well, I don't know, like this conversation. I don't know. It gets pretty spicy sometimes. Just be careful.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Any other words of warning?
No, have fun. Well, I'll watch your conversation with Hunter. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. So yeah.
Yeah. He made a reaction video to my Cuties review.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I have to think about how I'm going to handle that.
Well. Good luck. Stay safe. Be careful.
You too.
Okay. Well, everybody, be calm. Be safe.
Merry Christmas.
Yep. 5 years, right? Don't do anything to kids, please. God, I don't want to be. I don't need another one. Okay. I'm trusting you.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Thank you. Don't fuck the kids. Don't care about the kids. Well, don't fuck the kids. Who cares about the kids? No. Not for the children. For me.
Instructions
okay?
unclear.
Not for the children. For me.
I wouldn't do that to anybody. But
okay.
I want to. I feel that I can trust you.
Thank you. Okay, that's good.
So I like the intellectual and maybe emotional trust that I feel here, and I'm not going to stab you in the back.
Okay, that's good. Okay, have fun.
They all say that, huh?
All right, peace out.
All right, bye.
They say they won't stab him in the back, and then they fucking clip farm by saying he shouts the N-word in the middle of a restaurant. That's how it goes, dude. That's how it goes. No, I'm on your side, bro. I just want you to have a good rhetoric, bro. I would never. This motherfucker was yelling the N-word in the middle of a fucking crowded-ass restaurant. This guy doesn't know fucking social skills. Oh, shit.
Jesus, what an adventure that was.
Damn.
Okay, also
fun stuff, dude. Fun stuff, everybody. How's everybody feel about that? I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know about y'all. Optically, rhetorically, and emotionally failed at the end. Sure. Only a chingador de libros would say that. You fucking call me a chingador, bro. Good stream, Bookie. Thanks. Happy you guys enjoyed it. I'll leave this as like a final dealio. I'll handle any questions, comments, concerns. If you have any questions, just put @booksmarts at the beginning of your message and then leave me a comment or a question, whatever. I'll go through that for maybe 5 or 10 minutes before we close up the stream. Additionally, here's my time to chill. If you have an Amazon Prime account linked to your Twitch account, you get a free sub every month. You can click the little star button underneath my stream to give me that sub, or you can pay $4.99 for it. Alternatively, you can give that sub to other people. It lets them use emotes on the channel. If you're on YouTube, you could sign up with the YouTube membership, which also gives you access to emotes on the channel and is priced similarly. You could also donate by doing !Dona, which will give you a link to a little donation thing, and you can put whatever message you want in there, and it'll play on stream. The same way it would work on super chats on YouTube. You can use the super chat, and it will also play on stream. Twitch also has bits, but I don't push that shit because it's a scam. That all being said, anything at all, guys. Play the song. Okay, we can play the song, but like, not very loud. We can play it in the background. How about that? The evolution was a bit sussy, but good stream. How do you think so? Will you talk to Mr. Girl about his rhetoric, and are you cool platforming him? Well, I don't have a choice in it. The audience decided for me. We hit a donation goal, so we're going to be talking with him on Friday at 2 or 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So look forward to that. He is definitely going to be coming on the show, and I have no doubt that we'll talk about rhetoric. I'll probably prep some points for it beforehand. That way I'm ready to go. Let me grab his like little video. I'll put that on in the background. If Mr. Girl asks you to feature in one of his songs, would you accept? 110%.
I kill pedophiles because I'm not one. Blow their balls off with a
because, and I've said this before, I would be very interested in doing like voice acting work, so that's kind of close to that. I don't know, being like featured in a song, that'd be kind of cool. It would be not cool if he gets found guilty of pedophilia in like 5 years, then it would be weird, but yeah. Will you do cuties before that? Yes, 110%. We'll do cuties later this week. Have you been eating, sleeping, and working out well? Yeah. How do you avoid burnout? I don't. I hit it all the time. Honest thoughts? Not. I have no choice. I don't know what that means. Would you consider Mr. Girl to be leaning on some shock art? Do you see the value in that? Yeah, I think he leans on some shock art for sure. But I think he has a more wholesome message underneath it all to be more empathetic with everybody. He just chooses the more shocking parts to advocate for that, but I don't know. I mean, there's value in that, sure, I guess.
High strung, only time I'm fun is right after.
And before someone makes a massive documentary after he gets convicted of pedophilia. He admittedly leans on Trucker. Yeah, I don't think that's up for debate. I think he definitely does. And he even said in his conversation with Dusty at the end there that like he wants people to treat it more like performance art or whatever, so seems to be the case. Don't you have like only tomorrow to watch the movie?
Your friends and family, they don't really stick around.
Oh my god, you're right. Wait, Friday is tomorrow? No way! Yeah. I guess I have to. I guess I have to watch it tomorrow. Oh, it's gonna be a back-to-back fucking Mr. Girl marathon, dude. Mr. Girl speaking a much deeper project, wanting people to not have to lie. Okay, he's kind of taking the place of the person he's advocating for it by making those kinds of jokes, bringing it to the forefront and making it more personal. Sure. Tomorrow doesn't start until I wake up. Fight me. Okay. How do you not know what day of the week it is? It doesn't. It's not important for my life at all. It, like, nothing in my life is dependent on the day of the week, so it's just irrelevant to me. Yeah. I figure then we'll try to watch Cuties. Man, that is true, huh? Friday's a bit rough. Maybe I should tell him to do Sunday instead. Do you like his songs? I like this song. I haven't listened to the other ones. I guess we could pick another one. But nah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't give me a lot of time. I kind of wanted to take tomorrow off because it's already. Wait, no, I'm totally fine. I just have to do this later today. It's already Thursday. That's why my phone says Thursday. I'll wake up. We'll do this whenever I wake up, and then I'll be fine. No, we'll be good. We'll talk to him on Friday. I didn't know that it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't realize I stayed up that late. Holy shit! I thought it was daytime outside because I have the lights on. Fuck! Wait, really? It's 2 o'clock in the morning? Jesus Christ! The last one is horrible. Okay. Be careful about the rest of his songs. By the way, they have a lot of slurs in them. Okay, I'll avoid them then. This one's good. I'm not clicking on any more of them because I'm a bit worried. Yeah, so we'll do that later today. I'll probably add everybody in the Discord like an hour before so you have some kind of heads up, and then we'll get into it. Colorblind and dayblind. Well, I mean, when I look out the window to the side, I see the light from the porch light, so I think it's on. Okay, where are we going for tonight? Let's see. Who is still streaming? That is the question. Probably nobody that was when I started. Oh, Cherry, of course. We're going to raid Cherry, right? I think I promised to raid Cherry. Cherry. That's how I spell it, right? All right. We're going to head into Cherry. Pack it on in, everybody. Heading over to Cherry, who is the Twitch historian. Looks at all of our drama from years past. Should be a fun time in there. I'll hang out in there for a little bit, then I'll try to timestamp this VOD. Maybe try to get some food in my belly. That explains why Uber was like, there's no food that I can get. Fuck, I haven't eaten today. I'm hungry I'm hungry as the people that be hungry. That's what I'll say. Let's head into Cherry. Talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. There goes all the Twitch people. YouTube people, I will talk to you later. VOD people, thank you for hanging out. Thanks for donating. And if you're watching this, leave a comment. Let me know what was fun, what was not fun. And I will talk to you later.